Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 1038 Battle Saint King. The shield treasure has dealt the fatal blow for this 3-layer saint-level warrior many times, and he regards it as his strongest defense. When the shield was sacrificed, he felt a little at ease. When he was about to fight back, a crisp sound came out. He looked down in disbelief, and saw that his secret treasure shield was pierced by the magic flame spear. The spirituality was greatly lost, and the light on the shield dimmed in an instant. He couldn't help screaming, "Shish!" The 3 heaven-punishing spears headed to the end, and they shot at them without stopping, and the secret treasure shield burst into pieces, fragile. The vitality in his eyes quickly disappeared, the luster in his eyes gradually dimmed, and his head fell to the ground. In an instant, the 3 people surrounding Yongkai were killed and injured. There were several blood holes in the deceased's body, and before it landed, the body was burned to the ground, and even the spirit that escaped from his body could not escape the burning of the demonic flame, and the twisted spirit body disappeared like snowflakes under the scorching sun. The wounded was still howling on the ground, and the magic flame engulfed him, making his cries weaker and weaker, and gradually became inaudible. There was only one Saint King first-level warrior left, squinting and staring at Yongkai with a solemn expression. He couldn't imagine that a young man with only 2 levels of sanctuary could be so important, killing 2 warriors who were 1 level higher than him without any difficulty. He didn't even breathe a sigh of relief. It's as simple and easy as 2 ants. At this moment, a look of astonishment appeared on the young man's face, and he himself seemed a little surprised. A violent and bloodthirsty aura quietly grew from his body, making his aura climb to a higher level in an instant. Looking at his indifferent eyes, this Saint King realm martial artist couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He couldn't help but have an illusion that at this moment he was not facing a 2-layer Saint realm opponent at all, but a rival of strength. A strong man who was much taller. Before the battle, he had the intention of retreating. He didn't know if he could outsmart him. Xuantian sword, Yongkai suddenly shouted, and a long sword of magic flame condensed in his hand. The other party finally came back to his senses, a suppressed roar came from his throat, and a wave of energy suddenly burst out in the sea of knowledge. It was a golden-armored poisonous scorpion with a body length of 5 or 6 feet and was wrapped in a hard shell. As soon as the golden-armored poisonous scorpion appeared, it emitted a thick green miasma, polluting the air in a radius of dozens of miles. Its powerful double clamps moved, making a clicking sound that could cut gold and jade, which made people shudder. The flaming sword glow of the magic flame slashed the hard shell of the golden-armored scorpion, but it didn't hurt it at all. It only left a shallow trace on the hard shell. The burning magic flame was washed by the green poison the miasma engulfed it, and it went out after a while. Seeing that the golden-armored poisonous scorpion could resist the burning of the demon flame, the Saint King realm martial artist laughed loudly and said sternly, "Boy, you are not small, you dare to kill the people of the Chamber of Commerce on Shuiyuexing, your death is imminent. Are you from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce?" Yongkai's eyes narrowed. "Stop talking nonsense, accept your life." This person was not willing to say anything to Yongkai at all. He pointed his hand, and the golden-armored poisonous scorpion rushed towards Yongkai like a fly. With the double clamps, the scorpion tail was green with green streaks. The dim light shot out sharply, implying the power to poison the soul. This poisonous scorpion is extremely terrifying. It is extremely poisonous. Whoever touches it will die. What scares the warriors the most is that its poison can not only hurt flesh and blood, but also affect spiritual consciousness. The warriors are regarded as forbidden places, and only some powerful people will attack their ideas. The warrior of this Holy King stage obviously killed a golden-armored scorpion before, refining its soul into a weapon against the enemy. Fighting against Yongkai, he released it without thinking. It is the spirit body of the golden-armored poisonous scorpion. It possesses all the abilities of the poisonous scorpion before it was alive. Although it has no physical body, its sturdy spirit power can withstand a lot of damage. Yongkai's Xuantian sword returned without success. Seeing it rushing towards him, like a ray of electricity, wanting to open his belly. The power in Yang Kai's sea of knowledge burst out, gathered in one place, and blasted towards the golden-armored poisonous scorpion. Seeing his actions, the Saint King stage martial artist was not surprised but delighted. Not only did he not stop him, but he watched with relish. The young man in front of him clearly didn't know the power of the golden-armored poisonous scorpion. Seeing that the poisonous scorpion was a spiritual body, he wanted to deal with it with the power of divine sense, but he didn't know that the toxin was not something that could be resisted by the power of divine sense. He has already foreseen Yang Kai's ending. The invisible forces collided together, and the huge body of the golden-armored poisonous scorpion came to a sudden stop. The double pincers swayed violently, and the sharp tail continued to beat the air, making a chi-chi sound, and a green light came from the tail. The tip shot from all sides, piercing into Yang Kai's consciousness. Yang Kai's face sank, and there was an illusion that his consciousness was paralyzed. I immediately understood that this poisonous scorpion was not as simple as I imagined. Without hesitation, the fire of divine consciousness burst out. The air was suddenly hot, and where the golden-armored poisonous scorpion was, the space was even more distorted, blocking people's sight. The Saint King stage powerhouse who was watching, holding a good-looking attitude, looked wrong, felt the strange power of Yang Kai's consciousness, his face changed, and he hurriedly wanted to take back the golden-armored poisonous scorpion. But the next moment, the poisonous scorpion suddenly trembled and struggled violently, as if it was enduring unbearable torture. Its golden hard shell cracked into gaps, and the fire of divine consciousness drilled into its body along the gap, igniting it from the inside out. The golden-armored poisonous scorpion was burnt, and it was only a momentary effort. Impossible! The Saint King stage martial artist roared, his eyes widened as he stared at the place where the poisonous scorpion disappeared, his face full of horror. Even if the powerhouse of the Holy King's third-layer realm comes to deal with this poisonous scorpion, he will not kill it in such a short period of time. Only the powerhouse of the Void Return realm can do this. He looked at Yang Kai, his eyes were covered with a layer of scarlet, and his aura became violent. The golden-armored poisonous scorpion was a trump card that he had refined with great effort. Every time he used it, he was in no position to lose. Now that years of hard work have been ruined, he is completely angry. He wants to kill this young man who ruined his efforts to relieve the hatred in his heart. "Boy, I want you to die," he roared in a low voice, and the power of his spiritual sense was activated, and one after another strange-shaped monster beast spirits manifested, suspended beside him, and a pair of beast pupils stared at Yang Kai. This Saint King realm martial artist stood in the middle, like the king of beasts, angry and arrogant. With his divine sense, all the spirits of the monsters rushed towards Yang Kai, hiding in the spirits of the beasts, looking for opportunities to secretly kill. Chi. The fire of Yang Kai's consciousness continued to urge, and the divine consciousness full of scorching power impacted these beast souls, causing them to scream and burn one by one. In the shadow of the burning beast soul, the Saint King stage expert quickly approached Yang Kai, and the strange and huge power escaped from his body, suddenly forming a vortex full of entanglement, pulling Yang Kai's body to fall. He sneered, and the dazzling divine light shot from his palm, and strong energy fluctuations came out of the divine light, as if it could tear apart the space, as if gathering the killing intent to destroy everything, swallowing Yang Kai. Yang Kai's body was covered with demonic flames, like a flaming fireball. The power poured into the vortex under his feet, impacting its artistic conception and domain, pulling himself away from it. The next moment, he was shrouded in divine light. Yang Kai's face changed suddenly, feeling the strength of the opponent's strength. He finally understood that the Saint King stage and the Saint stage are not the same grade of existence. It is impossible to quickly kill a furious Saint King realm, even if it is only a Saint King first layer realm, it is a bit dangerous for him. At this level of strength cultivation, the understanding and application of the true meaning of strength has far surpassed himself. Devil transformation, he roared in his heart. One after another invisible magic pattern climbed up, hidden in his flesh and blood, making his blood power rise wildly, and his life breath rose wildly. Shish! The divine light hit his body, and Yang Kai was severely injured, his body swayed from side to side, and he let out a muffled groan. The Saint King stage martial artist looked grim, sneered in his heart, and mercilessly rushed in front of Yang Kai, wanting to give him the final blow. He suddenly discovered that this strange young man was not as powerful as he thought, and he had absolute confidence in his own strength. The power in both palms surged violently, constantly slapping Yang Kai's body, pouring his own Saint Yuan into his body, rampaging in his body, destroying his vitality. Then he saw Yang Kai's playful eyes and a careless look. Although it looked like he had been heavily wounded and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, the young man didn't care. He punched and resisted, and the two of them added their fists and feet together. The blood splattered, Yang Kai's skin was open, and the Saint King stage martial artist was not much better, his body was covered with blood, and he was embarrassed. It is not the first time for Yang Kai to fight across the ranks, but it is his first experience to fight head-on with a Saint King stage powerhouse. Under such circumstances, he seems to have been stimulated by his potential, and he fully comprehends many power mysteries that are usually incomprehensible at this moment. The more he stood, the more courageous he became, and there was a madness in the depths of his eyes. Not only did his strength not weaken, but it became stronger and stronger. Unlike him, the strong man in the Holy King realm gradually lost his momentum after experiencing the initial vigor. He felt that if he kept fighting, he might die. He was covered in wounds, his meridians were broken, and his bones were cracked. The strange magic flames burned on him, almost turning him into a ball of fire. He had to use his strength to resist this magic. The damage the flames caused to itself. But at that time, he couldn't resist the mood of hot and cold, and he once again had the idea of retreat. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1039 Transaction Suspended. The battle continued, and the powerhouse of the Holy King realm pushed his strength to the limit. All kinds of secret skills and secret treasures that were usually not used, but they could never defeat or kill Yang Kai. During the battle, Yang Kai not only did not shrink back in pain because of those scars, but his eyes were full of light, with a happy expression on his face. He was hardy, fighting with an opponent whose strength is comparable to himself, and fighting each other with all his strength. Only one person can survive. This feeling of life and death makes him very excited. His expression was put in the eyes of his opponent, and the strong man of the Holy King finally showed a trace of fear. At this moment, he seemed to have an insight into Yang Kai's real plan, to use this battle to verify his true strength. The two Saint 3 layers that were killed before were just handled casually. Realizing this, he finally panicked, shouting silently in his heart, making his body involuntarily want to stay away from this terrifying and perverted young man. Boom boom boom. In the collision of power, Yang Kai and the warriors on the first floor of the Holy King stage separated from each other and broke free from each other's artistic conception. The dense crisp sound came from Yang Kai's body, his bones and flesh and blood were squirming, and the Saint Yuan in the body was about to move, and his face was still full of meaning. The Saint King realm martial artist on the opposite side had gloomy eyes, blood was pouring all over his body, exhausted, and he had reached the end of his force. He looked at Yang Kai in horror, watching the wounds on Yang Kai's body recover under the inexplicable power, watching him soaked in blood, emitting a dazzling golden light under the scorching sun. It was actually golden blood. The martial artist's eyes widened, his face unbelievable. He didn't know what kind of exercises he had practiced that could turn a person's blood into this color, but he felt a surging vitality and a resilience that surprised him from the blood. It is because of this blood that the other's wounds will heal quickly. He immediately realized that he was not the opponent of this young man, and that he did not have his abnormal recovery ability. If he continued to fight, he would really die. He also has a trump card and a forbidden technique. He knows that if he wants to, he can use the forbidden technique to increase his strength and deal with it. But he dared not, because once the forbidden technique is used, his state will become even worse, and even his current state may slip, and he will never have a chance to rise again. After this battle, he is already half dead. If he really uses the forbidden technique too desperately, even if he wins, the price he has to pay is extremely heavy. The most important thing is that even if he activates the forbidden technique, he does not have absolute confidence. Who is this kid and why is he so scary? He was bewildered, secretly startled, and inexplicably shocked by the strength Yang Kai revealed. So he and Yang Kai looked at each other and stepped back without a trace, getting further and further away from Yang Kai. His expression was sluggish, but his face was full of vigilance, for fear that Yang Kai would kill him. It wasn't until he left the distance he thought was safe that he hurriedly sacrificed his star shuttle and said loudly, "Boy, you will pay for your actions today. Shui Yuexing will have no place for you." His voice came from a distance, and the person had disappeared. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he didn't seem to have any intention of chasing him. He just stood there and stared at his back. But a strand of his thoughts broke through the shackles of space, jumped forward, and attached to the man like a maggot in the tarsus. Immediately, he stretched out his hand to tear the void. 100 miles away, the Saint King Realm warrior who was escaping for his life was desperately running his strength to extinguish the clusters of demonic flames. When fighting with Yang Kai just now, this cluster of demon flames consumed a lot of his Saint Yuan to resist. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't be so bad. This kind of magic flame is a power he has never heard of. Cold and heat coexist, yang and evil dissolve in each other. It is a combination of extreme contradictions. The erosion and burning of his body pushed his speed to the extreme, hoping to return to the valley as soon as possible and ask the adult to help. There was no trace of the strange young man behind him. He thought that he had escaped, and he focused all his attention on how to explain this defeat after returning. Just as he was contemplating, the space in front of him suddenly distorted, and he thought that his power consumption was too much and he was a little dazzled. When I looked at it, the space was distorted even more seriously, and it burst open like a broken mirror. The next moment, a crack suddenly opened in front of it, like an invisible beast opening its mouth, terrifying and terrifying. Inside the crack, a figure stood with a playful smile on his face, waiting for his arrival. Seeing this man's face clearly, his expression changed, as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is actually the young man who fought him just now. The other party protruded a hand from the space crack, caught him off guard, and then threw himself into the space crack. Immediately, the cracked gap quickly closed, and the young man stood outside and waved at himself with a smile. Enveloped in darkness, he instantly fell into the eternal cold nothingness, and strange forces flowed around him, engulfing him like a swamp. He roared, but was unable to escape, and could only reluctantly accept the coming fate. Outside, Yang Kai dispersed the demon god transformation, moved his body, and looked solemn. After such a battle, he somewhat realized where his limits were. The first floor of the Holy King realm is the limit of his ability to fight beyond the ranks. After performing the demon god transformation, he can fight head-on with such a master without fear. He is not clear about the situation on the second floor of the Holy King realm. The first battle has brought him a lot, and he is familiar with the use of his new power, and he has a better understanding of the horror of the magic flame. But what made him more concerned was why the three of them wanted to hunt him down, and what kind of problems did he see in the scene he saw. It looks like it's just transporting supplies, although the chosen place is a bit remote. Yang Kai couldn't understand, so he was too lazy to think deeply, and the envoy Xing Shuo quickly left the scene. Half a day later, in the valley that Yang Kai passed by before, all the supplies have been transported into the battleship. A middle-aged man who was chatting and laughing with the handsome young man walked over with a smile, and said to the young man, "Master Xueyu is happy to cooperate. If there is such a good thing next time, I hope that Master Xueyu can remember that we will pay you a satisfactory price." The bewitching young man named Xueyu nodded with a smile. The smile on his face was like a spring breeze, which made people feel a burst of warmth and kindness involuntarily. Wherever his gaze passed, those female warriors, no matter how high or low they were, regardless of their age, were stunned. Intoxicated, he looked like a nympho. There is no doubt that as long as Xueyu hooks her fingers, all those female warriors will take the initiative to embrace her. "Let's go first, young Master Xueyu, and stay for a while," the middle-aged man said with a smile, and then he greeted his warriors to go to the warship, and many women who came with him were reluctant to part. One step three turned back and looked at Xueyu. At this moment, a warrior of the Holy King hurriedly came to Xueyu's side and whispered something in his ear with a solemn expression. The smile on Xueyu's face froze slightly, and she asked in a low voice, "Are you sure?" "It's confirmed. 2 corpses were found 500 miles away. The other one is missing. I'm afraid it's a murderous young master. I'm afraid this transaction will be seen by the guy passing by." Xueyu rolled her flawless eyes and nodded, "I see." Saying so, he took a step forward and shouted, "Wait a minute." Satisfied, the middle-aged man who was ready to return with a full load stopped his steps, turned around to look at Xueyu, and asked, "Master Xueyu, what else can you tell me?" Xueyu smiled slightly and said, "Although I feel very sorry, this transaction is likely to be terminated." "Well, you can't take these materials with you." Termination. The middle-aged man frowned, a displeased expression appeared on his face, and he grinned. "Master Xueyu, don't be kidding, now that both the goods and the money have been sold, and the transaction is completed, it's not that you said it was terminated. Is it terminated?" Xueyu smiled, nodded, and said as a matter of course, "I said termination, it will terminate." The middle-aged man seemed to be very annoyed by this frenzied, ignorant appearance, and he couldn't help laughing. "Master Xueyu, forgive me, since the transaction has been completed, I am not going to return it." These things can't be bought with money, the supply is scarce, you take care, we will cooperate again next time. There's no next time. Shui Yu shook her head slowly, her smile unabated, still making people feel extremely warm, and she couldn't help but put down all her guards. Leave the supplies, you, also stay. As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man couldn't help but change his face, and a feeling of unease suddenly enveloped his whole body. A warrior hiding in a large robe walked out from behind Shui Yu, flashed ghostly in front of the middle-aged man, raised his hand and patted his heavenly cover lightly. A strange force invaded the middle-aged man. In an instant, I felt that all the bones in my body were broken, and my internal organs were severely injured at the same time, and the vitality quickly disappeared from my body. Void Return Realm. He looked at the man wrapped in the robe in front of him, screamed in horror, and immediately fell to the ground and died. His death caused a huge panic, and the battleship suddenly turned over, and countless screams rang out. The man who hid his body in a large robe walked slowly into the battleship, killing the warriors one by one, as simple and easy as stepping on a group of ants. After a while, he walked out calmly, came to Shui Yu's side, and reported in a low voice, 135 people, all dead. Shui Yu nodded slightly and instructed her subordinates, pack up the things and take them all away. Master, what should I do with this battleship? A subordinate asked. Things can be installed, but the battleship can't be installed in the space ring, and staying here will definitely attract people's attention. Let's throw it to the second brother's territory. The warriors on his side have been very restless recently. They seem to have had some grudges with a group of outsiders. Shui Yu commanded lightly. Yes. The subordinates responded and quickly got busy. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1040 Snow Moon. Inside the Shintu Palace, Yang Kai returned. Several guards guarding the door all waited solemnly and saluted respectfully. Brother Yang is back. Shen Tu's voice suddenly sounded from inside, and he immediately walked out with a big laugh and greeted him. President Io finally let you back. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Shen Tu couldn't help twitching at the corners of his mouth, and said with an annoyed expression, don't mention it, this time I was almost stripped of a layer of skin. Come on, come in and talk. He greeted warmly, walked side by side with Yang Kai into the palace, and asked where Yang Kai had been during this time, and why he had never been seen. Yang Kai briefly explained his itinerary, and then frowned. I have to tell you something. What's the matter? Seeing his solemn expression, Shen Tu couldn't help but turn serious. Yang Kai looked around, looking cautiously. Jia Long, who has been following Shen Tu, said, don't worry, little brother, you don't have to worry about spreading the word here, everyone in the young master's palace is loyal to him. Shen Tu nodded and gestured to Yang Kai to speak boldly. Yang Kai said, I went out this time. I seem to have killed 3 warriors of your Chamber of Commerce. Then what? Shen Tu asked. No, then, after killing them, I came back. Shen Tu grinned. That's no problem, there are many people in the Chamber of Commerce, and there are often some battles in Shuiyuexing, people will die every day, and if you kill them, you will kill them. There will be problems. Their status should not be high, because their strength is not strong. Don't worry, I'll take care of this for you, Brother Yang, don't worry. Shen Tu patted his chest and embraced it, not caring at all about the 3 dead Chamber of Commerce warriors. Listen to me first. Yang Kai waved his hand. I didn't take the initiative to provoke this time, I just passed through a valley when I returned, and then 3 of the group of people chased out. Quote. A group of people, Shen Tu was surprised. Well, in that valley, there is a battleship about 30 feet long, and some of your Hengluo Chamber of Commerce warriors are carrying some supplies. It's too far apart, and I can't see what those things are. I was discovered by them when I passed by, and a young man about the same age as us instructed the 3 to hunt me down. Trading supplies in the valley. Shen Tu's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he realized that something was unusual. He hurriedly asked, do you see any characteristics of those people? Yang Kai thought about it carefully. If you talk about the characteristics, I am very concerned about that young man. He looks very beautiful. Well, he is very beautiful. Yang Kai said, his expression is very strange, using the word beautiful to describe a man, he actually thinks it is very appropriate, there is nothing wrong. Shen Tu's face became more and more dignified and ugly, and when he looked at Zhelong, he suddenly felt a little bad. Brother Yang, tell me more about that young man. His voice stuttered. I didn't see it clearly, it was just a glimpse. His skin was very white, and there was a very kind smile on his face. Oh yes, there are many female warriors around him who are very obsessed with him. It looks like you and I are about the same size as you and I, about the same age, and the hair is draped over your shoulders. Yang Kai said while thinking. No way, Shen Tu suddenly groaned. Yang Kai observed his expressions and saw that Shen Tu and Zhelong's expressions were not quite right, so he couldn't help asking, do you know him? The corners of Shen Tu's mouth twitched, and there was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. After a while of silence, he said, Brother Yang, you are not an outsider, so I won't hide it from you, the guy you saw might, probably. It's my third brother, Shui Yu. The two words Shui Yu came out of Shen Tu's mouth, and Jia Long's brows couldn't help but twitch, as if he was too nervous about the enemy. Your third brother? Yang Kai was stunned. My third brother. Shen Tu nodded heavily. Jia Long explained with a wry smile. In the entire Shuiyuexing, Master Shen Tu is only afraid of two people, one is the president and the other is this young Master Shuiyu. Yang Kai was stunned and grinned. What's your brother to be afraid of? Shen Tu suddenly screamed bitterly. If he wasn't my brother, I would have tried every means to get rid of him. Brother Yang, you don't know, when I mention my third brother, I will fight a cold war. Damn, that guy made it for me. How many childhood shadows, I am not afraid of my father and I am not afraid of his power. This young Master Shuiyu seems to be very good at it. Yang Kai couldn't help but become interested in the strange young man. He had been with Shen Tu for so long, and he knew that this guy was a master who was not afraid of the sky and the earth, and could surrender. The goddess, let it have a sense of fear of himself from the inside out, this Shuiyu is a bit extraordinary. Brother Yang, don't make fun of me. If what you see is really him, then things will be troublesome. What? Yang Kai looked positive. If I'm not mistaken, the third brother should be secretly trading the scarce materials in the Chamber of Commerce with which party, and gathering money. This is a taboo for the entire Chamber of Commerce, and it is not allowed. If this matter is exposed, the trouble is big. So when I pass by, he will let people chase me. Yang Kai suddenly understood and knew the reason for everything. Yes, and my third brother will never give up until he achieves his goals. If he sees something or someone, he will succeed even if there are thousands of obstacles. Moreover, he is moody, and his appearance is different. No one can guess what he was thinking. I remember that one year, he in a high-level chamber of commerce took a fancy to a maid at the same time. Although the maid was finally obtained by the high-level chamber of commerce, he disappeared inexplicably a month later. Yang Kai's expression changed suddenly. Jia Long nodded in agreement. I remember this, because of this, the president got angry for a while, but because he didn't find any clues, it's gone. Now, he's probably interested in your brother Yang. Life, he wants to kill you. Shen Tu shouted in a low voice. Saying so, Shen Tu stood up and looked at Yang Kai with a worried look. Then should I hide? Yang Kai asked with a frown. You don't have to hide. You don't know how powerful my third brother is. He is the person Dad values most. Many people think that the next president must be him, and the entire Shuiyuexing is his eyes and ears. If he wants to find someone, as long as you are still in the Water Moon Star, he will definitely be able to find it. Then what should I do? Yang Kai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He just went out for a turn, and it was really bad luck to encounter such a thing. Brother Yang, don't go out for now, stay in the palace, I will help you find out the wind, and then think of a way. Shen Tu sighed slightly. It is good. When something like this happened, Yang Kai didn't want to go out and show his face anymore. He stayed in Shen Tu's palace all day, either meditating and cultivating to stabilize the current realm, or refining medicine pills, or spying on the star map, from the star map learn about the structure within the star field. From time to time, Garen would report on the situation. From him, Yang Kai learned that the third young master of the Chamber of Commerce, Shui Yu, was really looking for someone during this period of time. The entire Shuiyuexing was turbulent, and many people died innocently for this. Yang Kai thoroughly experienced this cruel method called Shuiyu. At that time, he passed by far outside the valley. He didn't see Shuiyu's appearance clearly, and it was estimated that the other party didn't see his appearance clearly either. Looking for such a person on a star is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. Even if Shuiyu has the power to mobilize, it is very difficult to find Yang Kai. Therefore, those warriors with similar strength to Yang Kai will suffer. Shuiyu would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let go of one. He is more courageous than President Io and his brothers, and he is a decisive person. It was hard for Yang Kai to imagine that a person like Shuiyu would be so cruel and ruthless. He looked away at the time and felt that this person was not only beautiful, but also had a unique and warm temperament. He was secretly shocked, knowing that people can't be seen, and the cruelty in Shui Yu's heart was completely covered by his appearance. Once he fell into his hands, there would be no good results, so he honestly hid in Shen Tu's palace, practice with peace of mind. The ferocious dark tide lasted for 2 months, and more than 2,000 people lost their lives on Mercury because of this. It was not until 2 months later that things gradually subsided. Jia Long also always reported the latest progress of this incident to Yang Kai, so that he would not have to worry. It was not until 2 months later that Shen Tu approached Yang Kai helplessly and said straight to the point, "Brother Yang, although I really want to keep you here, you and my brother have joined forces to make a cause, but you stay here. My third brother will find this place one day, and once he finds it, even I can't keep you." "Did you mean, you have to leave?" Shen Tu sighed. "The situation is a little more stable now, and the third brother's attention is no longer here. I can arrange for you to leave secretly." After saying this, he paused and said, "Of course, it depends on your own intentions. If you are willing to stay, I am very grateful. I don't have many friends, Brother Yang, you are one of them, so I want to spend more time with you, but even if you stay, you can only hide in the palace and not go out." Quote, "Then leave." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "In fact, if there is no such thing, I am not going to stay here for a long time. Brother Shen Tu is kind to me, but I still have my own things to do." Shen Tu was taken aback, his expression relaxed a lot, and he smiled. "So Brother Yang had already planned. It's a pity, originally I wanted you to participate in the talent selection competition that the Chamber of Commerce is about to hold. With your strength, at the holy level there will definitely be a world in battle, but now it seems that it is unnecessary." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Then make some preparations. I'll see if any suitable warships have left recently. I'll inform you when the time comes." "Okay." Yang Kai had no opinion. "If you leave Shuiyuexing, you will naturally have to take a battleship. Not only does it take too long to fly the Star Shuttle, but it also consumes its own strength." Yang Kai waited with peace of mind. 10 days later, Shen Tu suddenly arrived in a hurry, telling Yang Kai that everything was ready, and he was ready to set off. Yang Kai didn't have anything to carry either, so he easily followed Shen Tu out of the palace. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1041 Look outside for yourself. Outside the palace, Shen Tu said apologetically, "Brother Yang, I can only send you here. My identity is too sensitive. If I send you away, I will definitely be watched by people who are interested. You take care of it all the way. Shatong will accompany you, explain everything to you on the road, and take care of your safety." Jia Longchong beckoned aside. The demon warrior who had brought Yang Kai to buy Star Shuttle and ore came up, rushed to Yang with a grin, "Young Master Yang. It's time to work." He knew that this was Shen Tu's kindness, so he didn't refuse. "Brother Yang, there will be a future." Shen Tu clasped his fists in awe. Yang Kai returned a salute, and under the leadership of Shui Tong, the 2 envoys, Xing Shuo, flew forward. The battleships of Shuiyuexing are basically used to transport materials. The major forces in the star field have placed various orders for the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce through their branches stationed in Shuiyuexing and ordered some training materials. The Chamber of Commerce after the preparations are made, the materials will be delivered to the main stars of those forces through the battleship within the specified time for handover. On the way, according to Shui Tong's explanation, Yang Kai understood that the battleship that the 2 of them were about to board was going to a star called Emerald Star. Emerald Star is the main star of a force called Raging Flame. This force is not strong, but it is not weak, ranked in the middle of the entire star field, and has 2 cultivation stars in his hands. Jade Star is one of them. The total time of the voyage will be about half a year, and there will be some cultivation stars of other forces on the way. Young Master Yang, you can choose which training star to stop at according to your own wishes, or you can directly follow the battleship to the Emerald Star, Shui Tong explained. Understood, I will see for myself when the time comes. Yang Kai nodded. Following Shui Tong carefully flying all the way, I took a turn in the space magic circle I used before, came to another city, and entered an area surrounded by warriors. It was a huge square, and there was no end in sight. On the square, there were warships one after another, large and small, and countless warriors were busy here, carrying supplies, methodical. The box of materials exudes strong energy fluctuations, many of which are extremely high-grade things. Shui Tong led Yang Kai to come here. Yang Kai watched from side to side, secretly shocked by the wealth of Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce. These dozens of large and small warships alone are an astounding amount of capital, not to mention the materials that are fully loaded in the warships, as well as these countless warriors. Great power is indeed great power. The two talents didn't go far, and there were several warriors of the Holy King realm in front of them. They showed a clear murderous intention, and looked at Shitong and Yang Kai with vigilance, and one of them raised his hand and shouted, "Come on, stop." Quote. Shui Tong paused, showing no panic at all, took out a token from his space ring and handed it over. The warrior took it, checked it out carefully, nodded lightly, no longer asked, and waved to Shui Tong and Yang Kai to hurry in. Master Shen Tu has already arranged everything, and we will leave with an adult he knows. Shui Tong whispered. Shutting through the battleship square, after a while, Shui Tong's eyes lit up and pointed to the front. Over there is a high-grade Holy King-class battleship quietly moored, the hatch of the battleship is open, and many warriors are carrying supplies inside. His eyes shone with divine light, and his expression was not angry. All the people who carried the supplies kept away from him involuntarily, looking like they were afraid of him. When Shui Tong and Yang Kai came over, his eyes instantly stared at him. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, and there was a tingling sensation like being stabbed by needles all over his body. Lord Xin Rui. Shui Tong stepped forward and clasped his fist gently. That's him. The big man who was called Xin Rui glanced up and down at Yang Kai and snorted. Master Shen Tu wants me to take him away. Yes. Shui Tong nodded. He's not from the Chamber of Commerce. Xin Rui looked at him. Shui Tong shook his head. He is a friend of young Master Shen Tu. Oh, Xin Rui's eyes showed strange light. Shen Tu actually has friends. This is rare. You can take him away, but you remember, don't do anything wrong on my battleship, and obey the rules honestly, otherwise I will. He was thrown into the star field and left to fend for himself. Don't worry, the young master's friends won't cause trouble. Shui Tong smiled, ignoring his threats. Xin Rui pouted. If he didn't cause trouble, why would Shen Tu arrange him to go away in such a hurry? He doesn't look like he is honest and calm. He gave Yang Kai a meaningful look, as if he had noticed something, but he didn't ask any more questions, just hummed, "Go in." Thank you. Shui Tong smiled, waved at Yang Kai, and brought him into the battleship. Inside the hull, many warriors are running, and everyone is very busy. Regardless of Shui Tong, Yang Kai have been traveling through the corridor, looking for 2 rooms next to each other to stay. Young Master Yang, if you feel that this room is not satisfactory, I can help you change it. Shui Tong asked Yang Kai for his opinion. Yang Kai stood by the window and looked at the scenery outside through the transparent window. He shook his head and said, "No, the view here is wide, and you can look at the scenery when you are bored, which is very good. As long as you are satisfied." That Xin Rui, what does it have to do with Shen Tu? Why would he help Shen Tu? Yang Kai asked. Lord Xin Rui. Shui Tong thought for a while and replied, he should be the uncle of young Master Shen Tu. Uncle. Yang Kai was surprised. Yes. Shui Tong smiled. Master Xin Rui's younger sister is the mother of Master Shen Tu. The president and the younger sister of Master Xin Rui have known each other many years ago, but in the end, due to various reasons, the two could not come together. Forget it. No need to explain, it must be another bad debt. Yang Kai waved his hand. Shitong also smiled bitterly and said, yes, it's a bad debt that I can't understand. If young Master Yang has no other orders, I'll go to rest first. After another hour, this battleship should set sail. Go. Shui Tong immediately retired. Yang Kai stood by the window, looking at the crowd of people below. His mood was up and down. He once again gave birth to a feeling of loneliness and desolation in vain. The star field is huge and seems to be endless, and then here, he is just an outsider, he has no relatives and friends, no familiar affairs, and there is an unfamiliar feeling everywhere. Everything here seems to be far away from him. He wandered here alone, subconsciously thinking of the warmth of the little sister, the tenderness of Su Yan, and even the seductive Queen Shan Qinglo and Chu Yaimeng. Familiar faces flashed across his mind, making his always strong heart suddenly soften. I wonder if they are still happy and healthy. I don't know if they have any difficulties. I don't know if they are also thinking about themselves. Yang Kai thought like a shuttle, suddenly a little sour. However, when a figure appeared in his eyes, all his thoughts and sadness were disrupted, his eyes couldn't help shrinking, and his face became gloomy. In the huge square, there was a group of 3 people walking towards this side. The leader was a handsome young man with fair skin, which made any woman jealous and marveled. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he looked romantic. A suave, warm smile on his face, making people feel like a spring breeze. Wherever he passed, the female warriors who were carrying supplies stopped one after another, and all looked at him obsessively. He was actually walking in the direction of this battleship. Snow Moon. Yang Kai quickly left the window, ran out of his room, came to the next door, and closed the door. Shui Tong seemed to be meditating on the bed, and when he saw Yang Kai's sudden arrival, he couldn't help being a little stunned. "Young Master Yang, do you have any other orders?" Yang Kai stared at him deeply and lowered his voice. "Tell me honestly, did Shen Tu sell me?" The look of confusion on Shui Tong's face was even thicker, and he frowned. "Young Master Yang, what do you mean by that? Look outside for yourself." Yang Kai snorted coldly. Shui Tong stood up and stared out the window, his pupils could not help shrinking, and he shouted in a low voice, "Master Shui Yu. Why is he here?" "You ask me, which one should I ask?" Yang Kai sneered. "Did Shen Tu tell her something?" Shatong looked serious. "Young Master Yang, if you think so, you will look down on Master Shen Tu too much. He really treats you as a friend, so how could he betray you? Besides, Master Shuiyu should have left Shuiyuxing yesterday. It is precisely because of this that young Master Shen Tu chose to arrange for you to leave today." Leaving yesterday, Yang Kai frowned, his eyes fixed on Shui Tong, not letting go of any changes in his expression. "Yes, Master Shuiyu has a mission and should have left yesterday." Shatong nodded heavily, and some people saw him get on the next battleship and left Shuiyuxing. Then why did he appear here? And by chance, he found this battleship. Yang Kai snorted. Shui Tong smiled bitterly. "I don't know that either. But young Master Yang, young Master Shen Tu has never betrayed you, he would never do such a thing." Yang Kai stared at him closely, and after a while he stopped shouting, "Okay, I will trust you. Can I go down now?" "That's too risky, maybe he will meet him." Shui Tong waved his hand quickly. "If young Master Shui Yu really wants to take this battleship, you'd better stay here all the time and don't let him find out. I hope he just came to talk to Lord Shin Rui." This hope is probably impossible. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and listened attentively. Shui Tong and his room were not far above the hatch, so even if he didn't use his power, he could hear some conversations. From the conversation between him and Shin Rui, Yang Kai knew that he was indeed staring at this battleship, and he would also board this battleship like himself. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became extremely bad. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1042 Coincidence. Master Shuiyu, as far as I know, you should have left yesterday, how come you are here again today? Shin Ruahu asked beside the battleship. Shuiyu smiled slightly. Yesterday I got stuck on something and couldn't make it, so I let the battleship leave first. Uncle Shin Rui is going to Emerald Star, so I think there should be no problem with taking a downwind boat. Anyway, you guys all pass near Rainfall, and I'll just leave there. Shin Rui frowned. Shuiyu looked at him and continued to smile. Uncle Shin Rui will not be inconvenient, right? Just let me take a downwind boat. Is there anything on this battleship that I can't see? Shin Rui's attitude made him suspicious, and he couldn't help but stare at him. Shin Rui burst out laughing. Master Shuiyu is joking, I only have the materials ordered by the flames on my battleship. Is there anything I can't let you see? Master Shuiyu, please. Saying so, he turned away. Thank you Uncle Shin Rui. Shuiyu led her two people in, and all the warriors who saw him waited solemnly and saluted respectfully. Check it out, is there any material in this battleship that cannot be transported out? The smile on Shuiyu's face never faded, and she sent a message to her two subordinates. Master suspects Shin Rui smuggling supplies. One of them replied quickly. He shouldn't do this, but his attitude makes me a little concerned, there's nothing wrong with being cautious. Subordinate to find out as soon as possible. A group of 3 people shuttled through the hull of the ship, and soon found an extremely luxurious wing to live in. This class of wing has always been only qualified for the most expensive people. For example, the room where Yang Kai and Shui Tong lived was just an ordinary room where the general merchants of the Chamber of Commerce lived. Outside the battleship, after Shui Yu and others walked in, Shin Rui looked up and saw 2 extremely ugly faces standing by the window. He came in. Yang Kai looked at Shui Tong with a heavy face. Shui Tong's face was also twitching. He never expected to meet Shui Yu at this time, and fortunately, he stayed on the same battleship with them. The rainfall star that young Master Xueyu is going to, it is a cultivation star under the jurisdiction of our Chamber of Commerce. It only takes about 2 months. Young Master Yang, please bear with me for a while, and wait until Master Xueyu leaves. All right, Shui Tong said with relief. It can only be like this. Yang Kai nodded helplessly. Although he had never really met Xueyu, he could see Xueyu's face vaguely at that time, and the other party should also remember his general appearance. If he appeared in front of Xueyu at this time, he would undoubtedly be caught. In order to keep the secret of the private transaction of valuable materials, he has already killed 2,000 innocent people, and he will definitely not mind killing one more. The 2 people around Xueyu are definitely the strong men that she can't match, and Yang Kai feels a huge pressure from them. He knew that Shui Tong was telling the truth and that was the best way. Young Master Yang, you can communicate with me after pouring it into your spiritual mind. If you need anything, just use this to notify me. Shui Tong said, taking out a compass-shaped secret treasure and handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, played with it for a while, and quickly understood its function and purpose. Yang Kai has seen this kind of compass-shaped artifact used for communication many times before, and the people from Zixing and Jianmeng used it to communicate until now. Well, then I'll go back first. Yang Kai said, put away the compass and walked out. Just now he heard the footsteps of Xueyu and the other 3 passing by and knew that they must have gone far, so there is no problem in going out at this moment. Young Master Yang, Shui Tong suddenly shouted from behind. What else? Yang Kai looked back at him. Shui Tong looked like he wanted to say something but stopped for a while before saying, Master Shen Tu is sincere with you and won't do anything to harm you. Yang Kai looked at him, his eyes were deep, and he nodded lightly, I understand. He suspected that Shen Tu betrayed himself, also because the incident this time was too coincidental, and anyone would have doubts in their hearts. But from the conversation between Xueyu and Xin Rui just now, he already knew that it was just his own misunderstanding. When Shen Tu learned that he had killed 3 warriors of the Chamber of Commerce, he had no intention of pursuing it. It can also be seen that he really cared about his friendship with him, otherwise he would at least reveal some unpleasant looks. But he didn't care about the deaths of the 3 warriors in his Chamber of Commerce. Back in the room, Yang Kai closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed to practice. About an hour later, a humming sound suddenly came from the inside of the huge battleship. The whole battleship seemed to be shaking. The shaking was only for a moment, and the next moment became stable. The speed is getting faster and faster, and after being lifted several thousand feet into the sky, it suddenly turns into a streamer and rushes towards the vast starry sky. Yang Kai opened his eyes and took a look, only to see the scenery outside the window receding like a fly, and the entire Xueyuxing gradually became smaller. Through the thick clouds, the battleship came to the starry world and sailed to the position of the Emerald Star. Since knowing that Xueyu is also in this battleship, Yang Kai has been cautiously closing the door. Even when he is cultivating, he will not release his power to avoid attracting Xueyu's attention. From the information he got from Shui Tong, he learned that Xueyu was living in a luxurious wing room on another floor, which had nothing to do with the cabin-style room on this floor, but Yang Kai still did not relax his vigilance. After so many years of wandering outside, prudence and caution are the basis for his survival. The speed of the Saint King level high-grade battleship is extremely fast, which is several times faster than that of Yang Kai's Imperial Envoy Star Shuttle. Comparing battleships of the same level with star shuttles, battleships can always take the advantage of speed. Although it is huge in size, the countless spiritual formations engraved inside can provide it with a great increase. Those holy crystals that are the source of energy. It can also provide the necessary power. In the starry sky, there are countless drifting meteorites. Those meteorites drift without any regularity. Some are large and small, some are scattered, and some are gathered together to form a huge meteorite sea. When the battleship moves in the starry sky, it avoids these meteorites with a very clever attitude, so as not to cause any unnecessary damage to the hull. If it is unavoidable, the warriors on the battleship will also be dispatched in advance to change the orbit of the meteorite, or smash directly. Along the way, there was nothing wrong with each other. Yang Kai cultivated his insights in his own room, and from time to time he would look at the charming scenery outside to ease his nerves. On this day, he suddenly took out the compass, poured spiritual thoughts into it, and got in touch with Shitong. Master Yang, what are your orders? Shui Tong quickly replied. What kind of cultivation are the 2 people following Xueyu's side? One of them is the Void Return Realm, and the other one should only have the Holy King 3-layer realm. Return to the Void Realm. Yang Kai was stunned, and also understood what position Shui Yu had in President Ayu's heart. The strongest guards in Shen Tu's palace were Jia Long, the third floor of the Holy King. The cultivation base of the realm, but Shui Yu has a strong man who returns to the virtual realm. In the heart of President Io, Shui Yu's status is obviously higher than that of Shen Tu. Where is Shui Yu herself? Yang Kai asked. The two-layer Saint King broke through 10 years ago, I don't know now. Shui Tong's tone was a little sighed. Master Shui Yu is very talented, and among the several sons of President Io, his cultivation is the highest. Yes, young Master Shen Tu can only rank second. Amazing. Yang Kai sincerely praised. In addition to the strong man beside Shui Yu, in this battleship, there are no warriors who return to the Void Realm, right? Well, there really isn't. After all, this kind of powerhouse is not very common. The number of people who have reached the Void Return Realm on each cultivation star is not too many. They are scattered in various places in the star territory and serve as the mainstay of each force. The trivial matter of transporting supplies is generally not troublesome to them, unless it is transporting some extremely valuable things. Only the Void Return Realm warrior will be dispatched to escort them. He explained, paused and said, Master Yang is worried about the safety of the battleship. If so, you can rest assured. The business of the Chamber of Commerce is all over the entire star field, and it has contacts with various forces, even those hiding in the ridge of the galaxy. The robbers in the den and the murderers in the abandoned lair will not easily attack the idea of our Chamber of Commerce warships. They also have needs for the Chamber of Commerce. The ridge of the galaxy, abandoned lair, these are the two major forces in the entire star field and their evil forces. Yang Kai had a brief understanding from Shentu before, knowing that they hated the entire star field, and they ran rampant in the star field, robbing them. In the past warships, they plundered the materials in the warships and the personnel in the warships. The men were slaves and the women were prostitutes. The methods were extremely cruel. Any battleship would avoid these two places at a distance. The major forces in the star field have joined forces many times to encircle and suppress them, but these two places are very dangerous, and both are protected by extremely tyrannical natural formations. Suppress the arrogance of the ridge of the galaxy and the abandoned lair, but it will not be long before they will be alive again, causing disaster to the star field, and intensifying their revenge. After several tossing, no one is thankful anymore. As long as the battleship marked by the Chamber of Commerce is marked, no one dares to move, and no one will move. There was a hint of pride in Shui Tong's tone. Understood. Yang Kai nodded, was bored, and chatted with Shui Tong for a while to pass the time, and then cut off the connection with him. He immersed his spiritual sense into the sea of consciousness, manifested his spiritual body, and raised his head to peek at the mysterious star map in the sky above the sea of consciousness. When chatting with Shitong just now, Yang Kai deliberately inquired about the situation of the Rainfall Star and the destination Emerald Star that the battleship was going to pass through. He knew that these two stars are both cultivation stars with good spiritual energy, and the Rainfall Star is the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. The star, and Emerald Star is the main star of the flame. He began to look for the position of Emerald Star and Rainfall Star in this star map. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Hong Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1043 Kill both men and women. Yang Kai's spiritual sense is like a ray of electricity, and he shuttles and lingers in the star map dotted in the sky of the Sea of Consciousness. Soon, according to Shui Tong's introduction, he found a cultivation star as big as a silver plate. At this moment, the cultivation star's ocean and land area are divided by half, which is different from the size of the main star of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Shuiyuexing. Phew. This is Rainfall Star. Around the Rainfall Star, there are larger sun stars and a few smaller moon stars. The moon stars revolve around the Rainfall Star under the action of the gravitational field, while the Rainfall Star is in the revolving around the sun star under the action of the gravitational field. They are irrelevant to each other, but they are inextricably linked. The situation of the star field in this area looks extremely mysterious, and the law of operation implies the law of the avenue, which makes the visit obsessed. The sun star and the moon star are two kinds of stars that must exist around the cultivation star. The sun star emits sunlight and provides nutrients for the plants and creatures on the cultivation star. Take a bath and relax. After finding the Rainfall Star, Yang Kai began to try to use his own understanding of the star field to outline various safe travel routes. Soon, he was surprised to find that using consciousness as the pen and spiritual sense as the ink, drawing a route on this star map can actually improve the understanding and application of his spiritual power. This unexpected discovery made him a little ecstatic. He spared no effort to start simulating the safe star maps, and rubbing the star maps depicting the safe route into his star shuttle. He enjoyed each other, and gradually forgot the passage of time and immersed himself in this and its mysterious realm. Both the depiction and the rubbing of the star map consume the power of spiritual consciousness. Yang Kai was immersed in it for many days, depicting and rubbing the star map of countless safe routes, from one star of cultivation to another star of cultivation. The route is so far away that it will take several years even to take a battleship. Some star map routes are 2 cultivation stars next to each other, and it does not take a few months to go back and forth. His understanding of the star territory became more and more profound, and his understanding and use of the fire of divine consciousness became more and more handy. From the inside out, he gave birth to a feeling that all souls have been baptized and sublimated. However, he didn't know how effective the star maps he had portrayed could be. Is it really foolproof to use his star maps to move within the star field, and whether they really would not encounter any danger? All of these have to be verified by practice before a definite answer can be drawn. He re-examined the battleship's route and compared it with the star map he had drawn. Then he found that the safety star map he had researched was exactly the same as the sailing route of the battleship, and he was instantly rejoicing, as if inspired, full of confidence in himself. He began to observe the route ahead, to see if there was any danger ahead. This observation, he immediately found something wrong. The battleship will sail forward for a day or two before entering a cold and silent star field. There are many meteorites in the large area, and the densely packed ocean is made of meteorites. The surrounding stars are all bleak. A dead silence, no aura. These stars are actually all death stars. He told Shui Tong of his discovery through the compass. Shui Tong quickly replied, "Young Master Yang, don't worry about the famous cold dead area, we will indeed pass there." "No problem," Yang Kai confirmed uneasy. "No problem, every battleship from Rainfall Star to Shuiyu Star will pass there, and nothing has ever happened." Shui Tong seemed to feel that Yang Kai was a little surprised and laughed secretly. After a pause, he suddenly asked in surprise, "How did young Master Yang know that we would pass through the icy dead zone?" With his understanding of Yang Kai, it is impossible for Yang Kai to master this knowledge, which makes him a little surprised. Yang Kai did not explain, but cut off the connection with him, and continued to concentrate on depicting the star map, improving his use of the power of divine consciousness. In the other wing of the battleship, this wing is extremely luxurious. Shuiyu sits on a comfortable chair, relaxed physically and mentally, holding a wine glass in his hand. The glass is filled with red wine like blood. He is elegant, taking a sip, listening to the report of the old man in the void return realm. "Master, I have already checked all aspects. There is no problem with the materials transported in the battleship. It is indeed the ones ordered by the flames, and I have not found anything that cannot be allowed to be transported." "No omissions?" Shuiyu asked softly. "No, I even caught a man and snooped on his memory, but I didn't find anything wrong." "Oh," a thoughtful look appeared on Shuiyu's face, her fingers that were even slender and whiter than a woman's inadvertently wrapped around her hair, playing with it lightly, her brows slightly wrinkled. This action of his was revealed unintentionally, but it was printed into the eyes of another subordinate who was standing next to him, but his body was shocked. Looking at Shuiyu recklessly, his pupils gradually turned red, like a very hungry jackal looking at a delicious meal. The obvious power fluctuations from his body seemed to be desperate, regardless of gender, to pounce on Shuiyu. "Master." The Void Return Realm powerhouse instantly sensed something was wrong and drank in a low voice. Shuiyu suddenly came back to her senses, and saw the ugly state of another subordinate. Her clear eyes like a deep pool could not help revealing a hint of disgust, and rushed to the subordinate, "Get out." The warrior with the strength of the third layer Holy King finally recovered, and his face turned red in an instant. After he left, the Void Return Realm old man smiled bitterly. "Young master, you should pay more attention. What happened just now is actually not his fault." Shuiyu snorted lightly. "Concentration is so bad, if something happens next time, don't let him follow me." "I see." The old man nodded lightly, sighing in his heart. If it wasn't for his strength and age just now, I'm afraid he would have fallen into the aura that Shuiyu unintentionally exudes, and he suddenly understood in his heart that this enchanting young master is indeed as rumored. He can kill both men and women. What he usually shows is his attraction to women. But the style he unintentionally revealed can make men obsessed with it, and make men unable to control themselves. If such a person grows up, who can resist his charm? There is no problem with the materials. Then what exactly is Shinrui hiding? A slight smile appeared on Shui Yu's face, and she suddenly said, "Forget it, I don't bother people for nothing, you back off." Yes. The old man in the Void Return realm respectfully retreated. The speed of the battleship suddenly slowed down a lot, as if it was going to pass through the icy dead zone and avoid those irregular meteorites, so the battleship did not maintain its previous speed. Soon, the charming scenery outside the window disappeared, the outside world was dark and cold, desolate and empty, and the battleship seemed to sail into an abyss of purgatory. Occasionally, some light came over, but it also disappeared in a flash, and soon disappeared. Passing through the sea of meteorites, the huge warship moved forward smoothly without any influence. This route is not dangerous, just a little rough. Every battleship of the Chamber of Commerce has passed by this place countless times, and no battleship has ever had an accident here. Therefore, the warriors on the battleship also sit back and relax without the slightest worry. However, as the commander and leader of the battleship, Shinrui was constantly paying attention to the movements around him and did not dare to relax in the slightest. He knew that any accident could cause unexpected losses. 2 days later, a sea of meteorites appeared in front of the battleship again. Shinrui carefully directed the battleship to sail into the sea of meteorites to avoid the impact of the meteorites. When the battleship broke into the meteorite-wrapped area, for some reason, Shinrui suddenly felt a chill all over his body, which made him very uncomfortable, and there seemed to be an aura of death coming towards him. The last time I felt this way was many years ago. At that time, he was chased and killed by a warrior who returned to the Void Realm. It was because of this unusual intuition that he was able to escape and survive until today. He trusted his instincts, so Shinrui immediately looked out through the window to see if there was any danger approaching. Suddenly, he saw a little white light blooming in the dark, icy dead zone. The dazzling white light pierced the deep darkness like a sharp sword, like a chain reaction. Soon, no less than 20 white lights lit up around the battleship, scattered on the nearby meteorites like fireflies. Shinrui's pupils shrank suddenly, and a stern shout sounded, "Leave this place at full speed, it's Broken Star Flash, someone has set a trap." His stern roar spread throughout the entire battleship, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. The faces of the warriors in the power room changed greatly, and the speed of the battleship was increased to the maximum in an instant, desperate to escape from here. But it was too late. The white light bloomed, emitting subtle energy fluctuations, and Shinrui's words fell silent. The white light suddenly scorched and became as dazzling as the sun. The rays of light shot into the deepest part of the starry sky, illuminating this icy death domain, so that every place becomes radiant. The terrifying energy fluctuations came out from that little white light, and circles of ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly rippling, 20-odd white lights, 20-odd ripples, layer upon layer, colliding together, seemingly forever. Endless, bringing a desperate breath of death. The space of the icy dead zone was distorted in an instant, and pieces fell apart. Countless meteorites turned into dust at this moment and disappeared. Wherever the ripples passed, everything became nothingness. The high-grade Holy King-class battleship where everyone was just speeding up was swallowed up by the layers of ripples. Extremely sturdy, the hull of the ship that can swim in the star field is as fragile as tofu, and like those meteorites, it turns into powder, exposing the interior. The warriors of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce were pale and horrified, and their eyes were full of horror for death and nostalgia for life. Ripples swayed through their bodies, no matter how high or low they were, they all exploded into blood mist, leaving no bones behind. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for a recommended vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Chapter 1044 Somewhat Extraordinary. When Shinrui's voice sounded, Yang Kai was still immersed in the study of the star map. He sensed something was wrong from the hurried and frightened roar, and immediately withdrew his spiritual sense. Then he felt violent energy fluctuations coming from all directions. The fluctuations were so strong that he had an illusion of immediate death. The compass vibrated, and there was a message from Shui Tong, "Young Master Yang, hurry up." Before he finished speaking, there was no audio. The room suddenly collapsed, the piece of fast material turned into nothingness and disappeared, and Yang Kai's body was directly exposed to the starry sky. He turned his head and looked around, and saw the bloody fog bursting open, and saw the warriors of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce struggling to escape, but could not avoid the swallowing of those ripples. Circles of ripples rippled across their bodies like the sharpest knives, cutting them into powder. Yang Kai realized that something was wrong, raised his strength, and grabbed it violently into the void, trying to tear the space and escape from here. But what made him feel desperate was that the unfavorable tearing of the space did not work this time. The space crack did not come out smoothly. The ripples burst open, which has affected this large area of the space field, making the space here become disorganized. Yang Kai couldn't tear the space apart. Black hole-like cracks were born around the battleship, and they opened and closed like fish mouths, engulfing everything nearby. Yang Kai's color changed suddenly, and he instantly cast the demon god transformation, raising his own strength to the maximum, and fled in the opposite direction where the ripples spread without hesitation. The aura of death and extinction behind him is like a maggot in the Tarsus, chasing it. The bursting space is like the most violent space weapon, cutting every inch of Yang Kai's skin, making him bloody in an instant, and his body is full of golden rays of light. He resisted the pain to run Saint Yuan, condensed one side after another, and guarded him beside him. The silver leaf secret treasure that had not been used for a long time was finally sacrificed and turned into a galaxy, wrapping himself around. Airtight. Chi chi chi. The power of space continued to cut, and the silver light quickly faded, and the silver leaf artifact, which was a high-grade saint, lost its spirituality and shattered in a short period of time. This secret treasure was actually destroyed directly. The crunching sound of the smashing sound was incessant, and the vast sky shield condensed by Yang Kai could not resist the formidable power of destroying the heavens and the earth. The pain all over his body was incomparable, and Yang Kai almost suspected that he was about to die. His speed has been raised to the limit, roaring, desperately shooting into the distance to rush out of here, rushing out of a way of life. Just then, a roar came from the side. "Let's go, young master. I'll delay for a moment for you." Yang Kai took a break from his busy schedule and glanced over there, just as he saw an old man stop his body, open his arms as if to hug something, and look solemnly at the ripples approaching from behind. Strange and inexplicable energy, the fluctuations emanated from his body, and the aura belonging to the void return realm spread. He released his own strength, using his own strength as a pillar, forcibly opened a space crack that was about to close and tore the crack even bigger. The ripples and fluctuations spread to him in front of him, and he looked like he was going to die. He didn't move. The power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth was imposed on him, causing him to smash his clothes in an instant, and his blood and flesh were separated. But also because of his efforts, many destructive forces were guided into the space crack. Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure lightened, and his heart was overjoyed. Not far from the old man, a young man with hair draped over his shoulders, with a handsome and evil appearance, looked at the old man who had sacrificed his life for himself. It is a fiery red color, dazzling, and the armor is added one by one, wrapping his whole body, making him look heroic. He and Yang Kai looked at each other and fled in one direction at the same time. Snow Moon. Yang Kai scolded secretly, wishing he could stop now and strangle this guy to death. The other party's sorrowful eyes were leisurely and bright, obviously recognizing his identity, but at the juncture of running for his life, he didn't have the time to pay attention to himself. His two fists were clenched together, showing the helplessness and anger in his heart. He looked back faintly again. With a glance, the scene of the old man's body shattered into the depths of his eyes, hiding this hatred in his heart, and then fleeing without looking back. The old man with the void return realm only delayed for less than 3 breaths, and the space crack that he forcibly opened was destroyed, and the ripples spread outwards without any reduction. It soon spread to where Yang Kai and Shui Yu were. Yang Kai only felt a sway. The whole person seemed to be bombarded by thousands of fists, every inch of skin was cracked, and the sea of consciousness was turbulent, and the sky was spinning, unconscious. The moment before he fell into a coma, he saw that the armor Shui Yu was wearing was peeled off piece by piece, and his clothes were shattered piece by piece, revealing a perfect, flawless body of snow white. Yang Kai's pupils dilated at that moment, and he felt as if he had seen something incredible. This guy's 2 pectoral muscles seemed to be a little different. Yang Kai thought strangely, and then lost consciousness. In the cold and dark star field, there is a barren and dead silence. The meteorite sea that originally existed in the vicinity was also swept away in that explosion. The huge Holy King class high-grade battleship disappeared. There was no news of the hundreds of warriors on the battleship, and all the materials were lost. It's as if it never existed, leaving no trace at all. In the silence, Yang Kai's bloody figure drifted quietly in the star field. He seemed to fall into a deep sleep, and he didn't know when he would be able to wake up. The golden light shrouded him, and the powerful recovery power of the demon god Golden Blood once again played a role, causing his damaged flesh to squirm. The wound began to heal quickly, and new flesh grew in the missing place. His fingers moved suddenly, His eyes struggled to open, his eyes were blank, he was confused, and he didn't react. The scenes before the coma flashed before his eyes, and screams and roars of despair echoed in his ears, and he immediately realized what had happened to him. Huodi got up and stopped suddenly, his body extremely stiff. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been dismantled, and there were scars all over his body. He lay down again and used his spiritual sense to check his own state. The condition is very bad, there is a lot of lack of flesh and blood, the meridians are severely damaged, and the power is not running smoothly. Now he does not have half the strength of the peak period. Even if he was as strong as his body, even if the devil's golden blood was flowing in his body, it would take at least half a month to fully recover from such an injury. After clarifying the current situation, he found the recovered holy pill from the magical mystery tome and stuffed it into the mouth to dissolve the medicinal effect. He couldn't help feeling a little fortunate. If it wasn't for the Void Return Realm old man beside Shuiyu who delayed for a while, his injuries might have been more serious, and he might even have perished in this disaster. The powerhouses in the Void Return Realm have already died, not to mention that he is only a small character in the Holy Two-Layer Realm. What about Shuiyu? Did he die? Recalling the scene he saw before he fell into a coma, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became weird. He thought about it carefully and confirmed that it was not an illusion that he saw in confusion. Such a big secret. Yang Kai was distracted and didn't notice the breath of life nearby. Even if Shuiyu didn't die, he might be the same as him. He was in a very bad state. He accidentally saw the other party's secret. Might just give up. Yang Kai has regarded Shuiyu as his enemy. Blood Eye. He remembered another person, and quickly took out the compass and poured spiritual thoughts into it, trying to get in touch with Shitong. But to his disappointment, no matter how he called, there was no response from Shui Tong. Before the disaster, Shui Tong used the compass to send Yang Kai a message of escape, but the connection was interrupted before the words were finished. Around that time, he had an accident. Yang Kai sighed softly and put the compass away. He felt a little sad, and Shui Tong was probably more fortunate than good luck. This monster race warrior is quite good, and if Shen Tu had not asked him to take him away, he would not have suffered this innocent disaster. He is so unlucky. Who the hell set a trap in that sea of meteorites and wanted to destroy a battleship of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce? What kind of trap has such a devastating power? Is it for revenge or against someone? Yang Kai is unknown. He only remembered that before the disaster, Shinrui once shouted a sentence of shattering star flash, but he didn't know what it meant. He secretly decided to find out all of this, not only because he nearly lost his life, but also because Shui Tong's death had to give Shen Tu an explanation. There was a trace of traction from below, pulling his body to fall down. Yang Kai turned his head with difficulty, looked down, and found that there was a not too big Death Star tens of thousands of feet below him. That pulling force was created by the gravity emanating from the Death Star. He let himself fall. 2 hours later, when Yang Kai was about to fall to the ground of the Death Star, he turned his strength to stabilize his figure, and then fell. Looking left and right, this Death Star really lives up to its name. It is a lifeless area, like a barren desert. There is no grass, no vitality, no traces of life activities, and there are hills and bumps everywhere. He was standing next to a huge pit at the moment, naked and not a trace. His clothes had been destroyed in that explosion. After this period of recovery, Yang Kai felt that he had finally recovered a lot. When he was about to take out a set of clothes from the Demon Mystic Tome and put it on, he suddenly changed his expression and released his spiritual sense. Then he noticed a ray of life breath coming from a place not far from him. His face changed slightly, and he didn't care much, and hurried over there. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users please go to M to read. Chapter 1045 Struggle and Resistance. There is a huge pit 100 feet away from where Yang Kai is located. At this moment, there is a woman with a delicate and graceful figure, snow-white skin, and no strands all over her body. She stood in the pit, caressed her forehead, kneaded slowly, and looked around blankly. She was in the same state as Yang Kai just now. She was confused by the disaster, and she still didn't understand what happened. She stood there, her snow-white body glowing as attractive as porcelain, the jade peaks on her chest were tall and straight like mountains, plump and surprisingly elastic, her beautiful legs were slender, white and tender, and the beauty between them was enough to make any man's blood swell. One after another dark red bloodstains spread on her body, making her look a different kind of temptation. Her whole body was in excruciating pain, and with a slight movement, a suppressed moan came from her throat, like the most charming musical note rippling in this world. As she rubbed and thought about it, she gradually understood her own situation, recalled what happened before, her beautiful eyes shrank, and the depths of her pupils shone with murderous intent like a knife, and her delicate body trembled lightly. Gritting his teeth, he took a deep breath, and his full breast swayed in a haunting arc, calming down his mood. Then she wiped off her space ring, took out a fragrant pill and stuffed it into the mouth to restore her injury and strength. She also took out a pair of snow-white trousers from the space ring. The small trousers were exquisite and cute, almost the size of a palm. I don't know what kind of material they were made of. There were many exquisite patterns on the trousers. She raised her feet and half bent down, ready to put on her clothes. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from overhead, and a piece of fast gravel slid down from above. Hearing the movement, she couldn't help but change the color of her face, and looked up Huodi. Then she saw a man standing on the edge of the deep pit at some point, staring at him with wide-eyed eyes. His eyes seemed to be radiant, piercing, and his eyes were extremely reckless, like knives. He lingered on the most private and hidden parts of his body, imprinting everything in his eyes. She instantly remembered the man's face. It was him who passed by the valley a few days ago and forced himself to give up that deal. It was him who made himself spend 2 months looking for it, and killed 2,000 people for it. It was him who fled with him when the battleship was shattered. He was actually naked, without any clothes, and his exposed muscles were strong and powerful. The man's majesty was so openly exposed, like the proboscis of an elephant, which stained his holy eyes and pierced his own flawless mind. Then she realized that she was also naked. At this moment, she was half bent over, her chest was trembling, her beautiful legs were lightly lifted, like the most slutty woman trying to please her lover, she was actively showing all kinds of beauty. She is ashamed. You're looking for. She drank tenderly, but before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly turned pale and coughed violently, with red blood spilling from the corners of her thin and tender mouth, her small hands covered her chest, and she stumbled a few times. Step. Her injuries are much more serious than Yang Kai's, and all her internal organs have been displaced. Although she doesn't seem to have many serious injuries due to the protection of the fiery red armor before, those kinds of hidden injuries are the most deadly. Death. She squeezed out a sentence with difficulty, and then she glared at Yang Kai, gnashing her teeth, with a posture that she wished to swallow him alive. No man has ever seen his body, and no one except those closest to him knows his secret, but now, he is being watched by a little character who pops out of nowhere. He covered his whole body, and his presumptuous eyes still contained a kind of judgmental meaning. She couldn't help but feel a sense of desecration. Master Xueyu. Yang Kai grinned, his smile was meaningful, he didn't care about his body being exposed, not only did he not intend to cover up, but he took a step forward to make his figure clearer. And then he tutted his tongue in admiration and said, I didn't expect that young Master Xueyu is actually a woman. This is really a big anecdote. The woman below the pit is similar in appearance to the Xueyu he had seen before, but there are many differences in subtleties. It is these subtle changes that make a male Xueyu reborn and become a stunning stunner. This kind of beauty is difficult to describe in words. Her face and body are perfect without a single flaw. It seems that the Creator has concentrated all the advantages on her, and every part of it makes people dream about it, which makes people fascinated and unable to extricate themselves. Her pair of beautiful eyes are also extremely clear, crystal clear and translucent, and there is always a wonderful mist flowing, as if to suck the soul of a person into them, making people unable to break free, willing to serve her, and give everything of their own. Yang Kai came over just now, and when he saw her for the first time, he couldn't help but shake his body, and there was a strong intoxication in his heart, wishing to freeze time and space at that moment, let him watch this forever a scene of a woman bending over to get dressed. Her whole person is like a dream, the most beautiful dream, and people who are intoxicated in it will not want to wake up. Yang Kai has traveled all the way, and has seen many women, and there are countless people with outstanding appearance, but after careful comparison, no one can reach her height, no one can be as perfect as her. In all fairness, even Su Yan compared with her, there are some things missing. It's a miracle that a person can do this. This is entirely the gift of the Creator. Like herself, she was in a coma in that disaster, and was pulled over by the gravity emanating from the Death Star, and she should have only woken up not long ago, otherwise she wouldn't even have time to wear clothes. She killed 2,000 people just to find her own existence, to keep that little secret. Whether Yang Kai is willing or not, he has become her enemy. But at this moment, Yang Kai didn't know if he should attack her to protect his position and interests. After all, no matter what, this person and Shen Tu are still related by blood, and she is Shen Tu's sister. Moreover, Yang Kai was a little reluctant to attack her, secretly feeling that bullying such a beautiful and moving woman is really inappropriate. This thought made him alert, and he quickly stabilized his mind, not to be affected by Shui Yu. Shui Yu did not use any charm skills, nor did she deliberately use any secret techniques to influence her judgment. She just stood there and looked over with resentment, without concealing her disgust and murderous intent, but the invisible impact let Yang Kai involuntarily soften his heart. What a terrible woman! Yang Kai was secretly shocked. She clearly knew that she had bad intentions towards him and wanted to kill him, but he still couldn't do it right away. This was the first time Yang Kai encountered such a woman. What do you want to do? Shui Yu seems to know that her state is very bad, and she is not in a hurry to find Yang Kai's trouble. Suddenly, a colorful divine light burst out from the body, and the light shines on her and covers her. The private parts of his body concealed the leaked spring light and did not give Yang Kai a chance to spy. But I don't know if it was because it was too weak, the colorful divine light was not too strong, but covered her body like a translucent tulle. She suddenly became more tempting. The hazy beauty slammed into Yang Kai's mind fiercely, giving him an extremely strong visual impact. Compared to when she was completely naked, it made people's blood flow even more. Shui Yu's face became more and more ugly, and she felt ashamed. The suppressed anger and grievance finally erupted. With a wave of her hand, a colorful divine light shot towards Yang Kai like a satin, and Yang Kai was still immersed in that hazy beauty. Time to bind him. Then Shui Yu pulled Yang Kai in front of her, and the small pink fist slammed forward, and the fist burst out with amazing energy fluctuations, smashing directly towards Yang Kai's heart. She wants to kill the man who spied on her beautiful body and keep the biggest secret of her life. Murderous intent rushed towards his face. Yang Kai seemed to be indifferent. A pair of thief eyes were still flowing on Shui Yu's body. The two red spots on his chest and the yin-yang grass between his legs became a deadly vortex, attracting his mind. Make him unable to extricate himself. A look of disgust appeared on Shui Yu's pretty face, and the fluctuations in her fists became more intense. Boom! The pink fist successfully smashed into Yang Kai's heart, and the ferocious energy penetrated into the body, wantonly destroying Yang Kai's internal organs, and Yang Kai, who should have been killed immediately or even burst open, suddenly smiled strangely at Shui Yu. That smile. Zhang was full of ridicule, then opened his arms and hugged her directly. Shui Yu's face was instantly pale, and she screamed. She felt her plump breasts being squeezed against a pair of solid chests, changing their shape, and there was an amazing amount of heat from the chest, and the heat rushed into her body like a ray of electricity, making her delicate body tremble, making her unable to breathe and think normally. She stretched out her hands and shoved Yang Kai, but she couldn't exert any strength. The outbreak of the punch just now completely drained her, who was already in poor condition. She patted Yang Kai's shoulders and kept twisting her delicate body, trying to get rid of Yang Kai's hold, but not only did it not work, but instead made the scene ridiculous, like a flirtation between lovers. Don't move, Yang Kai roared, his eyes flashing fiercely, threateningly. How could Shui Yu pay attention to him? While yelling at Yang Kai for being a shameless bastard and a rogue, he continued to struggle even harder. Ow! Yang Kai's expression suddenly became weird, a strange voice burst out from his throat, and there was a hint of ecstasy on his face. Such constant body friction made him fully feel the softness and toughness of Shui Yu's body, and fully experience the amazing elasticity of the pair of jade peaks. His eyes were fiery, and he could hardly contain the desire in his heart, and his body immediately had the reaction that a man should have. Shui Yu's face was as pale as paper. She felt as if a monster between her legs quickly raised its head, becoming as hot and hard as a soldering iron, and the monster's head was turning towards her little by little. The lower body is coming from aggression. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1046 Take Advantage. Inside the pit, Yang Kai and Shui Yu were face to face, clinging to each other could clearly feel the heat of each other's skin and smell each other's breath. Yang Kai hugged her tightly, his arms were so strong that he almost broke her delicate body. Shui Yuehua's face changed color, and the aggression of the hot and iron-like object between her legs made her heart chaotic. She immediately realized what was going on, her delicate body shuddered, and fear and horror emerged from the depths of her beautiful eyes, and she couldn't help pinching it. He stretched his legs and clamped the monster's hideous head, preventing it from approaching his own pure zone. Yang Kai made a clever move, and his expression became more pleasant in ecstasy. Shui Yu's beautiful legs and white, tender and smooth skin brought him unimaginable pleasure and comfort, and his murderous intentions could not stop stagnant. I fought with you. He had been humiliated by this, and screamed hysterically. At this moment, she no longer had the calm elegance of the third young master of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. She was like a crazy woman. His eyes were about to split, and he didn't know where the power came from. He slapped Yang Kai with two palms, and a flash of colorful light erupted from those palms. Bang bang! When Yang Kai was struck by lightning, his body shook, and when he opened his mouth, a golden blood mist sprayed Shui Yu all over his face. His state is also not good. Before, in order to paralyze Shui Yu, he took a blow from her to get close to her. Now that he was bombarded twice, Yang Kai also reached the end of the force, and his expression suddenly wilted. Under those two palms, the injury that had just recovered in the body was serious again. Shui Yu looked crazy, the fingertips of both hands squeezed into Yang Kai's flesh and blood, scratching fiercely, tearing off one flesh after another. She opened her small mouth again, facing Yang Kai's shoulders and chest. Biting away, resisting with the greatest strength, a posture that wants to die with Yang Kai. She has at least the cultivation of the two-layer Saint King. Although she was unable to exert 30% of her usual strength because of the disaster, Yang Kai was a little overwhelmed by this kind of fight. In an instant, he was bloody, and his body was full of strange things. Tooth marks. Looking for death, Yang Kai roared and slammed a fist into Shui Yu's pretty face, without any thought of pity on Shang Xiu. After this punch, Shui Yu's head immediately shifted to the side, her cheeks seemed to be swollen, and the force of the punch made both Yang Kai and Shui Yu fall to the ground. Before she landed, Yang Kai suddenly turned her body around, turning her back to him, and still hugged her tightly with both hands, restraining her arms, preventing her from scratching and biting her flesh. Shui Yu struggled to resist and refused to compromise in the slightest. All parts of her body that could be used were turned into weapons, constantly causing damage to Yang Kai, trying to get rid of his entanglement. Boom boom boom. The two rolled around in the pit of the Death Star, their fists and feet together, and they were next to each other in the tightest posture, but they fought like enemies of life and death. The dust is everywhere, and every now and then one or two rays of light bloom. But no matter who it is, the body gradually becomes weaker until it can no longer move. The sound of violent gasps sounded, and the two kept their chests against their backs, lying in a certain place in the pit, motionless, all looking up at the cold and dark starry sky. I don't know when, Yang Kai's two hands have already crossed over Shui Yu's two groups, and the astonishing touch from the palm of his hand shocked Yang Kai's spirit. When Shui Yu was a man, Yang Kai couldn't see that she was so predictable, but after grasping the two peaks in the palm of his hand, he had to sigh that this woman's capital was strong. Yang Kai's hand is quite large, and around it, a slap can't cover a jade peak. The small and delicate protrusions rubbed against Yang Kai's palm, and the jade peak was hot, soft, but surprisingly elastic. Yang Kai couldn't help but use a little more strength to hold it tightly. A charming note came out of Shui Yu's throat, her head raised slightly. It seemed that she was pinched a little uncomfortable, but she was more embarrassed. Yang Kai ignored her, and instead felt the stimulation of her smooth back and firm buttocks. Although there are many scars and blood on Shui Yu's body, her skin is fair and tender, with an attractive luster like a newborn baby. During the scrolling just now, Yang Kai fully felt the charm of her plump and round buttocks. Those two round buttocks constantly squeezed his fatal parts, making Yang Kai excited and ecstatic. His mind was ups and downs, and he could not calm down for a long time. The high-pitched ferocious has been pinched by her in the buttocks. It seems that as long as Yang Kai moves his lower body, he can break through that layer of blockade and completely possess this woman. This ambiguous posture makes the two people's private parts close to each other. A drop of warm liquid suddenly rolled onto Yang Kai's arm, and Shui Yu let out a soft sob. Aren't you? Yang Kai was speechless. The woman actually cried when she was fighting for her life and death, and she didn't know whether it was a show of true feelings or a show. Since I was a child, no one has treated me like this. Few people even know my true gender. You dare to insult me like this, I remember you, and I will make you pay the price. Shui Yu gritted her teeth, said. You can survive. Yang Kai grinned. When I recover, I will rape you first and then kill you. Try it. Shui Yu was unmoved and started a fight with Yang Kai. Your current state is not good. Before you came, I had already taken a high-grade Holy King pill, and I can't use it. How long will I have the strength to get rid of you, then I don't know who will die. She stopped crying, but laughed wickedly. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily, I'll let you experience torture all over the world, and then slowly torture you to death. Yang Kai blew a breath of heat beside her delicate earlobe. Shui Yu's face changed immediately, her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly, she held her breath, she was afraid that Yang Kai would bring her a more humiliating experience. Then let's see who can recover first. Yang Kai looked like he was winning. He's not afraid of anyone other than resilience. Although Shui Yu took a high-grade Holy King pill, he had the golden blood of the devil. After a while, the flesh and blood that was scratched and bitten by Shui Yu began to wriggle and heal again, and the internal organs were in good condition. The two of them stopped talking, hugged each other and pressed their skin against each other, like a man and a woman who loved each other enjoying the warmth and tranquility at the moment, but under the surface of this warmth and tranquility, murderous intent was surging. Suddenly, a ray of colorful divine light burst out. Yang Kai howled in pain, his face changed greatly, and he gritted his teeth. Bitch, you are so insidious. Ha, Shui Yu smiled smugly, what is insidious to deal with a person like you? Hurry up and let go of me, or I will break your dantian, abolish your cultivation, and let you I can't practice for a lifetime. One of her jade-like hands, now bypassing her waist and ribs, actually inserted into Yang Kai's abdomen, pinched by Yang Kai's abdominal muscles, and the energy on her fingertips seemed to be able to penetrate into Yang Kai's dantian, within, destroying the source of this power. Yang Kai doesn't know when she accumulated this little power, maybe she hid it from the very beginning. He finally knew that this woman was different from other women. Even if she was subdued like this, she would try her best to resist and take the lead. Can you loosen it up? I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. After 3 breaths, what are you doing? Shui Yu's calm tone suddenly became messy, and she screamed in horror, her face pale, stop moving. The moment she threatened, Yang Kai actually did not retreat but moved forward, pushing his body forward, allowing Shui Yu's little hand to insert deeper into his abdomen, but the arrogant man was also moved because of this. Gradually stick to the quiet and narrow corridor between Shui Yu's legs. Almost reached the entrance of the corridor. Shui Yu panicked instantly, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai sank into his dantian, maintaining his strength at his waist, sticking out his tongue in a nasty manner, and licking Shui Yu's small earlobe. You bastard, Shui Yu yelled, her delicate body trembling. Swear, there is a saying that peony flowers die, and it is romantic to be a ghost. It doesn't matter if you break my dantian, if you dare to do it, I will immediately make you chaste. Yang Kai laughed lowly, anyway, I am lonely and widowed. No worries, unlike young Master Shui Yu, you have a high and powerful position, tisk, when you get married in the future, when your husband finds out that you are not perfect, it will be interesting, such a small role as me, possessing someone like you doesn't need this life, it's worth it. Mad, you are crazy. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes were full of horror, she was really frightened by Yang Kai's outlaw-like approach, and the feeling of the hard foreign body between her legs made her even more unaware the calculation and scheming that have been maintained from beginning to end completely collapsed at this moment. This man is more terrifying than the robbers of the Ridge of the Galaxy, and more vicious than the villains who abandoned the lair. I'm crazy. Anyway, this is the end of the matter. Either you die or I die. There is no other way to go. Enjoy your ecstasy before you die, and you can also reminisce when you get to Wangquan. Saying so, Yang Kai's strong waist gradually exerted force and swayed forward. He seems to really hold the consciousness of dying under the peony flower, and he doesn't care about his own life at all. Wait a minute, Shui Yu tightened her body and pushed her body forward, trying to calm her tone, I think we can talk. Talk about it. Yang Kai stopped the aggressive action and said with great interest, what to talk about, how to talk. You and I don't have any big grudges, there's no need to make things like this, right? Shui Yu lightly opened her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with hatred, but she had to compromise for her innocence. What do you mean? We can still turn our battles into jade and silk. What can't you do? Shui Yu turned her head, and her snow-white face was immediately printed on Yang Kai's lips. She couldn't help but get angry and moved away immediately, scolding this bastard for trying to take advantage of her, and wishing she could immediately take advantage of her. He was ashes. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1047 Soul Chains. After listening to Shui Yu's words, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. You are not so naive, are you? If you treat me as a 3-year-old child, you will be disappointed. I treat you like this, can you swallow your anger and pretend that nothing happened? You are the son of the president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and I am just a nobody. If you survive this time, I am afraid it will be difficult for me in the future. I would rather have you now, then you will abolish your cultivation base, be beaten to death by you, and don't want to be deceived by your rhetoric. My rhetoric? Shui Yu shouted, I am a woman, how can I speak eloquently? This is your man's patent, right? Anyway, I don't believe you, whatever you say is a fart. Yang Kai snorted. Can you stop being so unreasonable? Shui Yu was angry and laughed, since I propose this, I will definitely show a certain sincerity and promise not to settle accounts with you in the autumn. Yang Kai's expression changed and he stared at her deeply. Speaking of which, now he and Shui Yu both have their own fears, and neither can do anything about the other. Shui Yu's cultivation base is much higher than him, but his injuries are more serious than his, and his recovery ability is not as good as his, so he can maintain a deadlock with him. But it's not a solution to go on like this all the time. In the end, it will definitely be the result of a dead fish and a broken net, which no one wants to see. Yang Kai is not willing to give up his cultivation in order to seize a woman's chastity, and Shui Yu is even more reluctant to be defiled by someone like Yang Kai. He suddenly felt that he could listen to what Shui Yu had to say. You say, I'm listening. Yang Kai nodded at her, his 2 hands still clenched her yufeng, unwilling to relax in the slightest. You and I don't have much grudges. In the final analysis, it's just that you bumped into my deal in the valley. Yes, you killed more than 2,000 people for this. Yang Kai sneered, you are such a vicious woman with a vicious heart, how could I believe it? Aren't you safe and sound? Shui Yu asked back, do you care about those 2,000 people? Does it have something to do with you? That's not it, then just shut up. Shui Yu snorted coldly, my proposal is, you let me go, I won't trouble you, but you can't leak out about that transaction, you can't put it here, tell anyone about it. Saying this, her face turned red, and she had been beating to death with Yang Kai just now. She ignored the humiliation she had suffered and now talked to Yang Kai about the conditions, which seemed to awaken her shame as a woman. In particular, the heat from Yang Kai's palm poured into her tender body through the 2 protrusions, making her feel a strange feeling she had never felt before. How do you guarantee it? Yang Kai asked calmly. I'll give you the guarantee you deserve. This guarantee is not just verbal, I'm afraid you won't believe it. As long as you know. Shui Yu took a deep breath. Her full chest bulged in Yang Kai's palm, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she said helplessly, I have a secret treasure that was refined by a master of the Chamber of Commerce, originally for me. The things that are prepared at the time of danger are now cheaper for you. What secret treasure? Yang Kai became curious. Soul chains. Shui Yu gritted her teeth, this secret treasure can link the soul imprint of you and me with the traces of life. If one of us dies, the other will die too. Is this guarantee enough? Same life and death. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he said with a strange smile, Beauty, we haven't gotten to this point yet, right? Although you and I treat each other frankly and have a skin-to-skin relationship, isn't this progress too fast? And I'm a man with a wife, too. Can you be serious? Don't be so glib. Do you know that your appearance is very annoying? Shui Yu scolded, do you think I am willing to associate my life with you? A warrior of the stratum, if you encounter a little danger, you may die in Wangquan. If you really want to do this, I have to protect you all the time in the future. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and he felt her breathing with his heart, and her soul fluctuated. After a while, he said, should I trust you? I've already made concessions to this extent. If you don't believe it, then we can only fight to death. This is not the ending you want, right? You and I have a bright future and a beautiful tomorrow. Who wants to die on this dead star? Yang Kai grinned. How did I find out that your desire to survive is much stronger than mine? Shui Yu's pretty face sank, and she stopped talking. One more question, can the function of the secret treasure be removed? I don't want to be tied to you for the rest of my life. Rao as Shui Yu's heart is good, and she was almost mad at Yang Kai's words. Who doesn't want to be tied up with whom? As if he shamelessly forced him, it should be an honor for you bastard to be tied to him. Shui Yu murmured in her heart, and said, it can be lifted, but if 2 people are willing, if anyone refuses, the function of the secret treasure cannot be unlocked. That's good. Yang Kai laughed, thought about it, and said in a low voice, I believe you. Then have we agreed? We have a deal. I want to take out that secret treasure, let me go a little, you can't move me. Shui Yu said softly, struggling slightly. Yang Kai was stunned and slowly loosened the arms that bound her, but he didn't let his guard down. Instead he put his big mouth close to Shui Yu's earlobe and exhaled. Don't play any tricks, with a little effort, you are mine. I know. Shui Yu Yinya clenched her teeth and responded bitterly. She was hugged by Yang Kai, one hand was still stuck in Yang Kai's abdomen, and the other hand wearing the space ring was put to her mouth. Spiritual sense poured into it, and the space ring flashed brightly, like a chain, a secret treasure that looks like it appears on the ground. That's it. Yang Kai quickly grabbed the artifact and let Shui Yu slam it into the air. This artifact has a very strange effect. Why did the master of your Chamber of Commerce make this kind of thing for you? I said, this is something prepared when I am in danger. If I encounter an invincible enemy, I can use this secret treasure to connect it with my own life. This is a means of life-saving. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and poured his spiritual sense into the secret treasure to investigate and found that some unknown spiritual formations were engraved inside, and there was a very strange energy inside. The energy was so strong that Yang Kai couldn't help but change color. There is no doubt that this energy is poured into it by a strong person who has reached the virtual king realm, and has the mystery of that person's soul. He immediately understood that it was not the secret treasure that would play a role, but the magical power of the Void King stage powerhouse. This secret treasure was just a carrier, which sealed the magical power in it. Aware of this, Yang Kai was happy and said, I don't trust you, tell me how to activate the power in this secret treasure. Shui Yu said angrily, why are you so careful? Are you still a man? Do you want to verify if I am a man? Yang Kai snorted. No need. Shui Yu was shocked and quickly said, pour in the mind and open the seal. Yang Kai poured spiritual mind into it according to his words. The seal in the secret treasure is not strong and can be easily broken. The next moment, a sensational fluctuation of the soul suddenly radiated from the secret treasure, a circle of purple halo swayed from the secret treasure, spread over the bodies of Yang Kai and Shui Yu, and enveloped the two of them. The purple light was pervasive, penetrated into the pores of Yang Kai and Shui Yu's skin, and was quickly absorbed by the two of them. Both of them couldn't help but close their eyes, feeling the effect of the divine soul energy. Their bodies trembled slightly, and an indescribable feeling arose in their hearts. It seems that each other has become part of each other, there is an illusion of blood connection. Shui Yu groaned softly. The charming note made Yang Kai suddenly wake up his strange expression, and the arm that restrained Shui Yu was no longer so hard. Her waist, covering her buttocks, felt the plumpness and softness there, rubbing against her skin. Shui Yu's voice became more and more strange, her delicate body squirmed, blood was almost dripping from her red lips, and a strange red light appeared on her skin. Yang Kai's rough hand rubbed, causing her to react with shame involuntarily. She doesn't seem to want to resist too much, she seems to take the initiative to cooperate and let Yang Kai act. Her brows were tightly knitted and condensed into a line, and the idea of struggling and resisting appeared on her face, and then she bit the tip of her tongue fiercely. The pain suddenly made her sober, and she jumped out of Yang Kai's embrace like a frightened rabbit, separated a few meters away, looked at Yang Kai with shame and anger, gritted his teeth and said, shameless, you still want to take advantage of me, are you still not satisfied? Yang Kai licked his lips and rubbed his fingers, feeling a little lost. When Shui Yu jumped out, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of loss. Why do I think you have become a lot more friendly? And you are not as vigilant as you just now. This is also the effect of the magical power sealed in the secret treasure. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Yes. Shui Yu put one hand on her chest, covering her twin peaks, and the other hand on her lower body, preventing Yang Kai from prying eyes, and pursed her lips. Our soul brand, life aura is all we are already connected, whether you or I like it or not, we will involuntarily develop a sense of intimacy, in other words, we will treat each other as important people. So amazing, Yang Kai frowned. By the way, I don't think you are so annoying anymore. Shui Yu said unwillingly. Yang Kai grinned and wanted to laugh, but he was afraid of making her angry, and it was extremely hard to hold back. Turn around, I want to get dressed, don't peek. Shui Yu Jiao shouted. I hugged it, I touched it, you can see your whole body, what's the problem? Yang Kai sneered, disapproving. Shui Yu angrily squatted down, picked up the gravel from the ground, and threw it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately hugged his head and ran away. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1048 You look good without clothes. On the Death Star, Yang Kai closed his eyes and meditated, recovering his injuries and strength. There was a slight sound of footsteps in front of him, and he opened his eyes to look, and his eyes lit up. Shui Yu was standing pretty not far in front of him at the moment, wearing a fiery red dress. The dress was splendid, and at first glance it was an extraordinary secret treasure. The long skirt is woven from an unknown material, and the texture is soft, clinging to her delicate body, showing the perfect curve and seductive curvature of her body, making her look like a goddess. Her long hair, which had been draped over her shoulders, was also tied into a bun, and the hairpin was crossed across her hair, and the hairpin was also tangled. The pink jade arm seems to be able to squeeze water, making people want to pounce on it and take a bite. She wears 2 dikui jade bracelets on her wrists, and her small half of her beautiful legs are also exposed. Pieces of exquisite jewelry set off her temperament. Elegant. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a hint of obsession, staring at her in a daze, unable to turn his eyes away. He was vigilant in his heart, and secretly warned himself not to be confused by this woman, but he still couldn't resist her beauty. It seemed that as long as she hooked her fingers, he would be willing to go through fire and water for her, no matter what. When this thought occurred, Yang Kai finally became alert, bit his tongue secretly, and woke up. Shui Yu squinted her beautiful eyes and observed Yang Kai triumphantly. She seemed to know how he was doing at the moment. There was a happy smile on her pretty face, and she felt a sense of satisfaction for no reason. A sense of satisfaction that a woman is pleasing to herself. After Yang Kai broke free from her aura, Shui Yu couldn't help frowning, looking a little surprised and a little lost. She turned around, showing all her seduction and beauty, and then asked with a smile, "How is it?" "Good looking," Yang Kai sincerely praised. "Thank you." Shui Yu smiled even more happily. "You look good without clothes," Yang Kai added. Shui Yu's pretty face sank, and she rolled her eyes at him. A dog can't spit out ivory. "Remember, everything that happened before is not true, and you are not allowed to tell anyone, let alone reveal the secret that I am a woman, or else the agreement between us is voided. I will kill myself first, and then let the effect of the soul chain result in your life." "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly, tilted his head to look at her, and grinned. "Why do I feel that you seem to be having fun now?" When Shui Yu was talking, she kept looking down at herself, observing the jewelry and clothes she was wearing, and she looked happier and satisfied the more she looked. "Of course I enjoyed it." Shui Yu curled her lips. "I have been raised as a boy since I can remember, and I have never worn women's clothes since I was a child. These things I have always kept in the space ring. It has been preserved for many years, and today I finally have the opportunity. Do you think I am not happy? Why does President Io want to train you as a man? Why should you hide the secret of your true gender? He has other children, even without you, he has a successor. There is no need to be so strict with you, right?" Yang Kai he asked in a barrage of questions, full of doubts in his heart. Shui Yu's face froze, and after pondering for a while, she said quietly, "He has his reasons, and I am used to it." She didn't answer directly, and Yang Kai didn't reluctantly think about it. When he was about to say something, his face suddenly changed. "Someone is coming here." Shui Yu was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. "How did you know?" "They broke into the range covered by my consciousness." Yang Kai's face was solemn. Shui Yu was even more confused. "You released the power of your divine sense. Why can't I feel it?" Her strength is much higher than that of Yang Kai. Although everyone is weak at the moment, if Yang Kai really releases his spiritual sense, she must be aware of it. But she knew nothing about it. "I also have my own secrets, you believe me?" Yang Kai looked serious. Shui Yu nodded without thinking. "How many people, what cultivation base?" "There are a lot of people and there are several Saint King stages, which is more oppressive than your peak period." Shui Yu's face changed and she shouted. "Then you spied on them, didn't they find them?" "The people who will appear in the cold dead zone at this time must have something to do with the previous trap, maybe they arranged it. Now we are looking for survivors, we must kill them all." "I think so too, but they can't find my spiritual sense." Yang Kai shook his head. Since studying the true meaning of space on the hanging continent, Yang Kai's spiritual sense has been able to break through the shackles of space, jumping forward, strangely erratic, and agile without a trace, unlike other people's spiritual power that is continuous and coherent. This kind of jumping spiritual sense is difficult to be discovered. Even if it is spied on, it is impossible to find Yang Kai, unless the strength of that person is much greater than Yang Kai. It is for this reason that Shui Yu is ignorant of Yang Kai's spiritual sense. This Death Star is dead, without any spiritual energy or energy. Once they come here, they will definitely find our existence. Shui Yu's face was not very good looking. "My strength has not recovered half, if they are found." Quote. She couldn't imagine how she would be treated. If she was still the third young master of Shui Yu, she would still be able to negotiate the terms with the unknown enemy, but at this moment, she is just a stunning stunner. Shui Yu knew better than anyone what kind of fate a beautiful woman would suffer from being captured. It is a fate that is beyond redemption, tainted by humiliation. Let's get out of here. Let's avoid it first. Yang Kai didn't show any panic. He took out the star shuttle, stood up first, and stretched out a hand to invite Shui Yu. Are you sure you can avoid their detection? Shui Yu asked in a deep voice. No, but it's better than waiting here to die. Yang Kai shook his head. Shui Yu bit her red lips and felt that what he said made sense, nodded, and took the initiative to stretch out a hand and set foot on Yang Kai's star shuttle. Yang Kai hugged her in front of him, his head resting on her shoulders, his spiritual sense moved, and the star shuttle turned into a streamer and escaped from the dead star. Don't move around, although I don't hate you very much now, but there is still a voice in my heart calling for me to kill you. Don't let my hatred for you prevail. A layer of red light appeared on Shui Yu's neck, and her delicate earlobes became extremely red, she whispered softly. It was the first time for her to be hugged by a man like this. Previously, she was naked against Yang Kai on the Death Star, rolling all over the ground. At that time, she still tried everything possible to seize the initiative and kill Yang Kai, and she didn't have much time to feel the strangeness of her body. At this moment, through the connection of the soul chain, her body has become extremely sensitive to Yang Kai's touch, and the hot wind blowing by her ears seems to make her delicate body hot. You don't trust me so much. Yang Kai laughed. I'm very honest. HMPH, it's weird for you to be honest. Shui Yu said so, grabbed Yang Kai's big hand that seemed to have inadvertently placed her flat belly, and clenched it fiercely. Yang Kai didn't seem to have any interest in flirting with her, and his expression gradually became serious, and he ordered Xing Shuo to shuttle in this cold and dark starry sky, erratically going back and forth, without any rules. Although Shui Yu didn't dare to release the spiritual mind to investigate, so as not to expose the traces of the two, but she also knew that Yang Kai should be avoiding those unknown enemies. She couldn't help but be curious about Yang Kai's power of divine consciousness. She didn't know what kind of adventures such a small character who entered the holy two-layer realm had had, to actually be able to cultivate the power of divine consciousness so strangely. And I don't know why, being held in Yang Kai's arms like this, Shui Yu gave birth to a feeling of extreme safety for no reason. It seems that even if there are thousands of chasing soldiers, as long as she hides in this person's arms, she will be safe and secure, was discovered. When this thought arises, Shui Yufeng's heart is chaotic, knowing that it is the side effect of the soul chain, which makes her subconscious feel that this man has become friendly and reliable. There was a trace of panic deep in her heart, afraid that she would sink deeper and deeper in this feeling, and she wanted to release the chains of her soul as soon as possible and get rid of this cowardice. She didn't say anything more, she kept her face calm, closed her eyes, and recovered her injury and strength. A few days later, another Death Star appeared in front of the two of them, and Yang Kai's imperial envoy Xingxuo flew straight over there. This Death Star was slightly larger than the previous one, but it was also lifeless and lifeless. On the Death Star, the wind was blowing violently, and the weather was extremely harsh. The gust of wind whipped up thousands of feet of dust, and almost nothing could be seen within a radius of 3 feet. Yang Kai hovered above the Death Star for a while, and found a place that looked like a cave. He took Shui Yu and drilled in. He closed the hole to prevent dust from flowing in. He took out the strange stones for lighting and placed them around. The cave is not big or deep, so the two of them hid in the innermost part. I don't know if it was intentional or not, Shui Yu was sitting far away from Yang Kai, as if he was afraid that he would take advantage of the opportunity again. The direction of those people's investigation is not here, we can hide for a while. Yang Kai took back the spiritual sense that was released, and said to Shui Yu, wait for them to come over before leaving. Well, you can call the shots. Shui Yu nodded slightly, without any objection, she took out a piece of high-quality holy crystal for herself, held it in the palm of her hand, and sat up in meditation. While meditating, she secretly paid attention to Yang Kai's movements. She thought that Yang Kai would not be able to endure the loneliness and was entangled with her. After all, she is the son of the president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, with a high level of cultivation and a respected status. Yang Kai is just an unknown little martial artist, no matter what aspect she is compared with, it is far from heaven. It is his honor to be in a relationship with himself. He will definitely not easily let go of such an opportunity to be alone, and he will definitely win over himself and hold some unrealistic expectations. So Shui Yu took the lead in meditating, making it clear that she didn't want to pay attention to him. At the same time, I secretly waited for Yang Kai to take the initiative to answer, and then took the opportunity to humiliate him, so that he could know the gap between them and let him cut off the thoughts in his heart. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Please take one day off. I don't know why, but I suddenly had a stomachache when I went to bed last night, and was woken up by pain several times during the night. I thought there might be no problem, but it still hurts in the morning. I took a day off, and I went to the hospital for a checkup, hoping it wasn't a big problem. To be continued. Chapter 1049 Good luck. Shui Yu thought about everything secretly in her heart, ready to let Yang Kai know what a toad wants to eat swan meat, ready to take this opportunity to get rid of her own knot. Let him realize the status gap between himself and him, let himself and him. This man draws the line. All is ready except for the opportunity. She waited for Yang Kai to take the initiative to answer. Unexpectedly, she waited left and right, and things didn't progress as she imagined. She couldn't help but open her beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Kai, and her face became strange. This man who had taken advantage of her and touched her whole body before, under the temptation of being alone in the same room, actually sat there calmly, holding a holy crystal in his hand, running his profound arts to absorb the holy crystal energy, replenishing and recovering its own consumption. He was actually meditating and practicing. A strong sense of frustration arose. Shui Yu gritted her teeth secretly, and looked at Yang Kai angrily. She took the initiative to speak, trying to make her voice sound calm. I don't understand something, can you answer it? Yang Kai opened his eyes, stared at her deeply, and suddenly grinned. I also don't understand something. I said it first, Shui Yu shouted. Then you ask first. Yang Kai was extremely generous and did not get entangled with her on this issue. Shui Yu froze for a moment and said, what's your name and where are you from? She didn't know Yang Kai's name until now. Thinking of all the previous experiences, she suddenly felt that she had suffered a big loss. Yang Kai, you probably don't know where you came from. It's a low-level continent. I'm the first person to escape from there and successfully enter the star territory. Yang Kai answered honestly. Low-level continent. Shui Yu looked at him in surprise, and said with great interest, then what kind of cultivation is the most powerful person in your continent? 3 layers of saints. I seem to have been out of a holy king before, but I didn't go deep into the star territory and fell, but that was thousands of years ago. Only the 3rd level of the Holy Land, that's really a low-level continent. Yeah, only after I came here did I know that there is the Holy King stage above the Holy King stage, the Void Return stage above the Holy King stage, and the Void King stage. It's so strange that you have little knowledge. Shui Yu covered her mouth with a coquettish smile and teased, but it's quite rare for you to get to this point as a short man. You have suffered a lot along the way, haven't you? She seemed to care about Yang Kai, and after she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. Fortunately, I just accidentally broke in. Needless to say, I don't care about this. Shui Yu interrupted him with a cold face. I asked you why I couldn't find you on Shui Yuexing before, where are you hiding, and did someone provide you with what help? Oh, I live in Shen Tu's palace, you probably didn't go there to look for it. Yang Kai replied casually, without any self-consciousness to betray Shen Tu. Shen Tu, Shui Yu muttered, and suddenly she smiled sweetly. It turned out that he was making trouble. I know, after a few days of not fighting, Shengfeng Jie dared to oppose me. When I go back, there will be a he's beautiful. She looked like a snake and scorpion woman, her silver teeth clenched tightly, as if she was going to tear Shen Tu into 8 pieces. He also arranged you on the battleship? Shui Yu continued to ask. Yes, he thought you left Shui Yuexing the day before, but he didn't expect that you didn't leave at all. I only got on the battleship with my front foot, and you followed me on the back foot. Beauty, do you think this is fate? He smiled and looked at Shui Yu. Who has fate with you? Shui Yu glared at Yang Kai. The amorous feelings made him swayed, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused, and involuntarily appeared in his mind the lingering fight with her on the Death Star. The scene, as well as the rich and soft hand feel, the eyes looking at Shui Yu suddenly changed the taste. What are you thinking about? Shui Yu's face suddenly turned crimson, as if she could see Yang Kai's filthy thoughts. She couldn't bear it under Yang Kai's aggressive gaze. She quickly changed the topic and said, your power of consciousness is what's going on. I've paid special attention to it in the past few days. Why does your power of consciousness give people a strange and erratic feeling? What's the mystery of your consciousness? It's because I'm proficient. Yang Kai didn't even think about it, opened his mouth to answer, and his face changed halfway, frowning. The power of this soul chain is too powerful. I don't seem to be defensive against you. Quote. Whatever she asked, she was actually willing to answer it. Yang Kai's alarm was overwhelmed, and he didn't dare to be careless. Seeing that Yang Kai actually woke up and turned around, Shui Yu couldn't help but muttered, as if she was swearing, with an annoyed look on her pretty face. Just a little bit, she can understand the mystery of Yang Kai's consciousness, but she didn't expect to fall short at the last moment. The soul chain is a supernatural power cultivated by a senior of the Chamber of Commerce. Its power is of course unimaginable, but I am a little surprised that you can resist it. Shui Yu looked at him in astonishment. Are you planning to take this opportunity to let me explain everything to me? Yang Kai sneered. Of course. Think about what you've done to me. Of course I'll find out about you. You give yourself to me, and I will confess to you without the power of the soul chain. You're dreaming, Shui Yu snorted, feeling ashamed and angry at Yang Kai's shameless scoundrel. Okay, now it's my turn to ask you. Yang Kai smiled softly, without giving Shui Yu time to think about it. He said, what method did you use to disguise yourself as a man? I know there are some secret treasures. You can change your appearance, but you have changed your body shape. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The male Shui Yu and the female Shui Yu are somewhat similar in appearance, but the body shape is very different, especially the round buttocks and plump breasts. Yang Kai really can't understand how she hides it. It's also the function of the secret treasure. Shui Yu replied reluctantly, the secret treasure specially refined for me by a master of our Chamber of Commerce is unique. But in that disaster, the secret treasure was damaged, and now I can only keep it like this. That's good. I think it's pretty good too. Shui Yu responded with a smile. She seemed to like the side of her women's clothes very much. What is your cultivation base now? Yang Kai asked again. Shui Yu frowned and didn't really want to answer, but she still said, Saint King third layer. I was promoted only a year ago. This is also a secret, don't let it leak out. Yang Kai was serious, and after calculating with his fingers, he said in surprise, isn't that a big realm and a small realm higher than me? Shui Yu giggled and smiled. Recognize the gap between you and me. If it weren't for the serious injury before, a small character like you would have been pinched to death with one finger. How can you do anything wrong? How old are you this year? Yang Kai looked at her. Shui Yu's pretty face sank, gritted her teeth bitterly, and spat, none of your business. Has anyone taught you not to ask a woman's age? Yang Kai smiled embarrassingly. I have one more thing that is very strange. Shui Yu's expression suddenly became serious. In that disaster, I relied on a virtual treasure armor to survive the disaster, and even so, I almost lost my life. You only have 2 levels of sanctification, how can you survive? Good luck. Yang Kai shrugged and suddenly remembered that when the disaster happened, Shui Yu did sacrifice a fiery red treasure armor, but the treasure armor was also peeled off piece by piece. I think you are not only lucky. Shui Yu stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully. I caused a lot of damage to your body before, but now it seems that those injuries have healed, and the blood in your body is golden, and it contains such surging vitality and resilience. How many secrets do you have? She looked at Yang Kai with beautiful eyes, her pretty face was full of curiosity. In her opinion, in such a disaster, even she almost died, and there is no reason for a person like Yang Kai to survive. My recovery ability and fighting ability are indeed relatively strong, which is probably the biggest reason why I can survive. Yang Kai smiled slightly and changed the topic. Do you know what happened this time? I don't know. Shui Yu shook her head. A look of gloom appeared on her face. I don't know whether the trap was set against the Chamber of Commerce or against me, but what is certain is that someone inside colluded with the outside. No matter whose hands or feet, I will find out everything and let them pay their debts with blood. Saying this, a cold light appeared in Shui Yu's beautiful eyes, and the thoughts of killing were like waves. She seemed to have completely changed into a ruthless, cruel and cold-blooded young master Shui Yu, who was willing to kill 2,000 warriors by mistake in order to find Yang Kai. Moreover, the broken star flash arranged in the trap is also a weapon developed by our Chamber of Commerce. It has never been sold to the outside world. As long as we follow this source to trace, I think the truth will soon be revealed. She gently sneered. Yang Kai grinned and secretly worried about the person who started behind the scenes. It is conceivable that when Shui Yu came out, there would be a bloody storm for this matter. That is very likely to be a great change that turbulent the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. While talking in the cave, the two of them could not feel the passage of time. As they got to know each other better, both Yongkai and Shuiyu felt that the other party became a lot more friendly. The wounds on her body have not healed, and she has to worry about the search of the enemy outside. Shuiyu does not have the perverted resilience of Yongkai. After talking for a while, she feels tired and falls asleep relying on the mountain wall. I don't know how long it took. Shuiyu suddenly heard Yongkai's soft call. She quickly straightened up, frowned at Yongkai who was close at hand, turned her head to look at the big hand on her Shang's shoulder, and said speechlessly, "What are you doing with your arms around me?" Yongkai glanced at her. "You came by yourself." Shuiyu blushed, not knowing how to explain. "It's time to go, they are heading towards this Death Star, if they don't go, they will be discovered." Yongkai said hurriedly, standing up first, pushing away the obstacles at the entrance of the cave, sacrificing the star shuttle, and turning back to rush to the snow moon beacons. Shuiyu rushed over angrily, stood on the star shuttle, and hummed, "Next time even if I lean over, don't hug me, that's not my intention." "Okay, I will never care about your life or death in the future." Yongkai simply replied. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1050 The Heart of Winning. For nearly 2 consecutive months, Yongkai and Shuiyu have been hiding on various Death Stars in the icy dead zone. No matter who is behind the traps that blow up the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce battleship, Yongkai has already I deeply appreciate his caution and prudence. There are constantly warriors wandering in the icy dead zone, looking for something, and it was not until a few days ago that they gradually died down and all evacuated. It took them 2 months to confirm that no one had survived the disaster. I feel that this time, things seem to be aimed at me. On a Death Star, Shuiyu thought deeply. I think so too. Yongkai nodded in agreement. If at the beginning, the two of them didn't understand whether the trap was aimed at Shuiyu or the battleship of the Chamber of Commerce, then now, both of them have the same conjecture. That trap is for Shuiyu. To bury her in it. Oh, Shuiyu looked at Yongkai with a smile, intending to consider him. Why do you think so? Tell me your reasoning and see if it is the same as mine. Yongkai didn't give a shit and said, they spend too much time searching for survivors. There aren't any important people on the battleship, nor any important materials. If it was a trap set against the Chamber of Commerce, they would use it. Won't take so long to search. They've been so careful and searched for 2 months in a row, and it can only prove that they're scared, fear of someone who might retaliate against them, so this time things should be aimed at yours. The battleship of the Chamber of Commerce is just being implicated. Saying so, Yongkai looked towards Shuiyu with a burning gaze. Shuiyu's beautiful eyes were bright, and her red lips squirmed. Your thinking is very clear, I underestimate you. Yongkai's conjecture was basically the same as what she thought in her heart. She unexpectedly discovered that Yongkai was actually a good person. She smiled and said, if the soul chain between us is unlocked one day, I don't want to kill you. If so, do you want to follow me? Are you trying to win me over? Yongkai looked at her strangely. Forget it, but it's very likely that I'll kill you the moment the soul chain is untied. Shuiyu said these terrifying words in a soft voice, with a smile on her face. Not at all. I think there is something wrong. Forget it, I won't be subject to you. If there is a day, I will kill you before you start. It's so loud. Shuiyu pouted. I want to see, what ability do you have to kill me? You'll be able to see it then. Yongkai got out from where he was staying, turned his head, half bent down, stretched out a hand, and made an inviting gesture. But should we leave this ghost place now? Already? Shuiyu pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes bent into crescent moons, and she also drilled out from the inside, putting her jade hand into Yongkai's palm, letting him take out the star shuttle and fly with him. In 2 months, no matter who it was, the injuries he suffered have recovered, and Shuiyu has returned to the peak level of the 3rd layer Holy King. But she is still willing to ride on the same star shuttle with Yongkai. She enjoys the feeling of being cared for. She had to remind herself over and over again in the depths of her heart, telling herself that it was a side effect caused by the chains of the soul. If she was in a normal state, she would not have any feelings for such a man at all, but at this moment, any concern from him can make people feel warm. The star shuttle was like light and electricity, and after a while, the two flew away from the Death Star. In the starry sky, Yongkai stopped and asked, where should we go now? Back to Shuiyuexing? No, it's too long to go back. The icy dead zone is a month and a half away from Shuiyuexing, and it will take at least 3 months to return with a star shuttle. Let's go to Rainfall Star, which is closer to here. and I was originally going there, but it's a little troublesome to be like this now. Okay, Yongkai has no objection, anyway, he is at peace with the situation and has no special destination. Let me first think about where the rainfall star is. This damn cold dead zone can't even see a trace of starlight. It's impossible for me to identify the direction. In an attempt to balance his sense of direction, when he was shouting, Yongkai had already sent Xingshuo to fly in one direction. Do you recognize the way? Shui Yu cried out worriedly, if you don't recognize the way, it's easy to get lost in the starry sky. My star shuttle happens to have a star map going to Rainfall Star. Yongkai smiled slightly. That's great. Shui Yu rejoiced and let go of her worries. The star map in Yongkai's star shuttle was all engraved and rubbed into it by himself. It was the best route he found from the mysterious huge star map in the sky above the Sea of Consciousness. At this time, it was time to verify whether it worked. What are you doing at Rainfall Star? During the flight, Yongkai couldn't bear his curiosity and inquired. My father sent me there to deal with some things. Shui Yu replied casually. What is so important, to let you go out in person? Don't ask so much. Shui Yu's pretty face was bitter. I want to tell you, but you must know that this is the secret of the Chamber of Commerce and cannot be easily spread. Don't make me embarrassed, okay? She begged softly. It's all right, I don't ask. Yang happy, feeling overwhelmed. I have to admit that once a woman like Shui Yu acts coquettishly, no one can stop her. Yongkai has completely learned her charm. Staying with her these days is also trembling like walking on thin ice. Every day, he must constantly remind himself to prevent himself from accidentally falling under her pomegranate skirt. It was also because of this that he was able to stay awake enough and not be completely enslaved by the chains of his soul. I believe that Shui Yu is also working very hard to cope with the power of the soul chain, but the two of them are tacitly aware of it, and they never talk about it. It seems that Shui Yu felt a little guilty because of what happened just now. After flying for a while, she suddenly asked, what kind of power are you cultivating? Is it yang or fire? When she was lingering with Yongkai that day, she also understood some of Yongkai's power, but she didn't know exactly how. Why are you asking this? Yongkai was a little wary. I think, if you want, I can help you find a master who will teach you how to cultivate, how to use your strength, and to gain insight into the true meaning of your own strength. Shui Yu said sincerely, on the road of cultivation, some people teach you and no one teaches you. It's completely different. Since you are the first person from your continent to rush into the star territory, no one should be able to teach you this knowledge before, right? Looking for a master. Yongkai was stunned when he heard the words. Well, there are many worshippers in the Chamber of Commerce, who are proficient in the true meaning of various powers. It is not difficult to find a master who matches your strength attributes. Don't look at me like this, I also have several masters who teach you. No, probably no one can teach me. Yongkai laughed and shook his head. Don't be too busy to refuse, it won't hurt you. No one really can teach me that my strength attribute is something special. Special? How special? Now it was Shui Yu's turn to be startled. Yongkai frowned. In order to interrupt her whimsical thoughts, she could only reach out and call out a group of demonic flames. The flaming black flame exudes a different kind of charm, like a blooming black rose, trying to devour the soul of a person. It seems that even everything in the world can be burned. Shui Yu's eyes showed a strange light, and she was stunned for a while. She felt attentively the mystery contained in this group of demonic flames, insight into the attributes of that power, and couldn't help but exclaimed, how come there is such a contradictory power? That group of magic flames, cold and hot alternately, yang and evil coexist, all kinds of contradictions are perfectly combined, mutually benefiting each other, and each other's arrogance, which has completely evolved into a unique power attribute. Shui Yu had never seen such a strange power. It was hard for her to imagine how if such a force invaded into a certain warrior's body, how would the warrior resolve it and resist it? She can't think of a good way. There was a hint of horror and excitement in the depths of the beautiful eyes. She was horrified by the uniqueness of this demon flame, and excited and delighted by Yongkai's hidden great potential. This man is now only a 2-layer saint-level warrior. His unique power probably won't play a big role, but if he can be cultivated into a Saint King level, void-returning powerhouse, then this kind of demon it's hard to imagine what the flames can do. His strength attribute gives him a natural advantage that is unattainable by others. Once he grows up, it will be hard to find opponents at the same level. Unless the other party also cultivated a very special power. Does any of your chambers of commerce have this kind of power like me? Yongkai asked. No, Shui Yu shook her head honestly, dismissing the idea of hiring a master for him, but Mei Mei burst into a different light, and she shouted, Yang Kai, how about we discuss something? Quote. Discuss what? When we untie the soul chain, I will not be disadvantaged to you, and what happened before will be cancelled, and I will provide you with the best cultivation environment and the best materials to help you improve your strength. Let you grow as fast as possible. So good. Yang Kai didn't even move his face, he smiled and said, tell me, what conditions do you have? How are you following me? Nothing. Yang Kai shook his head. I said, I will not be controlled by you. Being controlled and following are two different things. Shui Yu called out, you can't understand that. It's one thing for me. At most, I can give you a chance to pursue me. Shui Yu blushed, bit her thin lips, and seemed to make a great concession. The special strength of Yang Kai made her really want to win over. Hearing what she said, Yang Kai couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Shui Yu's blushing still did not disappear, and she was a little angry. Your external identity is the third young master of Shui Yu. If I don't pursue you, I'm afraid no one will pursue you in this world, right? Do you want to be so lonely? You bastard, Shui Yu scolded loudly. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1051 Branch. The Imperial Envoy Xingshuo flew through the starry sky, accompanied by a stunning stunner like Shui Yu. Yang Kai did not feel the slightest dullness along the way, but still enjoyed the journey. Shui Yu also seemed to have experienced a completely different life. All along, she has maintained the identity of the third young master of Shui Yu in front of others, living in the image of a man. She has lived like this for countless years, and only a few people in the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce know her true gender, and she has never been able to show her true face. This chance coincidence made her let go of all pretense and use her feminine side to get along with Yang Kai, and because of the effect of the soul chain, she was not much alert to Yang Kai. She felt that this man was very kind, it seemed that he was very close to Yang Kai in his life, important part. She was in a happy mood, and her already alluring face became more and more radiant and beautiful, and her pretty face was always filled with intoxicating amorous feelings. Time flies, and after more than a month in the starry sky, the two finally arrived at a colorful star, Rainfall Star. Yang Kai originally thought that this star had such a name because of the drizzle, but it was not until he saw it in the starry sky that he knew that Rainfall Star was not what he imagined. This star is not big, about 1/3 the size of Shuiyuexing, but there is vigorous vitality flowing everywhere, and the colorful light envelopes the entire star, giving it a dreamlike color. The brilliance of a huge sun star nearby shone over and was refracted by the colorful, making Rainfall Star even more charming like a fairyland. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes clearly showed a hint of intoxication, and she stared at Yupixing obsessively. Even Yang Kai couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of this star. When I'm strong enough, I will definitely become the star master of Rainfall Star and bring this star into my own control. Shui Yu said tenderly, setting a grand goal for herself. Then you have to work hard to succeed, at least you have the ability to defeat the current star master. Yang Kai smiled and didn't take it seriously, just thought she was a young girl. Shui Yu's eyes suddenly squinted into crescent moons, and she covered her mouth and smiled and said, Rainfall Star has no star master. I know you are from a low-level continent, but you don't want to pretend to understand. No star master. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard the words, why is there no star master? Don't you have a master in your Chamber of Commerce? He knows that the characters of the Star Master level are generally the powerhouses of the Virtual King realm, and although the number of powerhouses of this level is not many, every major force will exist more or less. The Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is also a well-known force in the star field, and it is impossible to have no powerhouses in the Virtual King stage. Our Chamber of Commerce naturally has experts in the snow, and their strength is enough to be the Star Master of Rainfall Star, but how do I put it? If you want to become a star master of a cultivation star, you don't have to be strong enough, you need branding one's own life into the star origin of the star of cultivation will be accompanied by great danger, and even the Void King realm may be miserable and will be attacked by the star origin, thus losing his life. Yang Kai couldn't help but change color. Shui Yu continued to explain patiently. There are not many strong people in the Virtual King realm, some of them would rather live in seclusion than take the risk of integrating a star source, and once they become the star master of a cultivation star, is equivalent to entrusting one's own life to this star of cultivation. If one day this star of cultivation changes or is destroyed, the star owner will surely die. This has happened before, because cultivation, the destruction of the star will lead to the demise of the star master. Like you and me, everything is lost. Yang Kai exclaimed. Almost, but this kind of implication is only one-sided. Say in the star field, there are some cultivation stars that do not have a star master, and rainfall star is one of them. Then you still want to be a star master? Yang Kai looked at her with a strange look. Shui Yu smiled and said, although there are many inconveniences, becoming a star master also has great benefits. Otherwise, why would there be a strong person willing to become a star master of a cultivation star? Everything has advantages and disadvantages, it depends on what everyone thinks. She seemed to want to open it, and Yang Kai felt that it was indeed the case, and couldn't help but think of the hanging continent that was in trouble before. At that time, under the pressure of Ghost Ancestor, when he was looking for a way to leave, his thoughts inadvertently broke into the deepest part of the hanging continent, where he felt an extremely surging energy. That energy nourished his spiritual thoughts, making the thoughts that were about to dry up instantly become plump and strong. That group of energy is a bit like the origin of the stars, but unfortunately he later inquired about the ghost ancestors around the corner, but he did not find out too accurate information. Talking about this with Shui Yu now, he is vaguely certain that it should be the origin of the stars. Do you know how to integrate the source of stars? Yang Kai asked. Why are you asking about this? Shui Yu gave him a surprised look. Just ask. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and pretended not to care. Shui Yu's expression was suspicious, and it was obvious that she didn't trust him, but she didn't ask any more questions, and revealed some of the information she knew on her own. She feels that even if she doesn't say it, Yang Kai will understand these things one day, so it doesn't matter if she says it. Yang Kai secretly remembered her words in his heart, his face remained calm, and he was ready to return to the hanging continent when he had time to confirm whether his conjecture was correct. If that group of energy is really the source of stars, you can try to fuse it. After all, if the fusion is successful, you will definitely get huge benefits. After speaking for a while, the two had passed through the thick clouds and came to the sky above Rainfall Star. Go over there. Shui Yu pointed to the area with the strongest spiritual energy in the world, the branch of our Chamber of Commerce is located there. Yang Kai nodded lightly and silently flew her over there. A few hours later, a rolling hills came into the eyes of the two of them, and in those hills, countless palaces stood quietly. In the center of the mountains, there is a large square, and on the square, warships are constantly flying in and out, transporting supplies. On those battleships, most of them are labeled with the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and some are from other major forces, transiting or purchasing things from here. Yang Kai is no stranger to this, and he flies in the mountains following Shui Yu's instructions with a calm expression. She seemed to have been here before, and was quite familiar with the terrain here. Following her guidance, the two quickly came to a large hall. Shui Yu briskly jumped off the star shuttle, waved at Yang Kai, and walked straight into the hall. At the entrance of the hall, there are several warriors dressed as guards, wearing majestic armor, holding silver guns, and looking solemn. When seeing Shui Yu, the guards' eyes lit up in the past few months, and all of them involuntarily held their heads high, pretending to be mature and reliable. The corners of Shui Yu's mouth twitched slightly, as if she was very satisfied with this scene. She never had the opportunity to conquer unfamiliar men with a woman's side before, and the performance of these guards greatly satisfied her vanity. Please stop, girl, what's the matter with you? One of the guards came up and stood in front of Shui Yu with a businesslike appearance. I want to see the president of the Halika branch. Shui Yu's small jade hand turned over, and a token-like thing suddenly appeared. The guard stared at it, his expression became solemn, and exclaimed, it turned out to be the lord from the main star. The moment he saw the token, his name for Shui Yu changed immediately, and he no longer dared to show his man's majesty intentionally or unintentionally, because the token was the most advanced token of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and it was only the honorable ones from the main star. Only adults are entitled to it. This kind of status is simply not something that a small guard can achieve. The president of the Harika branch has been waiting for a long time, sir, please come in. He quickly stepped aside to make way. Shui Yu nodded with satisfaction, signaled to Yang Kai, and walked in together. The expressions of the guards were as solemn as ever, and there was a trace of respect for Shui Yu, but there were also some doubts. They didn't know why Yang Kai followed behind this lady, and this kid's cultivation base was the same as his own. It's almost the same, obviously can only be a bodyguard, but this adult seems to be quite easygoing towards him. What kind of shit luck did this kid have? How can there be such a beautiful blessing to follow behind such an adult? Several guards were full of slander in their hearts, but they saw Yang Kai and Shui Yu coming together on a star shuttle, and they looked so intimate that they wished they could replace each other. In the hall, Yang Kai and Shui Yu had just walked in when they heard angry reprimands coming from there. Not long after, a few warriors ran out from the inside, each one more embarrassed than the other. Shui Yu pursed her lips and smiled, and explained softly, "The branch president here has always had a bad temper. He will beat and scold his subordinates at any time, so his popularity is also very poor. Don't talk nonsense later, so as not to be troubled by him." "I know, I don't say anything." Yang Kai nodded. He came to Rainfall Star this time, mainly to accompany Shui Yu. He didn't know the specific reason, and he wasn't going to intervene in it. "Who are you? Don't you know it's a bad habit to talk about people behind your back?" A cold snort came from inside, looking very unhappy. Shui Yu couldn't help sticking out her tongue, and her temperament changed. She became resolute and fierce, and walked inward. Yang Kai followed closely. Inside, there was an old man in a purple robe sitting on a chair and looking at him coldly. His expression is not angry and arrogant, and it is as dull as a mountain. He sits there, like a mountain, an invisible aura and pressure emanating from his body, impacting all around. Yang Kai only walked a few steps, and he felt that his feet were filled with 10,000 jins of strength, and he couldn't move. Shui Yu's brisk pace seemed to become a lot sticky at once, her brows were slightly wrinkled, and she moved her delicate body with difficulty. Because of what Shui Yu said just now, the president of the Harika branch obviously didn't like the two of them very much, and he deliberately wanted to embarrass them. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update team at Unspoken Yindang. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to First Release to vote for a recommendation vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1052. I didn't take a peek. In the main hall, Yang Kai was struggling. The pressure was like a mountain, fine sweat oozes out of his forehead, and his muscles kept twitching and squirming, resisting the pressure from all directions, and his heart was full of scorn. This woman, Shui Yu, has always been aloof, and no one dared to be rude to her. She obviously didn't know what it meant to be mischievous, and she was implicated as well. Feeling the aura deliberately released by Ha Li Ka, a hidden cold light flashed in Shui Yu's beautiful eyes, a jade pendant on her waist flashed bright light, and strangely shaped beasts suddenly rushed out of it. When they came out, these alien beasts roared and flew silently, forming a circle of divine soul defense field outside Shui Yu to block Ha Li Ka's impact. A circle of ripples swayed, as if the sound of something shattering sounded. Shui Yu's originally hard steps were suddenly relaxed, her head was slightly raised, and she walked briskly forward. Even Yang Kai, who was originally unable to move, lost the pressure just now. It seems that under the defensive circle formed by the alien beast, the momentum of the president of the Harika branch was instantly disintegrated and disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly became very relaxed. He couldn't help but glanced at Shui Yu's slender waist. Secretly Fu was the heir of the president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and he was wearing a very high-grade secret treasure all over his body. Void-level divine soul secret treasure. Ha Li Ka, who was looking at him coldly, couldn't help but change color slightly, while sitting on the chair. Not everyone can possess this level of divine soul artifact, and Ha Li Ka immediately saw that Shui Yu seemed to have some extraordinary origins. He glanced at Yang Kai again, but didn't take it to heart, and turned to Shui Yu and asked, "What's the girl's name?" Shui Yu smiled sweetly and said sweetly, "Shui-er." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he stood calmly not far behind her, making the appearance of a guard. "Miss Shui-er." Ha Li Ka nodded lightly. "Then what's the matter with you?" Shui Yu didn't answer. She took out the previous token and handed it over. Ha Li Ka took it. His face changed, finally stood up from the chair, clasped his fists and said, "It turned out to be young Master Shui Yu. Miss Shui forgives her sins." The old man's eyes are dim, just now. There are no pearls in the eyes, don't blame girl. Saying so, he respectfully handed the token back. The branch president is polite. Shui Yu took it with a thorn, glanced left and right, and walked to the chair beside him and sat down. That Ha Li Ka stood there with a puzzled expression, and asked after a moment of thought, "Miss Shui, when will young Master Shui Yu come?" "He can't come," Shui Yu said with a smile. "He has some things to deal with, so he can't get away for the time being." "Master Shui Yu can't come?" Ha Li Ka was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly said, "Then what happened here?" He said, "I am solely responsible for the affairs here, and the branch president only needs to cooperate with me." Shui Yu looked domineering and bossy. "You are solely responsible?" Ha Li Ka couldn't help frowning, and seemed to look at Shui Yu with some distrust. The old man asked a lot, Miss Shui you are from Master Shui Yu. Who is it? Shui Yu pursed her lips and smiled, with a charming expression on her face. He gave me such an important matter, who do you think I am? Ha Li Ka couldn't help showing an expression of sudden realization. Looking at Shui Yu's expression suddenly became a lot more ambiguous, and she couldn't help feeling a little emotional, thinking that Master Shui Yu was finally tempted by a woman like an ordinary man, and she had never heard of Shui Yu before. Young Master Yu had taken care of that woman, even if she was a beautiful woman, he wouldn't give her a few more glances. Many of the older generation in the Chamber of Commerce are worried about young Master Shui Yu, wondering if he has any physical or psychological problems. Now it seems that he just hasn't met a woman who suits his heart. It's just, why does this girl Shuier and young Master Shui Yu look alike? Shouldn't this girl be the evil fruit of President Iu's romance outside? If that's the case, isn't her real relationship with young Master Shui Yu? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Ha Li Ka couldn't help but feel cold all over, and his expression became more and more strange. Miss Shui, that ancient time. Ha Li Ka was about to report the progress of the matter to her, but was interrupted by Shui Yu raising her hand. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I just came here and I've been tired all the way. I'll take a night's rest first. It's not too late to leave things until tomorrow. Ha Li Ka thought for a while, nodded and said, all right, then I'll ask the girl to go to rest. Saying this, he shouted aloud, and after a while, the guards outside the door walked in. Ha Li Ka gave them a few orders, and bowed to send Shui Yu out. Yang Kai has been silent, following behind Shui Yu with a thoughtful expression on his face. Although Ha Li Ka didn't finish what he said just now, he did hear the word, zhenwu, which made him a little curious. He didn't know what happened on this star of cultivation. It actually involved the ancients and needed Shui Yu. Such people come and deal with it in person. But whatever it is, it won't be trivial. Shui Yu didn't let Ha Li Ka continue, obviously she didn't want Yang Kai to hear this secret. She felt kind to Yang Kai, but after all, it was a secret of the Chamber of Commerce and could not be leaked at will. Yang Kai is well aware of all this, and he doesn't break it. Following the guard galloping through the mountains, after a while, they came to a place with beautiful mountains and rivers and beautiful scenery. This place is far away from the noisy branch center and is a good place to rest. This is an independent loft, refined yet atmospheric. Outside the attic, there is a small bridge running water, and there is natural hot spring water for bathing. When Shui Yu came here, her eyes lit up, and she seemed to suddenly remember that she had not taken a bath for a long time. The two have been flying in the star field, dodging on the dusty Death Star, around the two people who have a good cultivation base and have already gotten dusty. Seeing this natural hot spring bath, her delicate body couldn't help itching. After the guard left, Shui Yu walked around the attic, which was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and said with a smile, this Ha Li Ka is quite good at doing things, and he arranged such a good place for me, which has never happened before. I think how smart he is. Yang Kai pouted. If you live with this image all the time, you will find a lot of things you couldn't see before. Hearing what he said, Shui Yu thought about it seriously and agreed. You are right, one identity, one life, it's really amazing. But it's a pity, I can't live like this forever, and wait for things here. After processing, I will go back to Shui Yuexing to restore the identity of the third young master of Shui Yu. As long as she finds the master who made the secret treasure and helps Shui Yu to make a secret treasure that can hide her gender, she will be able to return to her previous life. Don't say it. She seemed to be a little disinterested suddenly, and turned around gorgeously, the corners of her skirt flying. I'm going to take a bath and wash away the dust of this journey. You are not allowed to peek, if I find out what you have conspiracy. As she spoke, she clenched her fists tightly, and waved at Yang Kai fiercely, and walked towards the natural bath outside on her own. When she came to the bath, she lightly undressed her shirt, and while undressing, she was secretly vigilant against Yang Kai's movements. According to her observation during this period of time, she found that Yang Kai is not an honest guy, and he is definitely capable of secretly peeping at this kind of thing. So she warned in advance. But what surprised her was that until she submerged her plump and soft carcass into the steaming pool of water, she didn't see any movement from Yang Kai. He seemed to have been standing in place without moving. She was a little surprised, thinking that she had misunderstood Yang Kai, misunderstood his nature, and thought that he was really honest. Just when he was thinking like this, Yang Kai's figure suddenly rushed to the sky above the bath, and immediately fell straight down. Before anyone entered the pool, all his clothes had been taken off. Poof! The pool water splashed around, and the already misty bath became even more misty and invisible. Yang Kai, Shui Yu gritted her silver teeth and drank murderously. Yang Kai leaned on the stone wall on the other side of the hot spring bath, and said casually, I also want to wash the dust along the way, and I didn't peek. He turned his gaze towards Shui Yu with a straight face. Shui Yu was extremely annoyed, and scolded the shameless hooligan, and indented her body into the pool. Her perfectly perfect body is shrouded in a faint colorful light in the white mist, which makes it difficult to see, but it is even more itchy. How ecstatic the body is. You and I are only one step away from being intimate, what's so shy about taking a bath together now? Yang Kai pouted, unable to understand what the woman was thinking. Don't say it, Shui Yu scolded, a water arrow shot from there. Yang Kai's head tilted, and he made a blank, if you talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth. I'm not talking nonsense, what I said is the truth. Yang Kai smiled strangely. Shui Yu did not answer, only a series of sounds of blowing bubbles sounded. Yang Kai no longer provokes her, and enjoys the warmth of the natural bath on his own. After a while, Shui Yu suddenly said, tomorrow I have to deal with some things with the president of Halika, so I won't take you with me. I know, your strength is too low, and you may be in danger if you follow the past, so. You don't need to explain it to me. Yang Kai shook his head, I have self-knowledge, and I won't inquire about secrets that I shouldn't know. For some things, the less you know, the safer you are. It's fine if you understand. Shui Yu smiled lightly. I'm going to rest, Yang Kai said and stood up, running Sheng Yuan to dry the water on his body, put on his clothes and walked towards the attic. Looking at Yang Kai's back through the mist, Shui Yu couldn't help but feel the urge to tell Yang Kai everything. This made her look pale, and felt that the influence of the soul chain on her seemed to be getting more and more serious. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at vansh.saran. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for a recommended vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Chapter 1053 Medicine Field discharged this afternoon. The next day, early morning. The first ray of sunlight emerged from the back of the mountains, and the sunlight passed through the mountains, as if it was infinitely magnified. Bathed in this morning light, the mountains are beautiful and golden for a while, which is awe-inspiring. Countless warriors looked up at the top of the mountain with solemn expressions. An awe-inspiring breath overflowed from the huge mountain, making the rolling mountains look like a dragon crawling on the ground. On the second floor of the attic, Yang Kai opened his eyes from the meditation, released his spiritual sense to perceive it slightly, and found that Shui Yu was no longer here, but there was another strange life aura waiting outside. Yang Kai turned his head and looked out, and found that it was a martial artist dressed as a guard. The fluctuation of the cultivation base exuding from his body was a bit higher than his own. He stood there bored, looking impatient and displeased, as if someone had arranged an errand he didn't like. After thinking about it, Yang Kai jumped down from the second floor briskly, landed in front of the man, and asked casually, is there something wrong with your friend? Hearing the movement, the man turned his head and clasped his fists reluctantly, are you the guard of that Master Shui? Yes, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Sir Shui said that today she has to deal with some things with Lord Halika, it may take some days, saying that you are not familiar with the place, let me entertain you. Entertain me? Yang Kai raised his brows. My rainfall star has many places to play, I promise not to disappoint you. When he spoke, he looked at Yang Kai up and down, and he really couldn't understand why this young man was not the bodyguard of Lord Shui. To protect the safety by the adults, on the contrary, the flower-like Jade Sama Shui should take care of his feelings. Why, if the guards are treated like this, then it would be too happy. I am also a guard and have never encountered such good things. He was indignant in his heart, and wished he could also follow Lord Shui's side in order to do his best. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai immediately understood, Shui Yu was afraid of being lonely, so she wanted to find something to do. She pondered, smiled and shook her head. My friend is kind, but I don't like the fun, I don't want to have fun either. The man looked at Yang Kai with a strange look, as if he did not expect him to be so serious, nodded slightly and said, there is also a place not to be noisy. By the way, the branch is launching a large-scale auction these days, there will be many there are rare treasures, if your friends are interested, you can also take a look. Auction. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. About half of the items are provided by the Chamber of Commerce, and there are also many foreign warriors who will take out the strange treasures they have obtained from their own adventures and let the Chamber of Commerce auction them. Such events are held every few years, and sometimes there will be some strange treasures. Rare baby. This is quite interesting. Yang Kai showed a delighted expression. He had never participated in such a grand event. He had heard of it many times when he was in Tongshuan continent, and he knew that it was a rare treasure purchased by the warriors. An important way to treasure. Rainfall Stars auction will be held for many days at a time. Only holy crystal transactions are accepted at the auction, but after the auction is over, there will be a private trade fair. The trade fair depends on personal preference. Crystal transactions can also be bartered. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be interested in this, the man couldn't help but say a few more words and then asked, "Do you want to see your friends?" He can also see that Yang Kai doesn't seem to have seen anything in the world, but since Lord Shuye is valued, he can treat him with courtesy. "How many saint crystals do I need to prepare to participate?" Yang Kai asked. The man smiled and said casually, "Have a 500,000, or you might not even have the qualifications to participate." 500,000. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. On the Hanging Continent, he confiscated a lot of holy crystals from the people of Zixing and Zhanmeng, but the number was not large, and after purchasing the star shuttle and ore, he only had a few hundred holy crystals to spare. The figure of 500,000 is impossible to come up with anyway, which is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for him now. He has a lot of void grade, and even void king grade spirit herbs and medicines. If these things are sold, each one must be very valuable, but Yang Kai himself is an alchemist, and those medicinal materials can be given to him in his way of alchemy. Great help, so he's not ready to sell. "My friend, what are you thinking about?" The man urged impatiently. He was ordered to bring Yang Kai to have fun, but Yang Kai thought about it, which made him very unhappy. "Forget it, let's not go." Yang Kai waved his hand. It would be too boring to just go to the auction to see the excitement, and he has nothing urgent to buy now. "You can do it yourself, my friend." The man stopped talking to Yang Kai, clasped his fist slightly, and left. Under the warm sunshine, people feel warm and warm, especially for people like Yang Kai who have practiced Yang attribute exercises or martial arts. The sunshine will always give people a kind feeling. Standing in front of the attic, hundreds of millions of pores all over the body opened, thousands of rays of sunlight turned into little fluorescent lights, and got into Yang Kai's limbs, flesh and bones. He was in a good mood, and his mind opened up a lot. Although he refused the invitation from the warrior, he himself wanted to go out for a walk. Shuyu didn't know when he would come back, and it didn't make much sense for him to stay here. And he couldn't wait to find a way to safely unchain his soul. Soul chains, as long as he and Shuyu are willing, can be released at any time, but this is not insurance. He never thought that he and Shuyu could really get along in harmony. It was all an illusion created by the soul chain. He had to make sure that Shuyu would not be disadvantaged to him after unlocking the soul chain, otherwise, once this restraint disappeared, Shuyu would most likely attack him immediately. He had to guard against it, and he has been thinking hard in secret, but he can't think of a good way. He sacrificed the star shuttle and left. Like a shooting star, he shuttles through the clouds, he drifts with the flow, without a specific destination, his mind is released to infinite distance, and he flies while contemplating. The last time he was in Shuiyuexing, he spent 2 months turning Shuiyuexing around. First, he wanted to familiarize himself with the structure and customs of the star of cultivation in the star field. Second, he also held a glimmer of hope, finding Su Yan's hope. This time, he came to a different cultivation star, and he also wanted to try his luck. Rainfall Star is not big, much smaller than Water Moon Star. It only took Yang Kai 20 days to walk through the entire Rainfall Star without finding Su Yan's aura. He was not too disappointed. After all, the star field is too vast, and there are countless cultivation stars. Even if Su Yan had come here with the people from Ice Sect, he definitely didn't know which star to live in. Not that he will be able to find it in a while. Yang Kai stopped at a mountaintop and looked down. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by a huge valley in the distance. The valley covers a large area, and it seems that there are traces of artificial expansion. The valley was not supposed to be this big, but someone had used magical powers to naturally expand it all around. At this moment, the valley covers an area of about 100 miles. In the very center of the valley, there is a palace, and around the palace, there is an acre of well-maintained and exquisite medicine fields. The medicine fields are filled with various spiritual herbs and medicines, colorful and splendid. Yang Kai stood on the top of the mountain and looked down, only to feel that a large formation should be arranged at the medicine field, and the surrounding heaven and earth aura continued to flow into the valley, making the entire valley shrouded in clouds and mist, and the aura was extraordinary. Even if it is far away, Yongkai seems to be able to smell the refreshing medicinal fragrance. There must be an alchemist living in that valley, Yongkai decided. He started to fly over there, and his original intention was just to visit and pass the boring time, but he just flew over the valley, and a sense of incongruity suddenly rose in his heart. This feeling comes from the corner of the eye. He paused, and once again looked seriously at the acres of medicinal fields, in dark contrast to what he had just seen. Immediately, his eyes shrank, and he suddenly understood how that feeling of incongruity came about. The acres of medicinal fields scattered in the valley are obviously different from what he saw at the top of the mountain just now. There seems to be some subtle changes between the lines. He looked at it more seriously, to detect it, and let it out, to perceive the peculiarity of the medicine field. Soon, Yongkai was surprised to find that there was a very special power flowing under this mew of medicine field. It is these peculiar forces that change the distance between the medicine field and the road, so that each medicine field changes its structure according to a complex law. It seems that it is also easier to be absorbed by those spirit herbs and elixir, making those spirit herbs and elixir extremely strong. Yongkai's body was shocked, and he was attracted by these exquisite and extraordinary medicine fields, stopped in midair, and released his spiritual sense to perceive the secrets hidden in one of the medicine fields. In the palace, there is a short, dross-looking old man who looks crazy. The old man is busy in front of the large and small medicine stoves. Each medicine stove is rolling with liquid medicine mixed with different medicinal materials. The old man is not old. Small, with white hair and beard, it seems that due to years of fatigue, the eyes are sunken, the skin is wrinkled, and there is not much flesh on the body. Only his eyes were full of glittering divine light and incomparable excitement, and he devoted almost all of his energy to the dozens of pill furnaces of different sizes, and rare medicinal herbs kept coming from him. It flew out of the space ring and was thrown into the pill furnace by him. He was busy with dozens of pill furnaces by himself, refining dozens of different pills at the same time, and there was no mistake at all. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update team at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. P.S. Play today I can be discharged from the hospital after the drip, which is congratulations. In the past 5 days, I have not eaten as much in one meal as before. I hope that all book friends will take me as a precaution and take care of your health. It is really uncomfortable to be sick, and being hospitalized is like going to prison. Chapter 1054 Medicine pills are difficult to practice. When Yongkai broke into the valley, he was instantly noticed by the old man who was concocting alchemy. The valley where he is located is the forbidden area of the entire rainfall star. No one is allowed to approach it, and no one dares to approach it. Today, I don't want to be disturbed by an ignorant hairy boy. He was angry, and he didn't want to give up. He wanted to directly take Yongkai's life and use Yongkai's death to warn others what would happen if he disturbed the quietness of his alchemy. Such a small person like Yongkai, he will not put it in his eyes at all. But just when he was about to start, one of the pill furnaces placed around him suddenly made a strange sound. The old man's expression couldn't help but feel bitter, and he poured a Saint Yuan into the pill furnace to stabilize the chaos in the pill. He muttered in his mouth, "Pills are hard to refine, that's all, let's just let you hang around for a while, but I can't ruin a good pill because of you. Damn, pills are really hard to refine." While he was muttering to himself, his hands kept changing the magic formula, and he put his holy essence into different pill furnaces. When he put it into the alchemy furnace, the weight, the heat, and the timing were exactly the same. More and more pill furnaces made noises, but the old man's expression was still so indifferent, without the slightest nervousness, but the movements of his hands accelerated a lot. Half an hour later, the old man's deep-set eyes flickered, and all the pill furnaces buzzed at the same time, and there were bursts of crisp sounds inside, and a thick fragrance of pills wafted in the air. With a flick of his hand, dozens of large and small elixir furnaces were all turned on. One after another, the elixir of different sizes and colors, but all of them were full of spiritual energy, flew out, and fell into the several jade bottles next to them like raindrops. Ding 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 ding, a pleasant sound sounded, and the 3 jade bottles were filled to the brim. The old man was not tired at all, but seemed quite excited. He rubbed his dry hands and rushed to the jade bottles to pick them up, carefully examining the medicinal pills that had just been released. No, no, or no. Every time the old man checked one, he would mutter something, the look of anticipation on his face gradually disappeared, and he became more and more disappointed. Until nearly 40 pills in the 3 jade bottles were checked, he still couldn't find what he wanted. As if he had suffered a huge blow, the old man's face showed a look of despair, and he sighed heavily. It's really difficult to practice medicine pills. Why is there no pill pattern? Is this old man winning by quantity? Is the method wrong? It shouldn't be. As he said, he threw these jade bottles aside, as if he had lost something worthless, and he didn't even look at it. In the corner of the room, a large number of jade bottles were piled up, at least hundreds of bottles. Each bottle was filled with medicinal pills, and the grade of medicinal pills in each bottle was not lower than the Holy King level. There are even virtual level medicinal pills. The old man sat down sadly, thinking about the gains and losses of his alchemy, seeking the root cause of his failure to refine the alchemy pattern, and scratching his hair while thinking, making the white hair that was not thick and thick to become thinner. He sat on the spot for 3 days and 3 nights, like a dead man, without any movement, only those eyes were cloudy and uncertain, revealing the light of deep contemplation. Suddenly, a subtle energy fluctuation came from the medicine field outside. This energy fluctuation interrupted his thinking. He raised his head in dissatisfaction and looked at the medicine field. He just remembered that he had an uninvited guest here 3 days ago, but he didn't have time to deal with it at that time, and then he forgot about the kid. Have not left yet. The old man's eyes showed a look of surprise, and he quietly released his spiritual sense to perceive it. The next moment, he snorted, and it seemed that he had discovered something extremely interesting, and he began to pay attention to Yang Kai's side of movement. In the medicine field, Yang Kai was doing it with his knees crossed, his spiritual sense extending in all directions, spreading like a tide. Nianzi, one after another, went deep into every inch of the medicine field, and spied on the wonders of these medicine fields. These medicine fields are not cultivated at will. The secrets of the spirit formation are hidden between the long and the long row. Each medicine field is a different spirit formation. The growth of herbal elixir makes their growth years shorter. A herbal medicine planted here for 50 years can have a medicinal age of 100 years or even higher. Yang Kai didn't know who had arranged this, but it should be the master of the palace, the alchemist hiding inside. He threw himself into the medicine field with all his heart, cracking and spying on the hidden spiritual formation in the medicine field, completely forgetting himself. Yang Kai has learned a lot of spiritual formations, all of which he has learned from the true formula of alchemy. On the Tongshuan continent, these spiritual formations have also brought him a lot of help in alchemy. But the true alchemy formula is only a product of Tongshuan continent after all. There are also unique spiritual formations belonging to the star field. There are advantages and disadvantages between the two. Yang Kai learns the hidden spirit formations in the medicine field and compares them with the ones he has mastered. When the old man in the palace saw this scene, he immediately understood what Yang Kai was doing. After thinking about it, he restrained the murderous intention in his heart, and said with a chuckle, "Forget it, let's go, it's also a good material." He remembered his hard work in studying the art of alchemy back then. In order to learn different spiritual formations, he traveled all over the world, visited famous teachers, and was often ridiculed by people. Those outstanding alchemists all regard the spiritual formations they master as treasures, and they will not easily spread it. Even if they teach their own apprentices, many people will not teach them all, let alone a person who came to study. At the age of Yang Kai, he was also very obsessed with alchemy, and vowed to walk out of his own way on the way of alchemy, making the world admire him with admiration. But now, he knew he was wrong at the time. Alchemy is not something you learn to make the world change your view of yourself, it is your lifelong pursuit. Yang Kai's serious focus reminded him of the past, and his intention to kill Yang Kai suddenly changed. He no longer paid attention to him, and let him spy on the mysteries in the medicine field. As time passed, the old man in the palace began to concoct pills. As always, dozens of pill furnaces started working at the same time, and each medicinal material was put into it. Outside the palace, Yang Kai entered the meditation like an old monk, with a thick layer of dust on his body, eagerly studying those spiritual formations. One old and one young, each unrelated, each busy, each indulging in concentration. Every once in a while, the old man would observe Yang Kai after finishing alchemy, and found that he was still sitting there, and couldn't help but admire this kid's patience and perseverance. Young people are full of vigor and blood, and few people can do anything without distractions. It's really good that this kid can be so focused. Yang Kai could also notice that the owner of the palace would swipe over here with his spiritual sense from time to time, but the other party didn't drive him away, so he continued to sit on the spot with a cheeky face. He was going to go to the door to thank him after he finished studying the spirit formation here. He didn't intend to come to steal the teacher, he was just excited. The peaceful life continued. On this day, Yang Kai was studying the magical effect of the spiritual array hidden in one of the medicine fields, and compared it with the analysis he had learned before. Suddenly, a warning sign suddenly appeared in his heart, a feeling of anxiety and unease. He rose from the bottom of his heart. He opened his eyes immediately, and divine sense looked around. Soon, his brows furrowed, because he didn't notice any danger approaching at all. Within a few hundred miles nearby, apart from himself, the living person, there was only the owner of the palace, not even a single bird. He thought it was some kind of illusion, and when he was about to calm down and continue to study, the feeling of unease became stronger. It was as if his life was being threatened and he was about to die. He got up suddenly, his face sinking like water. When his strength has reached his level, his own senses are quite sensitive. This kind of unease and warning signs cannot arise for no reason. There can only be two situations to have such a feeling. Either there is a strong man ambushing around, waiting for an opportunity to take his own life, or because of some other reasons the safety is threatened. The former is unlikely. Although he doesn't know what the master of the palace is, he can conclude that the other party must be a master. If there is a strong man ambushing around, the master of the palace cannot be unaware. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that no one would come to target him. After all, he had never had a grudge against anyone during this period of time, and would not be targeted for no reason. Shui Yu, the only one who held grudges, also felt intimacy with herself because of the shackles of her soul chains. It was too late for her to protect herself, and it was impossible for her to attack herself. Thinking of Shui Yu, thinking of soul chains, Yang Kai's complexion changed, and a guess emerged in his heart. Could it be that something happened to Shui Yu? Because of the soul chain, the lives of the two have been linked together. If Shui Yu's life is on the verge of death, it will most likely affect their feelings. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. He cursed in his heart. He thought that Shui Yu's own strength was not low, and Ha Li Ka, a powerhouse of the Void Return Realm, accompanied him, so there should be nothing wrong, so during this time he has been dealing with his own affairs with peace of mind, but he didn't want to. Now that this happened, it annoyed him extremely. Are you gone? In the palace, the old man glanced at the direction where Yang Kai was leaving, slowly shook his head, and did not pay much attention. For him, Yang Kai's arrival was just a small pebble in his unchanging peaceful life. The ripples that appeared did not affect him in the slightest, and Yang Kai didn't care whether he left or left. He continued to focus on the dozens of pill furnaces beside him, changing the handprints of magic tricks, breaking into one after another Saint Yuan, and mastering the heat in each of the pill furnaces. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1055 Ancient Ruins. Yang Kai unreservedly mobilized his own power, and the speed of the Saint King level high-grade star shuttle was brought into full play. The unease and sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger and stronger. After a while, Yang Kai arrived in the mountains where the branch was located, and he went directly to the attic arranged by Ha Li Ka. From a distance, Yang Kai felt his spiritual sense and found that the attic was still the same as when he left. There was no trace of anyone coming, and Shui Yu was not here. He turned around immediately and galloped towards the branch. After a while, Yang Kai once again came to the palace where Ha Li Ka was seen. Several guards guarding the gate of the palace saw him rushed over in a hurry, and couldn't help frowning, not knowing what had happened to make him so nervous. The last time they met with Yang Kai, they knew that this young man came with the Master Shui, the guard next to Master Shui, but his strength was a little low, which made them look down on them, and secretly felt that the main star was just too good to come. That's all. Ha Li Ka branch president is back. Yang Kai fell in front of them, and he asked directly without talking nonsense. Do you have anything to do with Lord Ha Li Ka? One of the guards asked without answering. Has he come back? Yang Kai roared, his expression ferocious, as if he was choosing someone to devour. The guard was stunned, and couldn't help but feel a little panic in his heart, and shook his head subconsciously. Do you know where he went? Yang Kai asked again. The guard who shook his head just now seemed to be a little embarrassed and angry because of his unconscious cooperation just now, and snorted coldly, You can ask about the whereabouts of your lord, what are you? Even if it is from the main star, it is only a guardian of the second level of the Holy Land. This tone and attitude is really unpleasant. Yang Kai glanced at him and secretly felt that it was a waste of time to ask them. They were not of high status and should not know too many secrets. Without saying a word, Yang Kai turned around and left, and he flew towards another palace. In that palace, there is the aura of a strong man, enough to return to the void realm. He should know something. Grass, this kid. The guards couldn't help but get a little annoyed and stared at Yang Kai's back with hatred. If it wasn't for the identity of the main star, they would definitely not give up with Yang Kaishan. After a while, Yang Kai came to the palace not far away, fell down, walked directly to the guards at the door, and said, "I want to see the adults inside." "What's the matter?" one of the guards asked. There should be something wrong with the president of the Harika branch. The guard's expression changed, looked at Yang Kai up and down, and said in disbelief, "How do you know?" "Lord Halika is a strong player in the Void Return realm, and he is one of the best on the Rainfall Star." "What can I do?" "Can you go in and report?" Yang Kai interrupted him impatiently. "Let him come in." A loud voice suddenly came from inside, and the movement here was obviously passed in, for the strong inside there to notice. The voice fell, and before waiting for the guard to react, Yang Kai rushed into the palace like a wind. It is similar to Halika's palace. In that palace, on a chair, there is a middle-aged man who is dealing with the affairs of the branch. Seeing Yang Kai rushing in, he can't help but look up at him and said, "You is it the guard who came with Lord Xingxie?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "I'm Lin Mufeng of the branch." The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "I don't care if you are from the main star or not, and which adult you follow, I will make the decision here." Yang Kai said nothing. "Why do you say that something happened to Halika?" Lin Mufeng was very satisfied with Yang Kai's cooperative attitude and asked, "As far as I know, you are not qualified to participate in this confidential operation. Since you did not participate, how can you know?" Yang Kai frowned. A flash of light flashed in his mind, and he took out the compass-shaped secret treasure. Master Shui sent a message. They encountered great danger. What kind of danger? Lin Mufeng changed color slightly, and some believed Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai shook his head. "I can't contact Master Shui now. You can try to contact the president of Halika and ask him to take a look." Lin Mufeng pondered for a while, then took out a compass secret treasure and poured spiritual thoughts into it, trying to get in touch with Halika. After a while, he looked solemn and said in a low voice, "Sure enough, something happened." He failed to get any response, and immediately knew that what Yang Kai said was true. "Follow me." Lin Mufeng waved to Yang Kai and hurried out. Outside the palace, Lin Mufeng directly took out the star shuttle and flew in a certain direction, followed by Yang Kai. During the flight, Lin Mufeng was holding the compass secret treasure, constantly communicating with whom, and issuing various orders. After a while, blue rainbows flickered in all directions, and they quickly gathered here. These people were all warriors from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce who had been summoned by Lin Mufeng. They gathered around Lin Mufeng and followed him forward, not asking too much about what happened. Yang Kai observed secretly and was slightly startled. Many of these warriors are strong in the Holy King realm, and there are not many people in the Holy Realm, and there are even a few of them in the Void Return realm. "Mufeng, what happened? You called us over in such a hurry." A middle-aged woman approached Lin Mufeng and asked. "Halika and the others seem to have an accident. No matter how I call, I can't get a response," Lin Mufeng said in a hurry. The middle-aged woman's face changed and she exclaimed, "Is there really any danger in the ancient ruins?" "I don't know. When we discovered the relic, we reported it to the main star, and we didn't dare to investigate it privately. This time, the Master Shui came here to investigate the relic, so it wouldn't be surprising if it was really dangerous." "What about Mr. Shui?" the middle-aged woman asked again. "With Halika." Lin Mufeng's face was extremely ugly, and the middle-aged woman glanced at it for a moment and whispered, "She seems to be the woman of the third young Master Shuiyu." The middle-aged woman's face suddenly paled, and she quickly realized that the problem was more serious than she thought. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be a big deal if something happened because of this unknown danger. After all, the branch president Halika was also involved. This was not a scene the branch wanted to see. But if that Master Shui was the woman of young Master Shuiyu, things would be different. No one dares to bear the anger of young Master Shuiyu. If one is bad, the entire branch will have to be cleaned again. At that time, the blood will flow into rivers, and there will be countless dead people. No one can take up such a responsibility. Everyone knows that the third young master of Shuiyu is ruthless and ruthless. When the two were talking, Yang Kai kept silent, and they didn't mean to hide it. Yang Kai naturally heard clearly about the ancient ruins, and also knew why Shuiyu came to Rainfall Star this time. If it was normal, Yang Kai would definitely be interested in the ancient ruins, but now his mind is not on this one at all. The more he flew forward, the more anxious Yang Kai became. He doesn't know what happened to Shui Yu, but what is certain is that Shui Yu is not dead. Because the two people's surnames are linked, if Shui Yu dies, Yang Kai will surely die. He secretly decided that this time he had to untie his soul chains no matter what, regardless of whether Shui Yu would trouble him or not after the incident. The feeling of not being able to control his life was too bad. After galloping forward for a long time, Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman suddenly fell down. Below that, there should be a mining field, producing unknown ores, and the ground is full of big holes, many of which are bottomless and pitch black. A group of dozens of people all fell to the edge of the largest hole. A merchant from the Chamber of Commerce who stayed nearby immediately greeted them, clasped their fists and said, "Master Lin, Master Qi." Lin Mufeng nodded slightly and asked him, "What happened here?" The warrior was stunned for a moment, puzzled. Nothing happened. He doesn't seem to know the situation yet. Lin Mufeng shook his head, stopped asking, took out the compass treasure, and tried to call, but still couldn't get a response from Halika. Is there something wrong with the president of the branch? The warrior finally saw something wrong in Lin Mufeng's face and asked in surprise. Lin Mufeng nodded. Probably, I'll take some people down to have a look, you wait for me to contact you. Saying this, she was about to fly down. At this moment, the middle-aged woman surnamed Qi suddenly exclaimed, "Someone is coming up." Lin Mufeng's face turned positive, and he quickly released his spiritual sense perception. At the same time, Yang Kai was also investigating the situation. Inside the hole, there are several volatile life breaths that are rising rapidly. Judging from their life fluctuations, they should have encountered danger and suffered some injuries. One of them even had a breathless gossamer, and the fire of life was flickering, as if immediately about to die. "It's Halika," the middle-aged woman shouted. She sensed Halika's breath. Lin Mufeng looked happy and waited secretly. After a while, a few blue lights sprang from the entrance of the cave, as if there was some danger chasing behind them. Salvo shot into the sky. Without exception, the few blue lights flickered indefinitely. Obviously, the star shuttle was damaged inside, and the surname can become unstable. More than a dozen merchants from the Chamber of Commerce who followed Lin Mufeng rushed up and took over their companions. One of them, with cold air all over his body, curled like a cloud of smoke. An unknown merchant of the Chamber of Commerce caught him, and in an instant, his whole body trembled violently, and the cold air visible to the naked eye actually spread to him, and it took him a short time to let him stiffen, unable to move. The two seemed to be frozen together, and Chi fell from the sky. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the flesh and blood were like ice cubes, smashing apart, and two warriors who died at the same time could no longer die. "Don't get close to them." A roar came out, and in the sky, Halika's face was pale, and he fell down hard. Hearing him shout like this, all the warriors in the Chamber of Commerce who were about to rescue their companions stopped, daring not to get closer. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman looked at Halika intently. After seeing his current state, they all shrank their eyes and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Yang Kai also printed Halika's state into his eyes, and his expression became solemn. To be continued. Chapter 1056 Profound Yin Sunflower Water. Being able to become the branch president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Halika's strength is enough to return to the third level of the virtual world, which is the strongest state under the virtual king's realm. Even so, Halika was in extreme embarrassment at the moment. His left arm was frozen into ice cubes. No matter how much he mobilized his own strength, he couldn't resolve the coldness on his arm. The rest of his body spreads, and it looks like it's going to go beyond his shoulders. Halika's jaw was about to split, a flash of panic and determination flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly turned his power and roared. In the ear-piercing roar, his frozen arm suddenly broke off at the roots, and blood poured out from the broken arm like a fountain. Halika's face suddenly paled, and he staggered back. He broke his arm. Yang Kai's pupils shrank. One side was shocked by Halika's decisiveness, and the other side was shocked by the icy energy. It can make a void-returning three-layer powerhouse kill himself to save his life. No matter what the cold energy is, it definitely has a sensational lethality. That is the power that Halika can't resist. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman hurried up, and while stopping the bleeding for Halika, they stuffed a lot of healing medicine into his mouth. Several other warriors who had escaped with Halika saw the branch president doing the same, and they could only grit their teeth, pull out a sharp weapon, and chop off their frozen position. Several people died in pain, screaming miserably. Li Ka sat cross-legged on the ground, practicing his profound arts silently, stabilizing his injuries, gasping for breath, with a lingering expression on his face. What is that? Lin Mufeng asked nervously. Xuanian sunflower water. Li Ka replied through gritted teeth. Xuanian sunflower water. The middle-aged woman screamed. It turned out to be Xuanian sunflower water. There are such treasures in the ancient ruins. Even Lin Mufeng couldn't help beating his heart, showing a look of fascination. Xuanian sunflower water, the treasure of the virtual king level. Any martial artist, as long as he can successfully refine a drop of Xuanian sunflower water, his own strength will definitely be able to make a leap forward. If the strength is lower, it can even directly cross a realm. The Hangluo Chamber of Commerce is mainly business, and the research on treasures in the world is unmatched by any force. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman naturally know the great value of Xuanian sunflower water. If they can safely collect the Xuanian sunflower water in the ancient ruins, it will definitely be a great achievement. Maybe they can be transferred to the main star Shuiyuexing because of this, enjoy a better cultivation environment, and be provided with more good treatment. It's just that this kind of thing is extremely rare, it has extremely strict requirements on the generation environment, and the generation time is also as long as tens of thousands of years. The Hangluo Chamber of Commerce has several cultivation stars, countless medicine stars, and countless warriors. After collecting for so many years, they have never seen such a treasure as Xuanian sunflower water. Therefore, when Li Ka mentioned the words Xuanian sunflower water, whether it was Lin Mufeng or the middle-aged woman, some of their eyes could not stop glowing, and an excited look appeared on their faces. How can there be Xuanian sunflower water under this mining area? Lin Mufeng still couldn't believe it. Maybe it was owned by a great sage in ancient times, and it was left here in the end. We found it from a space ring that was about to be destroyed. The mysterious sunflower water suddenly burst out, destroying the space ring, and everyone was killed. I'm stunned. Li Ka explained it quickly, her face turned blue, thinking of what happened before, she couldn't help but have a look of the rest of her life. If he hadn't seen the opportunity quickly, he would have lost more than one arm this time, and I'm afraid he would have died long ago without a burial. Where's Master Shui? Yang Kai walked up and asked with a sullen face. Li Ka looked up and sighed sadly. Yang Kai's face became more and more ugly. The space ring is what she is holding in her hand. When the Xuanian sunflower water bursts, she is the first to bear the brunt. Li Ka sighed heavily and did not say any more. He will surely die if he becomes that Snow Lord. After all, she only has the cultivation level of the third layer Saint King, and even the powerhouse of the third layer Void Returning can't resist the icy erosion of Xuanian sunflower water. I'm afraid the dead can't die any longer. Yang Kai snorted, is there a roadmap below? What are you doing? Lin Mufeng looked at him in surprise. She's not dead. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. Are you going to save her? The middle-aged woman immediately understood Yang Kai's intentions, slowly shook her head, and persuaded, young man, don't be impulsive, being doused with Xuanian sunflower water, she must have no chance of surviving, going down as just giving up your life in vain. Li Ka also said, there are many restrictions below, your strength is low, and you can't go deep. I want to see people in life, and I want to see corpses in death. Yang Kai said with a stern face. Several leaders of the branch stared at him in a daze, and couldn't help showing a look of admiration. Yang Kai's identity to the outside world is Shui Yu's guard. They only insist on their own opinions when they are Yang Kai's savior, and they have to look deeper regardless of the danger. Even if the strength of such a guard is lower, it is not a big problem. The most important thing for a guard is loyalty. They were instantly awe-inspiring. The ring on Li Ka's hand flashed brightly, and a sketch appeared in his hand, and threw it towards Yang Kai. This is what we have drawn in depth this time, so as not to get lost. If it can come in handy, you can do it anyway. Take it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to take it, glanced at it hastily, without saying a word, he flew out directly, and in the blink of an eye, he fell into the pit. It's a good little guard. The middle-aged woman nodded lightly, looking at the direction of Yang Kai's disappearance, regretting, I'm afraid there is no chance to come back alive again. He has to go, Lin Mufeng said indifferently. Master Shui is the woman of the third young master. If she dies, as a guard, this young man will definitely not survive. After being reminded by him like this, the middle-aged woman couldn't help but turn pale, and the excitement brought by the Xuanian sunflower water disappeared. Only then did she remember how to bear the anger of the third young master, and she suddenly felt a little uneasy. I hope I can make up for it. Li Ka sighed heavily. He didn't expect to be promoted to the main star. Although he found that Xuanian sunflower water was also a great credit, the third young master's woman lost his life because of this. Who knows the third young master? Will there be a rage? The best result is to make up for their faults. The third young master will not pursue the matter here. They will still stay in the branch and maintain the status quo. Old Ha, you rest first. Lin Mufeng relieved, if you have anything to recover, we will discuss it later. That's the only way. Ha Lika nodded and closed his eyes to refine the medicinal effect. In the mine, Yang Kai went all the way down. This mine is not known how deep it is. Yang Kai took a cup of tea before he stepped on the ground. Looking up, there was only a faint light coming from above, and the mining area below was dark. The corridors extending in all directions are all over the ground. This is a mining area that produces some less precious ores. The warriors of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce have made a mess of the underground mining. And the ancient ruins were discovered during the mining process. People from the branch did not dare to investigate at will, and the place was about to be blocked, and the news was reported to the main star. Shui Yu came here this time to deal with the things in the ruins. She was also cautious along the way. Under the leadership of Ha Li Ka, she explored in depth and gained a lot, but who knew that a space ring would bring danger? After too long, the space ring became a little unstable. When Shui Yu's spiritual sense penetrated into it to check the harvest, the space ring was suddenly damaged, the contents inside burst open, and the Xuanian sunflower water stored in it was just like that. Poured her through. Immediately, she was unconscious, and the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce warriors scattered around her also died in an instant. Only the strongest Ha Lika and a few warriors who were far away escaped and fled. Yang Kai remembered the sketch in his mind, his spiritual sense expanded, and he shuttled through the corridors of the mining area. After half an hour, he finally arrived at the location where he found the ruins. He felt a lot of obscure energy fluctuations from the front, and immediately knew that what Ha Li Ka said was true. There are many restrictions in this ruin, and it is extremely dangerous. When they were exploring in depth before, they tried to avoid those restrictions as much as possible, and it was impossible to avoid them before they took action to destroy or crack them. Yang Kai is eager to save people, how can he have the time to break these restrictions one by one? The spiritual mind thread broke through the blockade of the space, went deep into the ruins, checked the situation inside, confirmed it, locked a certain position, and Yang Kai tore the space apart. When he reappeared, he was already standing somewhere in the ruins, and he continued to follow the route of the sketch given by Ha Lika, tearing apart the space again. More than a dozen times in a row, he went deeper into the ruins, and suddenly noticed a faint breath of life, like a candle swaying in the wind and rain, in danger of being annihilated at any time. Snow Moon. It was just 100 feet away from where he was, but because of some obstacles, Yang Kai couldn't see her specific situation. The only thing that was certain was that she did not die. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed down the irritability in his heart, sat down cross-legged, and threw an elixir into his mouth to replenish the consumed power of consciousness. Half an hour later, he got up suddenly, tore the space for the last time, and got into the crack of the space. 100 feet away, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. At a glance, he saw Shui Yu lying on the ground, her body covered in frost. She was sleeping with a unique style, like a sleeping beauty. Within her body, strands of colorful rays of light bloomed, making her look like a goddess. An eerie balance. However, with the passage of time, the glow seems to have a tendency to gradually dim. I don't know what kind of secret treasure this woman is wearing, or what kind of cultivation method she is practicing, so that she can stay immortal for a while, but if it continues like this, within half a day, when the glow disappears, Shui Yu will definitely die. Yang Kai has to follow the unlucky. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1057 Comatose. In the ancient ruins, Yang Kai stood not far from Shui Yu, staring at her silently, feeling complicated. He and this woman were supposed to be enemies, never dying, but their lives were linked by the effect of the soul chain. Now Shui Yu's life is hanging by a thread, whether Yang Kai wants it or not, he has to find a way to save her. He can only live if Shui Yu survives. Yang Kai didn't rush to do it, because there are drops of liquid that is as exquisite as a gemstone suspended around Shui Yu at this moment, and every drop of liquid exudes a terrifying power that makes Yang happy, and the spiritual sense is close, even the thought silk can be frozen. Xuanian sunflower water. Yang Kai immediately understood that these liquids were the Xuanian sunflower water that Ha Lika said, but he did not expect that this kind of thing would be so strange. Yang Kai quietly counted, and there were about 50 drops of Xuanian sunflower water floating in the air. There was some space between them, but Xueyu was surrounded by airtightness. It is really difficult to fish Xueyu out of these mysterious sunflower waters. Yang Kai waved a strong wind, trying to push these Xuanian sunflower water away, but to his surprise, the strong wind hit, and those Xuanian sunflower water did not move. They seemed to weigh more than 1,000 pounds. Yang Kai's expression was dignified, and he increased his strength, and only then moved Xuanian sunflower water cancan a little distance, allowing Xueyu to be exposed safely. When he came to Xueyu, Yang Kai looked at her, feeling a little helpless. He doesn't know how to get this woman out. Yang Kai still remembers the scene where the warrior from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce went to rescue his companion. The ice cold spread, and a warrior in the Holy King state couldn't resist, and was directly attacked. Frozen into ice sculptures, then dropped to the ground and shattered into pieces. Yang Kai didn't dare to touch Xueyu's body casually. He turned his power, and a dark magic flame appeared in his hand, slowly approaching Xueyu, wondering if his magic flame could block the transmission of the cold. The strange and inexplicable magic flames came from the contradictory energy fluctuations. As they approached, the burning magic flames seemed to have encountered a nemesis. When the fire was low, its power instantly weakened a lot. Yang Kai's face was dignified, and he had to increase the output of Saint Yuan. The weakened demon flame rose again, and Yang Kai printed the demon flame on Xueyu's snow-white pink arm. In an instant, the violent conflict of energy broke out, and the cold air on Xueyu's body spread rapidly towards this side, and the burning magic flame was frozen in an instant. Binghan followed the magic flame and passed it directly to Yang Kai, causing him to change color and madly urge Saint Yuan. The frozen magic flame made a whirring sound, and once again became a raging fire, fighting against the cold that freezes everything. Yang Kai's body trembled, and he almost never experienced such hardships. For the first time, he exerted all his strength to fight against a kind of icy power. As time passed, the icy cold of the Xuanian sunflower water was sometimes suppressed by the demonic flames, and sometimes spread to Yang Kai's arm, and the two were evenly matched. Although Yang Kai's strength is low, this demon flame is another kind of power mystery that he created by combining the energy of two completely different attributes. It is mysterious and unpredictable. As long as Yang Kai's realm is sufficient, it can burn everything in the world. It has great growth potential. But right now, Mo Yan doesn't seem to be the opponent of Xuanian sunflower water. After only a moment of effort, Yang Kai was defeated like a mountain, and the icy mood spread all the way to his body, making his body and mind completely changed. Stiff and stagnant. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in his mind and called in the demon mysterious tome, "Help me." He had to ask the divine tree for help. The divine tree is a yang attribute divine tree, and it is also the nemesis of ice cold. Okay, Shenshu responded immediately. The next moment, an unbelievably huge yang attribute energy suddenly burst out from the demon mystic tome, and together with Yang Kai's demon flame, dispelled the coldness on his body. The coldness of Xuanian sunflower water was quickly suppressed. Yang Kai's demonic flames directly wrapped Xueyu's delicate body, and at the same time, the yang attribute energy bursting out of the divine tree also wrapped Xueyu. With the two-pronged approach, the frost on Xueyu's body melted quickly, her pale complexion gradually turned rosy, her icy body gradually became warmer, and a faint heartbeat came from her plump chest. Yang Kai looked overjoyed and spared no effort to cooperate with the divine tree. After half an hour, the frost on Xueyu's body disappeared, and it was only at this moment that the colorful rays of light that bloomed in her body gradually faded. She seemed to have reached the point where the oil was exhausted. Divine Mind checked her body, and Yang Kai found that her situation was a bit strange. Although the danger of Xuanian sunflower water has been lifted, she is still hovering between life and death, unconscious. Yang Kai unceremoniously invaded her sea of consciousness, but found that it was cold, like a glacial world. The sea was frozen, Xueyu's spiritual body disappeared, only her faint breath existed, no matter how Yang Kai called. Did not get any response. Yang Kai's brows were furrowed, and he didn't know what went wrong, so he could only temporarily withdraw from her sea of consciousness. I have to rest for a while, and I can't help you for the time being. The divine tree said a word and then stopped moving. This time it seemed to have paid a huge amount, and the huge one had to go into a state of deep sleep. Not only does the divine tree consume a lot, but Yang Kai also consumes a lot of Saint Yuan. If it is not for his special body, he has inexhaustible Saint Yuan, and it is impossible to disperse the Xuanian sunflower water on Xueyu. He squatted down, picked her up by the waist, stretched out his hand to tear the space apart, and Yang Kai dived in. He didn't care about the Xuanian sunflower water floating in the air at all. Although they were extremely rare treasures, Yang Kai was really in no mood to collect them, let alone how to collect them. Above the mine, Ha Li Ka finally looked much better after half a day of recovery. The few merchants from the Chamber of Commerce who escaped with him were also able to save their lives, but all of them had broken arms and missing legs. The most miserable person is to have both arms cut off. He is a warrior of the Holy King realm, but without his hands, he will have no room for improvement in martial arts from now on. When he thinks of this, his eyes are infinitely dark, and he can't see a trace of light. The rest of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce were also gloomy and frowning. An exploration of the ancient ruins caused heavy losses to this branch, and the third young master's woman even died inside. This responsibility is not too big. As the person in charge of the branch, the punishment is inevitable. Old man, let's go back first. After we go back, let's figure out how to report the matter here to the main star. Lin Mufeng came up and helped Ha Li Ka, who was sitting on the ground. Ha Li Ka responded in a dejected manner, without much energy. What about Xuanian sunflower water? The middle-aged woman asked. Lin Mufeng thought for a while, block this place temporarily, and then bring someone to collect it after you go back to check the books. Lin Mufeng also didn't know how to collect Xuanian sunflower water. That's the only way. The middle-aged woman sighed slightly. Lin Mufeng immediately shouted and arranged, leaving 2 void returners and more than a dozen Saint Kings to block and guard the place, and everything was deployed in a short time. When the group of people was about to return home, the middle-aged woman suddenly turned her head to look in the direction of the mine, and let out a light sigh. The next moment, everyone turned their heads in unison and looked over there in surprise. A figure suddenly came out from the inside. It was the little guard who only had 2 levels of saints before. At this moment, he was holding Master Shui in his hand, his face was gloomy, and he fell lightly from the air, with no scars or embarrassment all over his body. The eyes of Ha Li Ka, Lin Mufeng and the others widened, and an unbelievable expression appeared on their faces. When Yang Kai insisted on going on, they only thought that this young man must have gone and never returned. After all, his strength is too low, and the restrictions in the ruins are enough to make him lose his life. Those restrictions are not a Saint Realm martial artist, cracked and avoided. But the fact was greatly beyond their expectations. Not only did Yang Kai not die, but he returned safely, and he even rescued Lord Shui. How did you do that? The 3 were immediately shocked. How is Master Shui? Ha Li Ka immediately calmed down and asked eagerly. Not dead. Yang Kai shook his head. Hearing what he said, the 3 of them, no matter who they were all shocked, and a relaxed mood appeared in their hearts. They are all worried, and the most fearful thing is that the 3rd young master Shuiyu will be furious about this matter, hold them accountable, and kill them. Now that this woman is not dead, their biggest concern will no longer exist. For a time, looking at Yang Kai's eyes filled with gratitude. This little guard, not only saved the woman of the 3rd young master Shuiyu, but also saved the 3 of them. But she's unconscious, I don't know what's wrong. Yang Kai added. The expressions of relief on the faces of Ha Li Ka and the other 3 froze, and they all rushed over. Spiritual thoughts swept across Shuiyu's body, and their faces gradually became solemn. They also noticed something wrong with Shuiyu, and they didn't know what to do for a while. Go back first, go back first. Lin Mufeng shouted, no one is allowed to disclose what happened here today, and those who violate the order will be killed. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai again, considered his words, and said politely, little brother, Sir Shui is injured, can you not notify the main star for the time being? We will find a way to wake her up. He is really afraid that Yang Kai will stab the matter here to the main star. Once Shuiyu learns of the situation here, they will still be to blame and will not escape punishment. They don't even know that this Master Shui is Shuiyu himself. If you know, I am afraid that even the heart of death has. Yang Kai couldn't even say it, and nodded lightly, as long as I can save her, I can temporarily hide this matter. He also knew what the other party was worried about. Lin Mufeng's face was overjoyed, and he kept clasping his fists. Little brother is easy to talk, thank you little brother. Ha Li Ka and the middle-aged woman also glanced at Yang Kai gratefully, without saying anything. Go back, I will summon the best alchemist from Rainfall Star to investigate for Mr. Shui. Lin Mufeng greeted everyone and flew in the direction of the branch. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1058 Zhongao. In the attic in the mountains, some blood seeped out from Ha Li Ka's broken arm. Together with Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman, they stood outside the attic and waited quietly, looking anxious. Yang Kai stood not far from them, his expression indifferent and motionless. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, more than a dozen people suddenly poured out from the attic. These people were male and female, old and young, but without exception, all of them wore symbols that symbolize the identity of alchemists on their chests. That is a mark of a furnace, and this mark is common to the entire star field. The level of an alchemist is distinguished by the number of tripods. On the signs on the chests of these alchemists, the ones with the fewest legs have reached 8. This is the symbol of a holy king-level alchemist. There are even the 2 oldest seniors wearing a 9-footed furnace, which is the status symbol of a virtual-level alchemist. Void-level alchemists have a very high status in the Hengluo star field. Looking at the entire star field, there are not many who have reached the level of virtual-level alchemists. There are only 3 or 5 people at the higher level of the virtual king level, and they are divided among the most powerful forces. The Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is such a big force, and only the main star has a virtual king-level alchemist in charge. The dozen or so people who came out of the attic were the most senior and most skilled alchemists on Rainfall Star. Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng invited these people to diagnose Shui Yu's injuries and see if they could find a way to rescue them. On weekdays, these alchemists are scattered in different locations of Rainfall Star, have their own territory, cultivate medicinal materials, and refine medicinal pills for the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce will provide them with protection and certain resources, and their relationship with the Chamber of Commerce is cooperation, is not a subordinate, so even Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng treated them with courtesy and did not dare to be disrespectful. Usually they don't dare to disturb them, but for the safety of the third young master Shuiyu and the woman, they still invite these people to gather together. When the dozen or so people walked out, Ha Li Ka and the others were shocked, and hurried to meet them. Lin Mufeng clasped his fists and said, "Everyone, how is Sir Shui's injury, and is there a way to resolve it?" More than a dozen people looked at each other in dismay, it seemed a little hard to say. Seeing their expressions, Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng couldn't help their hearts sinking and realized that something was wrong. "How is the situation?" Ha Li Ka asked anxiously. Everyone turned their attention to one of the people wearing the sign of the 9-footed furnace, and the old man with white hair and beard had to say, "The 2 adults are old and blunt. I waited for more than a dozen people to investigate for a long time, and I didn't know the snowman. What is the reason for the adults to fall into a coma? Only know that she was invaded by an ice-cold force and her body functions have been frozen, and she has no independent consciousness, and she can't ask anything." Harika listened quietly. The old man said again, "You don't tell me what happened to this Master Shui, how can we rescue her? We don't know what kind of medicine to refine to save her." "Yeah, at least you have to tell the reason and what happened to her." Another virtual-level alchemist echoed, "In this way, we can refine the medicine to wake her up according to the right medicine." Ha Li Ka suddenly looked embarrassed. Xuanian sunflower water is of great importance. It is a treasure of cultivation that can make anyone jealous. Once the news leaks out, it is very likely to attract the covet of the strong. Before they have figured out how to collect it, Ha Li no matter what, Ka did not dare to say the words Xuanian sunflower water. But doing so would also delay the diagnosis of Master Shui by the dozen or so alchemists. For a while, he was extremely tangled, and he couldn't help but turn his attention to Lin Mufeng for his opinion. Lin Mufeng shook his head without a trace. Ha Li Ka said with a hard look, "Everyone, it's not that we want to hide it, it's just that this matter is too important, we dare not talk about it at will." Listening to what he said, more than a dozen alchemists also realized that there were some things that they could not ask about, so they didn't continue to insist. The old man frowned for a moment and said, "If this is the case, then please forgive me for being helpless." Quote, "Everyone, can't you try again?" Ha Li Ka was anxious, "You are the best alchemists on Rainfall Star. If you can't do anything about it, then Master Shui Shi. Whether Master Shui dies or not has nothing to do with him." What he was worried about was that if something happened to Master Shui, it would provoke young Master Shui's mad rage, which was not something he could bear. More than a dozen alchemists shook their heads in unison, indicating that they were really powerless. Ha Li Ka, Lin Mufeng and the others couldn't help but look helpless and smiled bitterly at each other. At this moment, one of the Holy King-level alchemists said, "Lord Ha Li Ka said that I am the best alchemist on the Rainfall Star, but he is flattering us, but we know that there is another person who talks about alchemy skills. The knowledge of pharmacology is better than ours. If you can invite him to come and see, maybe you can see some famous things, and it is possible to find a solution." Hearing what he said, the old man who spoke earlier couldn't help but raise his brows. He seemed to think of such a person, and nodded, yes, if it's his words, maybe it's possible. The others immediately agreed, and they all convincingly admitted that that person was the #1 alchemist on Star Rainfall. The group of alchemists is quite arrogant. Among the alchemists of the same level, no one will admit that others are better than themselves. They will always think that they are the best alchemists of this level. Except for themselves, others it's all rubbish, and the refined medicinal herbs are also rubbish. To make more than a dozen alchemists agree in unison, then there is only one explanation, that alchemist's level is higher than them, that is a virtual king-level alchemist. Halika and the others also lit up, but soon, their expressions became bitter and said, I want to invite him. It's difficult, even if we go to visit, I'm afraid we will be swept out of the house. Lin Mufeng took a breath and said, 5 years ago, when Lin went to visit that person, he chased and killed him for half a month because he disturbed his purity. I don't want to be chased by him again. When he mentioned this past, a group of people couldn't help but laugh, as if they all knew something about it. Who was that? Yang Kai asked. When these people were talking just now, he had been silent, watching Halika and Lin Mufeng's concealment of the truth, and listening to the praise of more than a dozen alchemists for that person, and only then did he take the initiative to speak. More than a dozen alchemists turned their attention to each other, but did not answer. From their point of view, Yang Kai is just a young boy in the Saint Realm, and he is not qualified to ask any more questions, and they don't bother to answer Yang Kai's questions. On the other hand, Halika pondered and said, he is a very powerful alchemist who lives on Rainfall Star, but he does not belong to any faction. It doesn't belong to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai was surprised. Harika shook his head, living on Rainfall Star, but not under the jurisdiction of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. There is only one explanation, the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce did not dare to offend him easily. However, the Chamber of Commerce has made some agreements with him. We will provide him with medicinal materials for alchemy, and give him a territory of 3,000 miles. All the medicinal pills made from those medicinal materials will be owned by our Chamber of Commerce. Free labor. Yang Kai's brows twitched. He didn't know what trick this alchemy master was playing. Since he was so good at alchemy, he didn't need to work hard to refine the medicine and then provide it to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce for free. He can completely establish a sect, collect disciples, and raise his own value. I can't say that. Although we don't know what that person needs to do, we will try our best to meet his requirements. However, he has refined a lot of medicinal pills. Every 3 months, we will send someone to give them to him. He transported the spirit herbs and medicines and retrieved the medicinal pills he refined, no less than 200 bottles each time, and the highest one is 500 bottles. 500 bottles. A bottle of 10 pills is 5,000 pills, and 5,000 pills are refined in 3 months. This number makes all the alchemists present shake their bodies and feel ashamed. They are all alchemists hired by the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce at a high price, but if they are allowed to alchemy without sleep for 3 months, they will never reach the terrifying number of 500 bottles. Refine that low-end medicine pill. Where is he? Yang Kai asked again. Little brother wants to find him. Halika immediately understood his intentions. I can only do this now. Yang Kai glanced at him. Halika pondered for a while, nodded and said, okay, I'll take you there. Although there is 100 reluctance in his heart, Halika can only bite the bullet now. Yang Kai nodded, turned and rushed into the attic, hugged Shuiyu who was in a coma, looked at Halika, and flew out. Staring at their disappearing backs, Lin Mufeng pursed his lips and sighed, I hope Lauha won't be like me and be chased by that person for half a month. The middle-aged woman also had a worried look on her face, secretly feeling that this matter was really difficult. In the gallop, Halika briefly explained the story of the magical and eccentric alchemist. Only then did Yang Kai know that the man claimed to be Zhang Ao, who seemed to have come to Rainfall Star nearly 100 years ago, and then lived here all the time. He has reached various agreements with the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, which is even higher than the status of the dozen or so alchemists. He asked us for a territory of 3,000 miles, and he built a residence in a valley, and in that valley, he divided medicinal fields and planted many rare medicinal materials. He hates others in his alchemy. Even when people from our Chamber of Commerce go to deliver medicinal materials to him, they strictly abide by his instructions and pass by within a specific time. Halika was afraid that Yang Kai was young and arrogant, and he didn't know the heights of the sky, so he rashly offended Zhang Ao. On the way, he told him about Zhang Ao in detail, focusing on this person's unique status and reckless temper. The more Yang Kai listened, the weirder his expression became. He felt that he seemed to have been to Zhang Ao's residence. Half a day later, Ha Li Ka suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Have you seen that valley? That's where Master Zhang Ao lives." Yang Kai looked forward and laughed dumbly. The valley was clearly the place where he realized and spied the spirit array map. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1059 Chew It Up. When there was still 30 miles away from the valley, Halika stopped, and after a while, he said, "Little brother, I am waiting for you here. If it is impossible, leave immediately, not too much." Being entangled, Master Zhang Ao annoys this kind of person the most, and the consequences of angering him are unimaginable. Yang Kai glanced at him up and down. Halika looked embarrassed, and explained, "Little brother, you are young and your cultivation base is low. Even if Master Zhang Ao is angry, I am afraid that he will not lower his status and take action against you. But if I go there together." Quote. Understood. Yang Kai guessed his concerns and didn't force it. He hugged Shui Yu and left like lightning. Halika stood on the spot, stretched his neck, looked forward eagerly, and felt uneasy in his heart, wondering if Yang Kai's trip would go smoothly, or if he was beaten by Zhang Ao. 30 miles, Yang Kai arrived in the blink of an eye. Going straight to the outside of the palace, Yang cheerfully shouted, "Senior, my family is in a coma after suffering a great disaster. I heard that the senior is the most outstanding alchemist on the Rainfall Star, and I have come here to invite the senior to take care of me. It's convenient to do a diagnosis for my family." Quote. Inside the palace, it was quiet. Yang Kai could feel that there was a breath of life inside, and the alchemist named Zhang Ao was indeed inside, but there was no response. He shouted the same thing 3 times in a row. In the distance, Halika almost raised his heart to his throat, secretly deciding that if Zhang Ao rushed out in a rage, he would flee immediately and would never stop. Outside the palace, Yang Kai waited anxiously. Experts outside the world always have some temper, which Yang Kai can understand, so he did not act recklessly. Even Halika and Lin Mufeng and others are very jealous of this Zhang Ao. If the martial artist angered the opponent, there would be absolutely no good end, so he hugged Shui Yu like this, stood outside and shouted respectfully, waiting for Zhang Ao's reply. He was also thinking about what to do if Zhang Ao didn't want to come forward. He couldn't leave Shui Yu in a coma. The lives of the two were linked together. Once Shui Yu encountered something unexpected while in a coma, he wouldn't be able to live alone. So Yang Kai couldn't wait to wake up Shui Yu, then lift the soul chain and restore his body of freedom. Just when he was worrying about gains and losses, an old voice suddenly came from the palace, "Come in." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Some did not expect things to go so smoothly. A look of surprise appeared on his face, carefully tasted Sha Zhang Ao's tone and found that he was not dissatisfied or annoyed, and then walked into the palace. The gate of the palace was open, and there were no guards or servants. There seemed to be only Zhang Ao alive in this area of thousands of miles. After detouring for a while in the palace, Yang Kai came to a huge wing room. From the wing room, there was a strong scent of pills. He walked in cautiously, looked left and right, and his eyes could not help shrinking. This wing should be Zhang Ao's alchemy room. But at this moment, dozens of large and small alchemy furnaces were placed in the alchemy room, and each alchemy furnace still had residual heat, which should have just finished alchemy. In a corner of this wing room, a large number of jade bottles were piled up, and the jade bottles were filled with medicinal pills, which were colorful and different in type. Yang Kai roughly estimated that there were at least 200 or so of the jade bottles piled up on the ground in such a mess, like something worthless. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, and only then did he know that what Halika said before was true. The number of alchemy of this Zhang Ao is indeed a bit terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Ao was sitting on an animal skin chair with a jade bottle in his hand, as if he was checking something. After taking a look, he didn't find what he wanted. Zhang Ao threw the jade bottle to the corner and piled it up with the previous jade bottles. There are more than a dozen jade bottles by his side. After checking them one by one, Zhang Ao smiled and said to himself, "Another one, hee, not bad, it's not worth the old man's hard work. Hey, the medicine pill is difficult to practice." Saying so, he took out a medicinal pill from the jade bottle and put it into another jade bottle prepared in advance. Yang Kai looked carefully, and all the medicinal pills in the jade bottle were actually born with medicinal grains. This Zhang Ao seems to have only kept the medicinal pills with the pill pattern, and discarded the other pills like shams, disdainful, regardless of the grade of those pills, whether they are valuable or not. When Zhang Ao was checking the medicine pill, Yang Kai didn't bother, just stood there. After a while, Zhang Ao finished his work, took the medicinal pills with pill marks into his arms, raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. He smiled strangely. You are the one who stole the teacher from the old man's medicine field before, boy. Yang Kai blushed and said embarrassingly, the junior passed here a few days ago, attracted by the mystery in the medicine field, and couldn't help but stop and study for a few days. If there is any offense, please forgive me. No matter where you are, stealing a teacher is an extremely bad thing, and Yang Kai also knows that what he has done is a bit unkind. It's just that he really didn't think too much about it at the time, and now that the other party is pursuing it, he has nothing to say. Zhang Ao was quite satisfied with Yang Kai's frank confession. He got up from the chair and said with a chuckle, forget it, it's not a big deal. You are lucky today, the old man just finished alchemy. There are some gains, since you are also an alchemist, the old man will not pursue it. Zhang Ao knew this better than anyone else who could comprehend the mysteries in the medicine field. What's wrong with your lord? Zhang Ao took the initiative to ask. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, unconscious, his vitality is frozen, his consciousness is scattered, and his spirit body has disappeared. Have you penetrated into her sea of consciousness? Zhang Ao looked at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Zhang Ao suddenly laughed strangely. Your relationship with this girl is not easy. He looked at Yang Kai with an ambiguous look on his face, with an intriguing smile. Only people who are very close will go deep into each other's sea of knowledge to spy. If Yang Kai is really Shui Yu's guard, it is impossible to have the courage to do such a transgression. Zhang Ao is old and sophisticated, and he can't see the twists and turns in it. Yang Kai did not deny it, just said, please also ask the seniors to help. Zhang Ao pouted. Ha Li Ka has followed, this girl is not low, are the other alchemists on the Rainfall Star helpless? A dozen people have been invited over to see it, and they don't know anything about it. A bunch of trash who only know about alchemy. Zhang Ao rudely spurned, walked to Yang Kai's side carelessly, looked at Shui Yu's state, his spiritual sense swept over her body, and suddenly, Zhang Ao's expression changed, dignified. Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual sense was strengthened, and he seemed to have found something. Seeing this, Yang Kai also held his breath and waited secretly. Zhang Ao's expression changed, like hesitation, excitement, and madness, his eyes widened, and after a long while he said in a low voice, boy, was this girl doll harmed by Xuanian sunflower water? His tone was a little uncertain, and he obviously didn't dare to be too arbitrary. Around such a situation, Yang Kai couldn't help but admire it. The dozen or so alchemists gathered together, and after investigating for a long time, he didn't know what happened to Shui Yu, but when he got to Zhang Ao, he saw the root of the problem at a glance. It can be seen that Zhang Ao does have real materials, nodding his head and saying, yes. Is it really Xuanian sunflower water? Zhang Ao shouted, a little lost. It is Xuanian sunflower water. Ha! Zhang Ao's face twitched, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. He laughed loudly, it's actually Xuanian sunflower water. This thing actually exists. He danced with excitement, shouted endlessly, and suddenly stretched out his hands again, grabbing Yang Kai's arm like an iron hoop, his eyes bursting with palpitating light, and eagerly said, boy, where is the Xuanian sunflower water? Quickly take the old man over there. Also ask the seniors to save people first. Yang Kai was unmoved. Are you negotiating conditions with this old man? Zhang Ao's face turned cold, and he looked a little unhappy. His eyes forced him over, and he said coldly, it is easy for this old man to kill you, so dare you to negotiate conditions with this old man? Senior, please forgive me. Yang Kai insisted. Zhang Ao was slightly absent-minded, and looked at Yang Kai strangely. Jia smiled and said, courageous. No one has dared to talk to this old man for many years, it seems that this girl is really important to you. Can you give your life for her? Yang Kai frowned and said, if she dies, so will I. This is not a lie, so what Yang Kai said has no psychological burden. But he didn't know which of Zhang Ao's nerves were affected by his appearance and attitude, so that the oppressive momentum of the other party was withdrawn. He pondered for a while, nodded and said, okay, you come with me. Saying so, he led Yang Kai to shuttle through the palace. After a while, he came to another wing. Zhang Ao instructed Yang Kai to put Shui Yu on the bed, took out a brown medicinal pill and handed it to Yang Kai, feed her. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and squeezed Shui Yu's mouth, and was about to throw the medicinal pill into it. Zhang Ao rolled his eyes. Chew it up. She can't function with all her strength now. How can she absorb it if you don't help her resolve the effect? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ao in amazement. Zhang Ao laughed wickedly. I'm sorry. If you're too embarrassed, this old man can avoid it. No need. Yang Kai shook his head, chewed the medicinal pill in his mouth, and then fed it into Shui Yu's small mouth to mouth, with a calm expression on his face. Shui Yu's whole body, he has touched and looked at it. What's the big deal with kissing now? The red lips were cold, but they were quite soft. Get out of the way. Zhang Ao unceremoniously threw Yang Kai aside, holding a vessel in his hand. The vessel was full of green liquid, as if it was boiled, with bubbles tumbling. Yang Kai had no idea what that green liquid was. But seeing Zhang Ao's confident appearance, he didn't ask any more questions, just stood aside and waited quietly. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1060 Deal. Chapter 1060 The Deal. The utensil in Zhang Ao's hand turned over, and the green liquid slanted down, and the droplets were as distinct as rainwater, and seemed to have their own spirituality. Shui Yu's face was always pale, and with the infiltration of these liquids, it gradually became a little rosier, and the heartbeat from her chest was much stronger than before. Yang Kai watched intently, feeling a little reassured. Zhang Ao does have some abilities, and Yang Kai can clearly feel that after being tossed by him, Shui Yu's state is much better than before. After the green liquid was completely absorbed by Shui Yu, Zhang Ao took 2 steps back, and there was a pained expression on his face. It seemed that the medicine pill and the green liquid were of great value to him. Things. Senior, is this cured? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Cure? Zhang Ao glanced at him and sneered. The poison of Xuanian sunflower water can be cured so easily, you are too naive. Although Xuanian sunflower water is a treasure of cultivation, but it is also extremely destructive. Ordinary people will die if they touch it. Even a void returner can't resist the power of Xuanian sunflower water. This girl's physique seems to be a bit special, and the secret treasure she wears is also very high. Otherwise, she'd probably already be dead. I just keep her alive. In a year or two, she won't die. What about a year or two later? Yang Kai asked eagerly. Then I'm not sure. Zhang Ao shook his head slowly. If you can refine the medicinal pill to save her, she will be able to recover. If it can't be refined, well, you are going to collect her body. Yang Kai's color changed suddenly, and he quickly clasped his fists and respectfully said, Senior, good people have done it to the end, please show me the way out. Good person. Zhang Ao raised his brows and laughed loudly. This old man is not a good person. I will help you maintain her vitality, and you have to pay for it. Well, if you can tell me where Xuanian sunflower water is, it's not that the old man can't show you a clear way out. Yang Kai didn't even think about it. I can tell you. Ha Li Ka, Lin Mufeng and others want to hide the Xuanian sunflower water. That is their plan. Yang Kai will not be too scrupulous. There is only one thing for him. Shui Yu can't die. Zhang Ao nodded with satisfaction. Okay, you take me to find Xuanian sunflower water, and I will tell you the way to rescue. Deal. Yang Kai nodded heavily, thought for a while and added, but the place is now guarded by the warriors of the Hengluo Business Association. Ha Lika and Lin Mufeng should not let you approach. They dare. The old man is going, they dare to stop them. Zhang Ao snorted and said, it's a big deal, just give them some benefits. He doesn't seem to want to be too stiff with the Hengluo Business Association. After all, the value of Xuanian sunflower water is too great. If he eats it alone, it will definitely provoke revenge from the Hengluo Business Association. Sometimes, taking a step back is a great opportunity. However, before this, the old man has to go out first, and to collect the Xuanian sunflower water, we have to build some specific containers. Zhang Ao seemed to be talking to himself, and ordered Yang Kai, boy, you stay here. Come here, the old man will rush back in about half a month, and I will talk about it when the old man comes back. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Zhang Ao acted resolutely. After speaking, he left immediately, disappeared in an instant, and did not know where he went. However, since he said that he wanted to build a specific container, he should have gone to find a refiner. Alchemists and alchemists are equally noble, and they are extremely rare talents, especially high-level alchemists and alchemists, who have always been the targets of all major forces. It is not surprising that someone like Zhang Ao knows 1 or 2 skilled craftsmen. After Zhang Ao left, Ha Li Ka's soft voice suddenly came from outside the palace, little brother, little brother. He hasn't left yet. I am afraid that I have been observing outside and found that Zhang Ao suddenly left, So I dared to go outside the palace and wanted to ask about the situation. Yang Kai walked out and told him briefly, knowing that Zhang Ao was actually eyeing the Xuanian sunflower water. Halika's face changed greatly, and he panicked, not knowing how to deal with Zhang Ao's coveting. He also didn't dare to report the matter here to the main star. The woman of the third young master Shuiyu was unconscious, and his life and death were unknown. It was too late for him to conceal the news, so how could he report it truthfully? He pondered for a while with an ugly face, but didn't blame Yang Kai for being too talkative, and said, "Since Master Zhang Ao has a way to rescue, then little brother, you can stay here for the time being and wait for him to come back. I'm going to discuss with Lin Mufeng and the others how to deal with this." Saying that, leave quickly. Yang Kai returned to the room, sat beside the bed, and looked at the sleeping Shuiyu. At this moment, this enchanting stunner has a calm face, even breathing, sweet sleep, and her exquisite and graceful body is undoubtedly revealed. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and ruthlessly touched her chest. He felt that he had suffered a big loss. If it weren't for the soul chain, he wouldn't have to work so hard, and he wouldn't have to worry about Shuiyu's life or death. The most unbearable thing for him was that even if Shuiyu was rescued, after he unlocked the chains of his soul, he didn't know what this woman's attitude towards him would be, and whether she would be angry and chase him for 10,000 years. This unpredictable future made Yang Kai angry. It was just that on the Death Star at that time, the situation forced him to connect his life with Shuiyu to protect himself. Yang Kai's bitterness has passed through Wanglian, and he can't balance it without taking the opportunity to take advantage of it. Zhang Ao disappeared for half a month. During this time, Yang Kai lived in his palace. Shuiyu was unconscious and didn't need his care. He rushed into Zhang Ao's alchemy room wholeheartedly. In the dozens of large and small pill furnaces, there are many spiritual formations used for alchemy. These spiritual formations are not the same as those hidden in the medicine field. Each spiritual formation is perfectly integrated, without any conflict with each other. Yang Kai unceremoniously imprinted the methods and structures of these spirit formations into his mind and became his own knowledge. There is also a study in the palace. There are many classics in the study. When Yang Kai was bored, he went in and read. All at once, he found a lot of good things that excite him. A pair of pill recipes he had never seen before made him study tirelessly, and he was fascinated. All the pill recipes in Yang Kai's hands were from Tongshuan continent, but after arriving in the Star region, the grade of spirit herbs and elixir became higher, and many things had never existed on Tongshuan continent. These collected alchemy recipes perfectly complemented his shortcomings, allowing his knowledge and attainments in alchemy to begin to align with the stars. Half a month passed in a flash, and Yang Kai didn't notice the passage of time at all. Zhang Ao's aura of life suddenly appeared in the palace, and he went straight to the study. Seeing that Yang Kai was flipping through the pill recipes and pills, he didn't mind, and signaled to him, "Let's go, take this old man to find out." In the place of Xuanian sunflower water, as long as the old man can successfully put away those treasures, you can look at the contents here for as long as you want. Okay. Yang Kai started a book in his hand, got up and walked out with him. My family's adults stay here, there won't be any problems, right? Yang Kai asked worriedly. What's the problem? Zhang Ao smiled strangely. No one dares to break into the palace of this old man, and no one can break in, unless a few experts from the Void Return Realm are forced to charge together. On this Rainfall Star, no one has dared to offend the old man like this. You have 100 hearts, this is the safest place in Rainfall Star. He looks arrogant, and Yang Kai doesn't think he is bragging, but he does have such confidence. Zhang Ao and Zhang Ao envoy Xing Shuo, galloping towards the mining area. After half a day, Yang Kai brought Zhang Ao to the previous mine. There are many warriors waiting in line below, Li Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the middle-aged woman, as well as the strong players in the Void Return Realm from the Hengluo Business Association branch, are all present. They seem to be waiting. These little bastards. Zhang Ao scolded with dissatisfaction on his face. Seeing Zhang Ao's figure, Li Ka and the others below also looked solemn, looking a little nervous and helpless. They looked at each other and took a step forward. I've been waiting to see the master. Zhang Ao sighed and Yang Kai fell, and Li Ka and the others saluted in a respectful and humble manner. Zhang Ao nodded slightly, nodding lukewarmly. I heard that Master Shui saved Master Shui's life by performing a wonderful technique, and I can't be more grateful. Master Shui is a guest of the main star. If there is any accident, I will not be able to blame. Master is righteous, and if you are kind to Master Shui, you have well, I'll wait. Li Ka kept putting on a big hat on Zhang Ao like a cannonball on his lips. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, feeling uncomfortable. Yang Kai also got goosebumps all over and looked at Ha Li Ka with contempt, as if he didn't expect him to be such a person. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Ao waved his hand to interrupt Ha Li Ka's chatter, looked at him sideways, and hummed, "Stop flattering the old man will not eat this." Ha Li Ka suddenly looked embarrassed and did not dare to shoot any more. "The purpose of this old man's coming here today, you must be clear." Zhang Ao said straight to the point, "Who of you dares to stop and try? Don't blame the old man for turning his face." Ha Li Ka looked bitter, and quickly said, "Master, why are you here? I will naturally understand. Master came to Rainfall Star for 100 years, and refined countless medicinal pills for my business association, but did not charge any remuneration. The Master has worked hard and made great achievements, and President Io has repeatedly told me to wait for the Master to be the most honorable guest and meet all your requirements without any violation." Zhang Ao snorted and said, "You guys know each other." Ha Li Ka said again, "If it's something next to it, what's the harm in sending it all to the Master? It's just this Xuanian sunflower water." Zhang Ao's face turned cold, and his eyes turned bad. "It's just that the Xuanian sunflower water is of great importance. We really can't make up our minds." Ha Li Ka bit the bullet and said, "Yes, Master, if this matter is known to the main star, we will not be able to escape the punishment, and please ask the Master to learn from it." Lin Mufeng also stepped forward and begged. "To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the mobile network. Give a reward, your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 1061 5 Color Meteorites. Zhang Ao's cultivation realm is also at the level of returning to the Void Realm. It is not necessarily higher than Halikale and Mufeng and the others, or even weaker than them, but because he has been refining medicine pills for the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce for free for hundreds of years, he does not charge any. The cost and the number of medicinal pills refined are also extremely high, so he has created a superhuman status. President Io is also very concerned about him. He clearly ordered Ha Li Ka and others to treat Zhang Ao as a sacrifice of the Chamber of Commerce, without the slightest negligence. It can be said that on Rainfall Star, Zhang Ao has the highest status. That's why these Void Return Realm experts were so cautious when facing Zhang Ao, and did not dare to be careless. Knowing that Zhang Ao was going to snatch Xuanian sunflower water and other treasures of cultivation, they didn't dare to show any expressions, and they didn't dare to do anything at will. They could only beg Zhang Ao to show mercy. The three of them took turns to go into battle, and their mouths were worn out. Zhang Ao was unmoved. In the end, he was annoyed by their entanglement. Zhang Ao scolded, and the scolding was so unpleasant. He suffered with an ugly face. After scolding for a while, Zhang Ao stopped, looked at the three of them, and sneered, "Don't think that this old man doesn't know. You don't dare to report the matter here to the main star. At least, before the girl is intact, you guys don't dare. You will only hide the news. What if the old man robs Xuanian sunflower water? You bite me." Hearing what he said, Ha Li Ka and the others looked at each other with a wry smile, but did not dare to answer. The world's treasures, those who have the ability to live. Zhang Ao looked at the three people proudly, take back 10,000 steps and say, "The old man is not going to fight those Xuanian sunflower water ideas. Can you accept it? Will you accept it?" "No. Knowing the method of collecting, you will always only be able to see the meat in your mouth, and you will never be able to eat it. What the Master said is." Ha Li Ka no longer chirped, and responded bitterly. "Master knows how to collect Xuanian sunflower water." The middle-aged woman heard the overtones and looked at Zhang Ao with some joy. "If you don't know, what is the old man doing here?" Zhang Ao snorted and waved his hand. "Get out of the way, I will wait until the old man has collected those things." He ignored Ha Li Ka and the others, and while carrying Yang Kai, he fell into the mine and disappeared in the blink of an eye, acting like a rogue robber. Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and could only follow. Inside the mine, Yang Kai followed Zhang Ao and showed him the way. The last time Yang Kai came in alone, he relied on the means of tearing the space, and went deep into the interior of the ancient ruins without much trouble, but this time it didn't work. There are all kinds of sinister and vicious restrictions hidden in this ruins. When Ha Li Ka and Shui Yu brought people to investigate, they damaged a lot of warriors on the way. But Zhang Ao is obviously not an ordinary person. He leads the way and walks ahead, holding a five-sided crystal in his hand, and the crystal blooms with beams of bright light shooting all around, illuminating the dark mine road. Complete now, bright and dazzling. From time to time, there are some weak and imperceptible energy reactions coming from the side. Every time this time, Zhang Ao is very careful and leads Yang Kai to avoid the areas of those energy reactions. This five-sided crystal seems to have the function of detection. Using it, Zhang Ao can avoid many unknown dangers. Although he moves slowly, he is not worried about danger, and he can easily go deep inward all the way. The temperature in the air gradually became lower, and a thin layer of ice appeared on the stone wall of the mine. Zhang Ao's expression gradually became excited, and he knew that the Xuanian sunflower water was getting closer and closer to him. The three of Halika followed Zhang Ao and Yang Kai not far behind, and followed the route they had walked while communicating with their spiritual sense. They discussed how to deal with this matter, but they couldn't come up with anything after a long discussion. A good plan is coming, and I am in a hurry. Boy, where are you going now? On a fork in the road, Zhang Ao stopped and asked Yang Kai. This way. Yang Kai pointed in the same direction. His thoughts had already broken through the shackles of space, and found the location of Xuanian sunflower water. Zhang Ao had no doubts and walked directly into the fork. Continuing to move forward for half a day, Zhang Ao, who was leading the way, suddenly couldn't help but shivered, squinting and looking forward, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes overflowed with a frenzy look. Xuanian sunflower water. Dozens of drops of Xuanian sunflower water are so strangely suspended in midair, maintaining the state when Yang Kai left, waiting for those who are destined to receive it. It's really Xuanian sunflower water. Zhang Ao's spiritual sense swept over there, and immediately noticed the extraordinariness of those water droplets. Although that drop of liquid was suspended in midair, each drop was as heavy as a mountain, and the inside was as heavy as a mountain. It contains extremely terrifying power. Apart from Xuanian sunflower water, there is nothing else in the world that possesses such a characteristic. He took 3 steps and took 2 steps, and quickly came to the dozens of drops of Xuanian sunflower water. His eyes shone with divine light, and he looked around in a circle, and his mouth was tisk-tisk. To make Zhang Ao so rude, it can be seen that the value of this Xuanian sunflower water is huge. Yang Kai looked calm and composed, standing in the same place and didn't move, and he didn't have any plans to snatch the Xuanian sunflower water. He knows his abilities well. Let's not talk about Zhang Ao, just the Halika and others who follow behind, which one is not a strong player in the Void Return realm. In front of them, Yang Kai still has some self-knowledge. The footsteps sounded, and Halika and others who followed closely behind also emerged one by one, standing next to Yang Kai, looking over there with bitterness. Dozens of drops of Xuanian Kui watermark came into view, making everyone's eyes red. This thing is a treasure of cultivation. As long as a drop of it can be safely refined, it can greatly increase the strength of any martial artist. Even Halika, who is a powerhouse in the Void Return realm, can get a full improvement. The cultivation realm has reached their level, and if they want to make further progress, it is even more difficult than reaching the sky. It may be hundreds of years, thousands of years, they will not be able to break through a small level, and this still has to have enough opportunities. Although the refining of Xuanian sunflower water is in many dangers, but there is no effort, where will the reward come from? Each of them has experienced countless battles of life and death, comprehending the martial arts of heaven and martial arts on the edge of life and death, and has grown to the current height step by step. They know better than anyone that the greater the danger, the greater the reward. But now they can only watch from a distance, and dare not come forward at all. When this Xuanian sunflower water was discovered, was it sealed in a space ring? Zhang Ao suddenly asked here. Yang Kai briefly told him about Xuanian sunflower water, but Yang Kai doesn't know much, and he naturally doesn't know much. Yes, master. Halika was shocked and responded quickly. Excuse the heavenly things, the heavenly things. Zhang Ao kept pouting his lips. I actually want to put such things in the space ring. The ancient people seem to be very ignorant, but it is also thanks to his ignorance. Otherwise, the Xuanian sunflower water would have no idea where it had sunk. Several people listened in the clouds and fog, and did not understand what he was talking about. Lin Mufeng folded his hands and said, please also ask the master to clarify your doubts. Quote, Zhang Ao grinned and said, Xuanian sunflower water, every drop is as heavy as a mountain, it is not something that can be preserved by the space ring. After the ancients put Xuanian sunflower water into the space ring, I am afraid that they will die without using the space ring. Or else the space ring would have exploded earlier, how could it be left until now? Halika said quickly, we were caught by surprise because of the explosion in the space, and the casualties were heavy. It's natural. Zhang Ao laughed strangely, and once this thing touches the soil, it will keep sinking down. Do you know why Xuanian sunflower water is so rare? Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they did not understand the inside story. That's because they all sank into the depths of the earth and were absorbed by the source of the stars, so it is difficult to find them. Well, not only the Xuanian sunflower water, but also some other precious genius treasures are possible. Absorbed by the source of stars. When this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone still knows the origin of the stars. The root of every cultivation star is the heart of the stars, but no one knows that the origin of the stars is related to the Xuanian sunflower water. Good luck. Fortunately, these dozens of drops of Xuanian sunflower water didn't touch the soil, otherwise I'm afraid they would have disappeared. Zhang Ao took a deep breath, and suddenly took out a strange shape from his space ring, utensils. Some of the utensils looked like a vase, some like a mouth pot, with a thin neck and a big belly, strange shapes, multicolored colors, blooming splendor, and unusual beauty. Colorful meteorite, Ha Lika shouted lowly, and at a glance, he could see what kind of minerals this vessel was made of. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman couldn't help but move slightly. Yang Kai observed his words, and immediately understood that this colorful meteorite should be a very valuable ore, otherwise it would not make the 3 void return stage experts lose their temper. Yes, it is the colorful meteorite. Zhang Ao laughed loudly. Few people know that the colorful meteorite is the nemesis of Xuanian sunflower water. If you want to collect Xuanian sunflower water, you only need to use the colorful meteorite to make a vessel. While laughing, he aimed the vessel at a drop of Xuanian sunflower water and pushed it into the vessel with his power, without any intention of avoiding suspicion. Ha Lika and the others looked ugly, their faces twitched, and their emotions were extremely complicated. Although the colorful meteorites are valuable, they still have them in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Although the number is not large, it is no problem to create a vessel. If they had known this earlier, they would have already collected the Xuanian sunflower water. How could they have waited for Zhang Ao to take advantage? The great opportunity in front of him was let go in vain, and Ha Lika even broke his arm for it. Thinking of this, the expressions of the 3 people changed, which was especially wonderful. Zhang Ao didn't care what Ha Lika and the others thought. He collected the Xuanian sunflower water on his own, and only 10 drops of those treasures were left before he stopped his movements and solemnly held the vessel in his hands. He squinted at Ha Lika and the others and said, "Don't say that the old man eats meat and eats bones and doesn't give you soup. You can find a way to collect the rest of the Xuanian sunflower water, but don't tell me that you can't find 5 colors." Meteorite. Unfinished to be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1062 I advise you to give up. Zhang Ao never intended to monopolize such a huge benefit. This is where the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce discovered. Rainfall Star is the cultivation star of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. He relied on his status to forcefully suppress people. Taking 80% of the Xuanian sunflower water is the limit. If all those Xuanian sunflower water are taken away now, he didn't dare to guarantee that Ha Lika and the others would turn their backs on him. He is not sure to deal with so many strong men whose cultivation is higher than his. So he took the initiative to take a step back very wisely, leaving 10 drops of Xuanian sunflower water. Ha Lika and the others heard Zhang Ao's words, and they were all shocked, as if they had been beaten with blood, and they clasped their fists. "Thank you, Master, although the colorful meteorites are rare, we can still find some." Well, move faster, God knows if these Xuanian sunflower water will suddenly fall and seep into the earth. Zhang Ao waved his hand, holding the vessel and walking out. Ha Lika did not dare to delay, only the middle-aged woman was left to guard here, and Lin Mufeng and the 2 took a step ahead and left quickly, apparently to search for the colorful meteorites hidden in the branch warehouse. Yang Kai silently followed behind Zhang Ao and followed him all the way out of the ancient ruins. The 2 envoys Xing Shuo and returned to the Valley Palace. In the wing room, Shui Yu was still sleeping peacefully as when Yang Kai left before. Yang Kai came over to look at her, and found that there was no accident, so he went to look for Zhang Ao. It seems that Zhang Ao is very excited because he has acquired treasures such as Xuanian sunflower water. When Yang Kai came over, he was frantically concocting pills in the pill room, venting his excitement. The dozens of pill furnaces were poured into Sheng Yuan by Zhang Ao, and they all hummed. One by one, magical and mysterious spirit formations were constructed by Zhang Ao and entered into the pill furnace. The ring flew out like snowflakes, and he quickly condensed the medicinal liquid and put it into the pill furnace. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at this incredible scene with widened eyes. He never thought that there are still people in this world who can concoct such crazy pills. One person is busy in front of dozens of pill furnaces, refining dozens of pills at the same time. At this moment, he finally understood why Zhang Ao could refine so many medicinal pills for the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Judging from his technique and proficiency, Zhang Ao did not do such a thing for a day or two. It is very likely that he has been refining medicinal pills in this shocking method. Yang Kai has the fire of divine consciousness, is proficient in various lost spiritual formations, and has a unique advantage in alchemy, but he pays that he can't reach the level of Zhang Ao's magical skills anyway. At most, he can handle 4 or 5 pill furnaces by himself, which is the limit. There are people outside people, there are days outside the sky. Yang Kaisheng felt awe, and stood in awe, just stood at the door and stared at Zhang Ao's hands for a moment, not letting go of any details. Zhang Ao didn't mean to drive him away, he was busy on his own, and the excitement on his face never faded, but became more and more flushed, and each of the exquisite spiritual formations were drawn by him with Saint Yuan, and they entered different areas. In the pill furnace, all kinds of different spiritual formations fit together perfectly to form a complex and complicated compound spirit array, which acts in the pill furnace and catalyzes the medicinal effect to help it refine pills. Everything is in order, everything is very skillful, and there is no error. After more than half a day, different scents of elixir floated in the alchemy room. Those scents were mixed together and sniffed into the nose, which made people feel relaxed and happy, and they were full of energy. Yang Kai's eyes became more focused. "Get up," Zhang Ao suddenly shouted in a low voice, and dozens of pill furnaces trembled at the same time, one after another of different colors flew out of the pill furnace, and fell into the prepared jade bottle like raindrops. Zhang Ao threw a recovery medicinal pill into his mouth and let his strength slowly recover. He couldn't wait to come to the jade bottles, pick them up, and check them one by one. After a long while, he finished the examination, and said with a dissatisfied expression, "Hey, there are only 2 pills, it's really hard to make medicinal pills." Saying this, he put away 2 of the medicinal pills with dan grains, and threw the rest aside. This scene is a bit familiar. Yang Kai has seen it once when he brought Shui Yu here to find Zhang Ao. He moved in his heart and asked, "Senior, is this kind of alchemy to increase the chance of dan marks appearing?" Zhang Ao turned around and sat on his chair, grinned, and nodded lightly. "The boy has some eyesight. Yes, this old man is so painstakingly concocting pills to increase the chance of the appearance of pill patterns." After a pause, he said again, "Pill pattern is something that can't be found. Even the top alchemists can't guarantee that the pills they refine will definitely give birth to pill patterns, but it's just the skill of an alchemist. When you are proficient in refining low-level medicinal pills, the chance of appearing pill marks will be much higher." This old man has been working on pill marks for hundreds of years, and it was not until 100 years ago that he thought of this stupid method of winning by quantity. Otherwise, why do you think this old man is? Don't charge any remuneration, help Hengluo Chamber of Commerce alchemy for free. HMPH, what this old man wants is for them to provide me with medicinal materials, otherwise how can they take this huge advantage? If Zhang Ao refines the medicinal herbs, the consumption of the spirit grass and spirit medicine is too huge. Without the support of a powerful force with strong capital behind it, it cannot be carried out for a long time. The Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and the Fujian Star Territory are naturally the best choices. Zhang Ao chooses the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with each other, which is of great benefit to each other. "How is the senior's research?" Yang Kai asked with great interest. Zhang Ao sighed softly. It's hard. The longer you've been immersed in this industry, the more difficult it is to make medicine pills. I'm not afraid of your kids' jokes. So far, this old man can only keep 2 out of 100, even there is even less chance of refining medicinal pills born with pill patterns. Well, this old man refers to pills above the Holy King level. The second in 100, that is to say, if he refines 100 pills, he can only produce 2 pills with pill patterns. This probability may seem small, but looking at the entire alchemy world, it is already a sensational number. Many alchemists have spent their entire lives trying to refine 1 or 2 medicinal pills with elixirs only when they are lucky. As for Zhang Ao, every time he concocts alchemy, he almost always has 1. The old man has also refined a few Holy King level medicinal pills with Danyan. Would you like to see this kid? Zhang Ao showed off his expression and was extremely proud. Dan pattern is difficult to generate, Dan cloud is even more difficult. So far, Zhang Ao has collected thousands of pills with pill patterns, but there are only a few pills with pill clouds. He regards them as treasures. At this time, the mood will immediately improve. He has lived here by himself for nearly 100 years, and it is boring and boring. If there is no obsession in his heart, he will study the advanced alchemy skills. No matter how powerful he is, he will be crazy. Now that Yang Kai has finally come here to accompany him, he looks pleasing to the eye, naturally he has the intention to show off. Senior treasures, junior dare not covet. Yang Kai did not give him a chance to show off, which made Zhang Ao a little disappointed, and said with dissatisfaction, "Ignorance child, such a great opportunity is not well grasped, it seems that your achievements in alchemy are destined to be limited. Pills with alchemy marks are rare in the world. In the alchemy world, this kind of thing does not matter what the grade is, even if it is an earth level or mysterious level pill, it is still a treasure. You might get some insights from it. Not to mention Zhang Ao's several medicinal pills with Danyan, which are full of Saint King grades. It is the biggest achievement of his hard work over the past 100 years, and it is the result of his 100 years of hard work, and he will not show it to others easily." He took the initiative to mention it today, but was actually rejected by Yang Kai. Zhang Ao suddenly felt that his warm face was sticking to someone's cold butt, and his good mood was immediately destroyed. How did he know that as early as in Tongshuan continent, he had already refined the pills that gave birth to Danyan, and whether it was Yang Kai himself or Shanning Shang, when refining pills, the probability of producing pill patterns countless times bigger than him. "Senior, this junior has already taken you to find the Xuanian sunflower water, and the senior has also gained a lot. It's time to tell the junior how to rescue my lord." Yang Kai ignored Zhang Ao's ugly expression and took the initiative to mention the previous transaction. "Humph, a greedy person," Zhang Ao muttered dissatisfiedly. He obviously thought that Yang Kai had a deep-rooted love for Shui Yu, so he couldn't wait to inquire about the news. Although he didn't like Yang Kai suddenly, the transaction was a transaction. Zhang Ao still kept his promise and said after pondering, "If you want to rescue her, you only need to refine a purple heart resurrection pill." After speaking, he looked at Yang Kai with a gloating expression, as if to see his joke. Purple heart reviving pill. Yang Kai frowned and thought quickly. When Zhang Ao went to find someone to build a container for Xuanian sunflower water, he flipped through the classics in the palace and wrote down the configuration of many pill recipes, and the purple heart reviving pill was one of them. He pondered, recalling the level of the purple heart resurrection pill and the medicinal materials that he needed to use. Void King grade pill. Yang Kai suddenly changed color and exclaimed. "Naturally it's a Phantom King level pill." Zhang Ao laughed strangely. "Xuanian sunflower water is a treasure of cultivation, do you think the damage it brings is so easy to resolve? Only the Phantom King level purple heart reviving pill can relieve that woman. You should know better than anyone else about the doll's distress, not only is her vitality frozen, her spiritual body is also scattered and missing, and it is not so easy to treat her." Yang Kai's face turned gloomy. Zhang Ao said again, "Boy, I advise you to give up. Let's talk about how many people in the entire star field can refine the Immortal King level medicinal pills, and say that the materials are not what you can gather together, just the ones in it. Where can you find a 10,000-year-old reviving soul-gathering flower? It's impossible for this thing to exist in the entire star field. Resurrection-gathering flowers, not too precious medicinal materials, will grow on every cultivation star, but refining the purple heart resurrection pill requires tens of thousands of years of medicinal age." To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1063 Bet. Which herb can grow for such a long time? During the 10,000 years, natural disasters and man-made disasters, vicissitudes of life, any sudden situation can make herbs disappear in this world. It can be said that such herbs are impossible to find. On the other hand, other precious medicinal materials, although extremely valuable, are not difficult to find. The Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is mainly business-oriented. As long as you leave the matter to Halika and others, Yang Kai believes that other medicinal materials can be collected soon. A 10,000-year-old revitalizing soul-gathering flower made Yang Kai helpless in an instant. Women, there are so many in the world. I think you are young, you have a lot of time to live in the future, you will always meet some outstanding women, and sometimes you have to let go. Well, letting go is also a part of such happiness. Zhang Ao sighed with emotion, as if he was touched. I have to save her. Yang Kai shook his head, his expression firm. Senior, is there no other way to resolve her distress? Zhang Ao looked at him deeply, and his expression gradually became solemn. After a while, he said, there is another kind of medicine pill that should also be fine, and the materials needed for this medicine pill are not difficult to find, and the grade of the medicine pill itself is not too high. Quote, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, looking forward to the extreme low drink. Please also ask the seniors to point out the maze. Forget it, for the sake of your infatuation, the old man will give you some pointers. Zhang Ao sighed and said leisurely, but I still advise you not to report too much hope. Senior, please speak. Li Huodan. Zhang Ao spat out a few words from his mouth. Li Huodan. Yang Kai frowned, thinking quickly. After a while, his eyes were amazed. Saint King level low-grade Li Huodan. Yes, Li Huodan is indeed a Holy King level low-grade medicinal pill. Zhang Ao nodded lightly. Yang Kai looked puzzled. Senior, Junior doesn't understand. Li Huodan's grade is not high. How can I relieve my family from danger? He really didn't quite understand that the first method given by Zhang Ao was to refine the pill of the virtual king level, and the second method was actually the pill of the holy king level. Zhang Ao grinned strangely and said, do you think it's an ordinary Li Huodan? What this old man is referring to is the Li Huodan with Danyan. Yang Kai was shocked, and his heart suddenly realized. Since you are also an alchemist, you should know that a pill has a pill pattern, and after the pill cloud, the medicinal effect will increase geometrically, which is why the value of the pill with pill pattern and pill cloud is much higher. If it produces a pill pattern, its efficacy is almost the same as that of a high-grade Holy King, and if it produces a pill cloud, it is not far behind even if it is not as good as a virtual king pill. I understand. Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly, and he regained his energy instantly. Zhang Ao saw his expression in his eyes and sneered, but how can Li Huodan with Danyan be so easy to refine? This may be more difficult than finding a 10,000-year-old revival flower. The old man is still saying that boy, you should give up as soon as possible, and stop doing these useless efforts. He said that these are not to attack Yang Kai's enthusiasm, but to evaluate the facts objectively. Even if the top alchemists in the Hengluo star field are used to refine Li Huodan, they may not be able to refine the pill cloud. Yang Kai grinned. How do you know if it will work if you don't try? Zhang Ao hurriedly stated. Boy, don't play the old man's idea. It is impossible for me to help you refine the Li Huodan. The old man has no friendship with you, and I have not yet such a great ability to ensure that a raw material is refined. Danyan's Holy King level medicine pill. I didn't want to ask Senior to refine it. Yang Kai smiled softly. Oh, do you already have a candidate in mind? Zhang Ao was slightly surprised. Tell me, who do you want to find for refining? This old man will help you with the staff, and see if that person has the ability. He doesn't think that on this rainfall star, there are still people whose alchemy skills are higher than his own. In terms of alchemy, he is the most powerful one. The junior trains himself. Do you practice it yourself? Zhang Ao's eyes almost bulged out. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Zhang Ao seemed to want to re-examine him. He looked up and down, and after a while, he said with a strange expression, it's your own business if you want to make fun of the old man and don't stop it. Well, if you can really refine a pill cloud, the Li Huodan came to the old man to call you grandpa. He didn't believe that Yang Kai's ability could be refined. Yang Kai is just a little martial artist who has entered the second level of the Holy Spirit. Even if he is an alchemist, he has some talent and aptitude in the way of alchemy, and he has been immersed in this industry for 20 years. Saint level high-grade pill is his limit. Zhang Ao decided in his heart. If you can't even refine Holy King level pills, how can you refine the highest pill cloud? Zhang Ao only thought that he was a young man with strong vigor and blood, and said wild words. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he smiled strangely. Senior, you don't dare to be called junior. Since you don't trust me so much, how about we make a bet? Bet. Zhang Ao narrowed his eyes and snorted. What bet? You can say it, the old man will follow. If the junior can refine the Li Huodan born with Danyan, the junior doesn't have too harsh requirements, as long as the Xuanian sunflower water is half of me. Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ao with a burning gaze. Zhang Ao twitched his cheeks and hummed, boy, I see that you are usually honest and well-behaved, but it turns out that you have been holding bad water all the time, so what about the idea of hitting the old man's baby? You are not afraid of knocking out your own teeth. If you really knocked your teeth, then this is what this junior asked for himself. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Is this senior afraid that he will lose? Zhang Ao pouted fiercely for a while. Don't provoke the old man, you have long stopped playing this clumsy trick. Having said that, Zhang Ao still said, well, if you can really refine the Li Huodan born with Danyan, how about the old man who will give you half of the Xuanian sunflower water? It has been in the fog, and there is no way to enter. If you have the ability to surpass the old man will also be convinced. But boy, what if you can't refine it? Quote, he looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression, and his expression was extremely unkind. The gambling method proposed by Yang Kai made him a little annoyed. He felt that Yang Kai underestimated the technique of alchemy, and he also underestimated his research for so many years, and his heart was faintly moved. Let's do it with the seniors. Yang Kai is a bachelor, anyway, if the medicine can't be refined at that time, Shui Yu will die, and once she dies, she will also be unlucky. Okay, the old man is short of a striker. If you can't do it, then you can be a coolie for the old man for the rest of your life. Zhang Aog laughed strangely, but this bet will only be completed with a deadline, or is it the old man? Wait forever. It's natural. Yang Kai seemed to have expected him to say this, the deadline is when my family dies, how about it? That's been a year and a half. The kid is crazy enough. Old man, keep your eyes open and see how you can make Lihuo Dan with Danyan. Zhang Ao laughed loudly. Senior, just wait and see. Yang Kai grinned, not showing the slightest panic, but full of confidence. This expression was imprinted in Zhang Ao's eyes, which made him feel a little dazed, secretly wondering whether this kid was pretending to be a mystery or really sure. He asked worriedly, with your current means, what grade of medicinal pills can you refine at the highest? Saint King grade low-grade pill. Yang Kai said casually. How is that possible? Zhang Ao was stunned, just because you can refine Holy King level pills. He didn't believe it, and felt that Yang Kai was exaggerating. Yang Kai shrugged. I did practice. How old are you this year? Zhang Ao was suspicious. Less than 30, 27-8. Yang Kai is also not quite sure of his age. He has been out all year round, and sometimes retreats and cultivates, and he has long lost the concept of time and age. 27/8 can refine Holy King level pills, and Zhang Ao was so shocked that he could hardly speak. He suddenly had a bad feeling that half of his Xuanian sunflower water seemed to have changed their surnames. Shaking his head, Zhang Ao said again, after a year and a half, things will come to light. The old man is not going to investigate now, but boy, I still have to tell you, even if you refine the Lihuo Dan born with Dan Yun, you can only expel the poison of Xuanian sunflower water from the girl's body, so that she will not die suddenly, and you have to solve the trouble of the scattered spirit and body. Yang Kai frowned, clasped his fists and said, I see. Go out. Zhang Ao waved his hand. Yang Kai retreated and went to the wing to look at Shui Yu who was sleeping, then left the palace and set off for the branch of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Half a day later, Yang Kai saw Ha Li Ka and the others in the hall in the mountains. Ha Li Ka, Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman gathered around a table. On the table was a vessel made of colorful meteorites. The vessel contained 10 drops of Xuanian sunflower water, crystal clear like pearls. The 3 pairs of eyes were like leeches attached to the Xuanian sunflower water, and they couldn't look away, and they all smiled. The colorful meteorites are not difficult to find in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. After Zhang Ao left, they quickly took these treasures back. Now they are discussing how to distribute them and whether to report them to the main star. The 3 of them were at a loss when they were excited. Seeing Yang Kai's arrival, the 3 of them did not avoid suspicion and did not put away the Xuanian sunflower water. Ha Li Ka got up and asked, Little brother, how is Master Shui? So, but still in a coma, Yang Kai replied casually. The 3 faces darkened. However, Senior Zhang Ao promised to diagnose the adults and found a way to treat them. Yang Kai said casually. Really? Ha Li Ka looked happy, and Lin Mufeng was obviously relieved. The middle-aged woman patted her plump breasts, and her face immediately looked much better. Little brother, if there is anything you need the help of the Chamber of Commerce, you can speak up. Mr. Shui had an accident at the Rainfall Star. If you want to help, I will wait. Ha Li Ka said sternly. I am here to ask for your help. Yang Kai smiled slightly. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1064 Satisfied. I want you to help raise some medicinal materials. Yang Kai started straight and didn't go around in circles with them. What herbs do you need? Ha Li Ka smiled. Medicines are lacking elsewhere, but our Chamber of Commerce will definitely not lack them. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman also turned their heads, saying that they would do their best to meet Yang Kai's requirements. Yang Kai immediately listed a list of refining Lihuo Dan. Ha Li Ka took a closer look, and said with a nonchalant expression, the herbs on this list are not difficult to find, and my branch has stored a lot of them. Except that the dragon tortoise spirit fruit is relatively rare, other things are not a problem, but the little brother only needs to wait 3 or 5 months. We can transfer the dragon tortoise spirit fruit from other medicine stars, but this time. Quote. 3 to 5 months is no problem, and it's fine for longer, as long as it doesn't drag on for a year and a half. Yang Kai shook his head. Within 4 months, I will definitely be able to transfer the dragon tortoise spirit fruit. Ha Li Ka patted his chest and assured. Some medicinal materials require a specific environment to grow. Although Rainfall Star is also a star of cultivation, it really does not have an environment suitable for the growth of dragon turtle spirit fruit. There is a Hengluo Chamber of Commerce medicine star nearby, which produces a lot of this kind of thing. I don't know how many herbs the little brother wants. Lin Mufeng asked beside him. How many, how many? Yang Kai said solemnly. How much do you want? The three of them were startled and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. They thought that what Yang Kai wanted was just a few ingredients for refining medicinal pills, but they didn't want Yang Kai to open up like a lion, and there was no bottom line. Yang Kai took the initiative to explain. The method of salvation given by Senior Zhongao is to refine a pill with a pill cloud. You should also know how difficult it is to refine pill cloud. It can't be successful in 1 or 2 times. Yes, it takes a lot of trial and error to be successful. Hearing what he said, Ha Li Ka and the others immediately understood why Yang Kai wanted so many medicinal herbs, and couldn't help being a little respectful. Ha Li Ka nodded and said, so, Master Zhongao is worthy of being a generational alchemy master, and he actually has the heart. Refining medicinal pills born with Danyan, I am eagerly looking forward to it. Anyway, this is a loss-making business for your branch. The medicinal pills that are refined are of the same type. Even if they are all given to you afterwards, the sales will be a problem. You have to be mentally prepared. Yang Kai pointed. Wake up. As long as Master Shui can be awakened, these losses are not a problem. Ha Li Ka immediately stated that he was really afraid. If Master Shui really died, then the third young Master Shui Yu would definitely not give up with him, even if he was exhausted. He will also gather the medicinal materials he needs. This is the best. Yang Kai is very satisfied with their cooperation, and he doesn't need to spend much time on himself. These people are also reasonable people, it is not difficult to talk, and there is no need to analyze the benefits for them. Little brother, Ha Li Ka looked expectantly and hesitated. After shouting, she met Lin Mufeng's eyes, as if she had something to say, but it was difficult to open her mouth. Yang Kai observed what they were saying, and said solemnly, for me, saving Lord Shui is the most important thing, and I won't bother about the rest. As soon as these words came out, the three of them were overjoyed, and the expressions looking at Yang Kai became more and more kind. Although the three of them got the Xuanian sunflower water, they were very excited, but this time such a big incident happened on the Rainfall Star, and they didn't know whether they should report to the main star. The fact that Shui Yu was injured and unable to wake up was suppressed, but now it is different. Yang Kai is Shui Yu's bodyguard, although his strength is low, but if Yang Kai has a brain cramp, should they report to the main star first? At that time, the three will face more severe punishment. With the words of Yang Kai as a guarantee, the three of them were determined. Yang Kai laughed and said, I don't want to be punished by the main star, so the matter of Lord Shui's injury should not be leaked for the time being. When Lord Shui recovers, she will have a decision. Thank you little brother. Ha Li Ka Chen clasped his fists. But this Xuanian sunflower water, you should not move for the time being, and everything will wait for Master Shui to decide. Yang Kai said again. Naturally, even if we are very brave, we don't dare to use this treasure of cultivation at will. Naturally we have to wait for Master Shui to wake up and deal with it. Ha Li Ka and others nodded again and again, thanking Yang Kai for pointing them a clear path. Moreover, they never planned to use Xuanian sunflower water from the beginning to the end. Although the strength of this thing will increase greatly after refining a drop, they do not know how to refine it. The power of Xuanian sunflower water has been verified by Ha Li Ka personally. The price is the loss of one arm. If you are a little careless, not only will you not be able to increase your strength, but you will end up with Lord Shui. Not daring to use it doesn't mean it's not a credit, so the three of them gathered around the container before Yang Kai arrived and exclaimed with joy. Well, I asked you to help me as a public, and I have a private matter that I would like to ask for help. Yang Kai felt that the time was almost there, and the atmosphere was considered to be integrated, and he was ready to get some benefits from them. Little brother, please speak. Do you have any way to quickly improve your strength? Yang Kai looked at the three of them expectantly. Improve your strength? Ha Li Ka was surprised, looked at him up and down, instantly understood, and laughed. Little brother is trying to improve his strength. Yes, this time I went deep into the ancient ruins because my strength was too low, so Master Shui didn't take me there. If my strength was higher, maybe I could save Master Shui at the critical moment and let her avoid being harmed by Xuanian sunflower water. If I can exchange my life for the safety of Lord Shui, even if I die, it will not affect the 3 people who are in danger now, like walking on thin ice. Yang Kai looked distressed, seems to be very painful. The 3 of Halika came here in strong winds and waves, how could they not know that he is pretending now? It's just that this little guard seems to be highly valued by Lord Shui, otherwise he would not have brought him to Rainfall Star alone, nor would he have taken care of his safety and prevented him from entering the ancient ruins. After Master Shui wakes up, he might have to rely on him to say a few good words to make Master Shui quell his anger. What's more, he did not report the matter here to the main star, and cooperated with the 3 of him to conceal it, which was already a big help. Whether it is to please or repay, the 3 feel that they should meet Yang Kai's not excessive requirements, but they are still able to satisfy a martial artist who has entered the 2nd level of the Holy Spirit and wants to improve his strength. Looking at each other quietly, the 3 of them immediately made a decision in their hearts. Halika said, if there is a way to quickly improve your strength, you can only practice diligently. This kind of thing can't be rushed, everyone's strength is a little bit. Drop by drop, but. He changed the subject and grinned, I have a method to improve the efficiency of cultivation. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, what method? The space ring on Halika's hand flashed, and a colorful orchid-like thing appeared in his hand. The petals of the orchid were very strange. The petals bloomed like a baby's head. Appears gloomy. Tianling Ghost Orchid. On the side, Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman were both moved and exclaimed. It seemed that Halika had even taken out this kind of treasure, and looked at Yang Kai's expression intriguingly for a while. A look like you took a lot of money. What's the use of this? Yang Kai asked. Halika said proudly, as an aid to cultivation, you will experience the mystery when you take it directly. Lin Mufeng also said, this kind of thing is rare. In order to grab this thing, Lao Ha fought with others in the head and blood. The scenes from the past are vivid in my mind. I didn't expect that he would not be willing to use it for nearly 100 years. I thought he had already used it. Halika grinned. There is no suitable candidate, what to use it for? The old man has already returned to the 3rd layer realm, and he can't improve his strength much with this. No one can fall into the eyes of this old man. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and before he could finish speaking, he took the Lingui Lan that day and put it directly into a space ring in his hand to avoid people's eyes and ears. From the conversation between the 2, he also understood the preciousness of Tianling Gilan, how could he be polite? Then he looked at Lin Mufeng eagerly. Lin Mufeng was sighing at Halika's generosity. When he met Yang Kai's gaze, he couldn't help but twitch his face. He immediately came over, patted his head and said, Lin remembered, I also have something to help. Brother Yang. Yang Kai's meaning is already obvious. He clearly wants to take this opportunity to rob him. How can he pretend to be confused? Resisting the distress, with a look on his face as if nothing had happened, Wagwang flickered on the space ring, took out a bottle, and before he had time to speak, it was already snatched by Yang Kai. Lin Mufeng couldn't help smiling bitterly, and said weakly, this is the essence of Shiqi, which is the product of a forbidden area called Shiqi in the Frozen Star. Only a cup of snow essence can be condensed every 1,000 years, so I only have a little bit of it. Useful, Yang Kai said concisely, looking at a jade bottle in his hand while asking. The jade bottle exudes a coolness. Through the bottle wall, you can still see some snow-white things in the bottle, not much, about the size of a fingernail. Shiqi crystal essence is the most useful for stabilizing the state of mind. Taking a drop will benefit you endlessly. Since you want to quickly improve your own strength, little brother Yang, this thing is essential. Lin Mufeng explained. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he grinned. This thing that Lin Mufeng gave is complementary to Halika's Tianling Ghost Orchid. One can improve the efficiency of cultivation, and the other can stabilize the state of mind and avoid the burden and sequelae caused by the rapid increase in strength. It can be said that this thing is similar to Tianling. The value of the Ghost Orchid is comparable. Yang Kai happily put it into the space ring. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1065 Moon Slaves Forget It. Lin Mufeng eagerly watched Yang Kai put away the small bottle of snow pond crystal essence, his face full of pain. Yang Kai pretended not to see it. Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak again, the unnamed middle-aged woman laughed first. I don't have as many treasures as the 2 of them, but there is one thing that can improve the efficiency of cultivation. If the little brother doesn't dislike it, take it. Saying this, suddenly there was a small flag-like thing in his hand. The flags showed different colors: red, orange, yellow and green. There were 7 flags in total, exuding strong aura fluctuations. Secret treasure. Yang Kai was a little surprised. He didn't know what purpose this secret treasure had, but it could actually improve the efficiency of cultivation. This spirit-gathering colorful flag is an imaginary low-grade secret treasure. When arranged in a certain way, it can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I used it all the time when I was cultivating. I haven't used it, and now I just give it to my little brother. Yang Kai's eyes lit up again, secretly thinking that these people are worthy of being the highest responsible person in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce branch, and the things that everyone takes out are not easy to encounter and see, and I don't know if they have any more. How many treasures? This time, he wasn't as impatient as the previous 2 times. He carefully took the spirit-gathering colorful flag from the middle-aged woman's hand, and thanked him politely. The middle-aged woman pursed her lips and chuckled. Let go of the defense of your sea of consciousness, and I will teach you how to arrange it. Yang Kai nodded. The middle-aged woman stretched out a jade pointer and pointed it on Yang Kai's forehead. In an instant, the various magical uses of this colorful flag of gathering spirits were grasped by Yang Kai. After savoring it carefully, Yang Kai was very satisfied with the colorful flags of spirit gathering. Although this thing is only a low-level secret treasure of the virtual level, it is also a very rare good thing for Yang Kai today. It can be used all the time, and when Yang Kai no longer needs it, it can also be given to someone close to him. It is not more valuable than Tianling Ghost Orchid and Shichi Crystal Essence, but it is far more practical than those 2 things. No matter who the 3 of them were, they were bleeding profusely, and it took a lot of thought. Yang Kai clasped his fists and said, "Thank you 3 for your help, the kid is very grateful." "You're welcome." Halika laughed. "As long as you can wake up Lord Shui, what's the harm in letting me go bankrupt? He has a loyal and righteous look, and I don't know how much sincerity he is in it. How about, little brother take another 2 months slave?" Lin Mufeng suddenly thought of something and suggested. "You slave." Yang Kai frowned and looked at them suspiciously. The middle-aged woman blushed and spat. "You bastard, the little brother is young. If you don't teach him to learn well, teach him some other ways. When Mr. Shui wakes up, how will you explain it?" Lin Mufeng looked embarrassed. "Is there any problem with the 2-month slave? I think the little brother is also a strong-minded person, and he will not delay his future because of the mere 2-month slave." "Well, 2 words are really not a problem." Halika also echoed. "What is you slave?" Yang Kai saw them saying one sentence after another, full of curiosity in his heart, and asked. Halika coughed lightly and explained. "Yuanu is a type of women specially cultivated by our Chamber of Commerce. They practice special exercises and take special medicine pills. After a certain period of time, they can have sex with men. There is a very pure energy in the yin, and any man who owns them for the first time can get great benefits from it. If the little brother wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, Yuanu is the best choice. Gather yin and replenish yang." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. "No no no." Lin Mufeng smiled and waved his hand. "The method developed by our Chamber of Commerce is not an ordinary method of harvesting yin and replenishing yang. The little brother also knows that many warriors practice evil arts, harvesting yin and replenishing yang, and their strength improves rapidly, but through this the strength raised by this method is mixed and impure, and the combat power is much lower than that of the warriors of the same level. It is absolutely impossible for our Chamber of Commerce to do such a thing. The Yuanu chooses some women with good aptitude and physique, and then cultivate them in a special way. When the energy in their Yuanian is transferred to the man, it will not cause too much influence to the man. With the current cultivation realm of the little brother, they will conquer 2 moon slaves of the same level. It's fine. Yeah, if there is a problem with the moon slaves in my Chamber of Commerce, there won't be so many people coming to buy and order." Halika also nodded. "Are you still doing human trafficking?" Yang Kai was shocked, never expecting such a large Hengluo Chamber of Commerce to be so dark. "It's all what you want and I want. Those moon slaves are ordinary people from poor families. Without our Chamber of Commerce, they would only be able to live for a few decades before dying of old age. Our Chamber of Commerce has provided them with training materials and the cultivation environment allows them to have extraordinary abilities. Moreover, after Yuanu has sex with men, it is also beneficial to them. They can continue to cultivate and improve their strength. If they can please their masters, glory and wealth are just around the corner. Many Yu slaves who have gone out from our Chamber of Commerce are living pretty well." Lin Mufeng explained. He seemed to see that Yang Kai was a little repulsive to this kind of thing. The middle-aged woman blushed and said nothing, but she obviously knew a lot about Yuanu. You slave, forget it. Yang Kai pondered for a while, waved his hand, and said with a bitter face, I'm afraid Master Shui will go mad when he wakes up. I have to admit that listening to them talk about the various benefits of you slave, especially the ability to quickly improve their strength, Yang Kai is indeed a little tempted, and he can't wait to quickly improve his realm cultivation. Heart to heart, Yang Kai still refused. He has some principles, and no matter how Li Ka and others boast about the beauty of you slave, Yang Kai always feels that there will be some problems in harvesting yin and replenishing yang, which will be detrimental to future cultivation. If that's the case, then we won't force it. Li Ka looked at Yang Kai with some approval, as if he didn't expect that a young man like him would be able to refuse such a huge temptation. Yuanu not only can help people improve their strength, each of them has been taught many ways to serve men, and each of them is boundless, proficient in countless flower jobs, and has always been the object of bragging about young men in the star field. Being able to bring a month or two slaves with you is also a very face-to-face thing. The Hengluo Chamber of Commerce cultivates a large number of moon slaves every year, but the orders have already been placed in a few years. The moon slave alone will bring huge revenue to the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and the price of the moon slaves is also cheaper. The festival is climbing, but it still can't resist the enthusiasm of those people who come to buy. Yang Kai's refusal surprised the three of them, making them feel that this young man was a little unusual. No wonder he was picked up by Lord Shui and chosen as his guard. After talking with Li Ka and others for a while, let them send the collected materials to Zhong'ao's palace, and Yang Kai left. Returning to Zhong'ao's palace once again, Yang Kai was full of energy, and he seemed to have endless energy and energy. Tisk tisk, Tianling Ghost Orchid, Shichi Crystal Essence. Zhong'ao tisk tisk looked at the two things in front of Yang Kai. Li Ka and Lin Mufeng are really willing to give you all these treasures. Now, it seems that the girl's status in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is not low. After all, ginger is still old and spicy. Zhong'ao recognized the names and uses of these two things at a glance. He looked at the 7-color flag again, played with it for a while, and laughed strangely. Boy, with these things to help, this old man estimates that you will be able to break through to the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit in a very short period of time. Luo Chamber of Commerce, it is really simple and easy to cultivate a person. Elder Zong, in a few days, Li Ka and the others will send over the materials for refining Lihuo pill, and please ask Zong Lao to help you receive it. Take it back. As long as you don't disturb the old man, it will be done. Zhong'ao snorted, squatted in front of Yang Kai without any image, and said suspiciously, it's just that the old man doesn't understand something. Can you tell me something, kid? Master Zong, please speak. Aren't you going to make an elixir to save your woman? What are you doing with these things? What else can I do? Cultivation. Yang Kai grinned. Zhong'ao was stunned. Did you make a mistake? You only have 1.5 years at most. If you want to refine a Lihuo Dan with Danyan in 1.5 years, the time is already in a hurry. Still in the mood to practice? Ordinary people still sharpen their knives before killing pigs. What's wrong with my cultivation? Yang Kai curled his lips. Also, there is still a lack of materials for refining Lihuo Dan, and Li Ka said that 4 are needed. It takes a month to be transferred from another medicine star, so why wait if I don't practice? Having said that, but what if your strength is raised to the 3rd layer saint level? Zhong'ao couldn't understand why Yang Kai was not in a hurry at all. Maybe it is this small level that allows me to successfully refine Dan Cloud. Yang Kai smiled softly. Zhong'ao glanced at him, as if he was looking at an idiot. He straightened up and said, let's toss as you like, this old man is just waiting to see the result. Don't disturb this old man if you have something to do. This old man has gone to make alchemy. As he spoke, he walked out, and he kept muttering that it was really difficult to refine medicine pills. Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, and put those few things away properly. When he was in the Hanging Continent, he worked hard to refine a Holy King level medicinal pill, which lifted the restriction that Lu Gishan had planted on him at the time. At that time, Yang Kai discovered that his current alchemy technique, the reason why he can't improve is entirely because he is constrained by the realm. His cultivation base is too low, and if he wants to refine higher level medicinal pills, he must first improve his strength. The 4 months it took Li Ka to transfer the Dragon Tortoise Spirit Fruit gave Yang Kai a good buffer period. The Tianling Ghost Orchid, the Snow Pond Crystal Essence, and the Spirit Gathering Colorful Flags are all the things he relies on to improve his realm. In 4 months, Yang Kai had great confidence and was able to raise his realm to the 3rd layer saint level. At that time, it would be easier to refine Lihuo pill. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. 1066 Cultivation. In Zhongao's palace, in a certain wing, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. Taking out the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, Yang Kai took it without hesitation. A cool feeling spreads from the throat to the abdomen, silent Yun Zon Gong dissolves the effect of the medicine, and soon, the coolness extends to the limbs and bones, the billions of pores all over the body are dilated, and every piece of flesh and blood is like getting a huge amount of blood. Moisturizing, rejoicing. In order to refine the Lihuo pill that can give birth to Pill Cloud, and in order to quickly improve the cultivation realm, Yang Kai spared no effort. Moreover, he did not regard this time as a catastrophe. On the contrary, he thought it was an opportunity. Now he is alone in the star field, without any relatives and friends, without any help, his own strength is the foundation of his survival. Shui Yu was unconscious, which just gave him the opportunity to concentrate on cultivation. A bad thing, viewed from another angle, can often turn into a good thing. He can rest assured that with the help of these few months of painstaking cultivation, his own strength can be improved to a higher level, and he can also improve his alchemy skills so that it complements his cultivation realm and achieves great growth. The cool feeling made him refreshed, and he had never been so awake at any moment. He suddenly had a good plan and understanding of his future, and his mood fluctuated for a while. The sound of Shui Yu's even breathing came from the room next door. The method Zhongnao used before could only maintain her vitality for a year and a half. If the time limit is up, if there is no medicine for treatment, she will surely die. But Yang Kai is not as worried as he was at first. On the contrary, he is now calm and calm. The medicinal effect of Tianlingguilin continued to play a role, and Halika did not clearly tell Yang Kai how such a treasure of heaven and earth could improve the efficiency of cultivation. Yang Kai had been feeling his own changes and wanted to find out. All of a sudden, the cool feeling of the whole body gathered towards his chest, and the medicinal power of Tianlingguilin was summed up in one place in a very short period of time. Yang Kai unbuttoned his shirt suspiciously, revealing his strong body, and looked down at his chest. A shadow of a golden dragon quickly passed by, which was the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor. The golden dragon pattern is wandering all the time, like a living creature, sometimes swimming to the front, sometimes to the back, but the ice phoenix pattern has always stayed on the back, never moving. It belongs to Su Yan, inherited by the Phoenix Queen. Yang Kai's body is only its temporary residence, and it can be handed over to her only after Yang Kai finds Su Yan. At this moment, there is a faint gathering of black energy in the chest. The black energy is like a ghost, the darkness is deep. Yang Kai feels it carefully, but there is nothing wrong. Calm down and wait quietly. After a while, the black energy gathered in the chest became more and more intense, and it became a vague pattern. Yang Kai looked carefully, but did not understand. After waiting for another half a day, the cold feeling in the chest suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the fuzzy and wriggling pattern quickly freezes and becomes clear. It was actually a pattern of a baby's face, with distinct facial features, as if there was an extra head on Yang Kai's chest, which made people feel uneasy and terrifying. Yang Kai was stunned, never expecting such a situation to occur after taking this heavenly spirit orchid. In the moment of surprise, I saw that in the baby pattern on the chest, the position of the baby's mouth suddenly opened, like a whale sucking water, frantically swallowing the surrounding spiritual energy. Hu chi chi, a gust of wind surged in the wing, and the unimaginable energy of heaven and earth poured into Yang Kai's body with the sucking of the baby's mouth. In an instant, Yang Kai felt comfortable physically and mentally, his body was greatly replenished, his meridians moved, accepting the energy of heaven and earth, and transforming it into his own powerful capital under the action of the cultivation technique. It's amazing. Yang Kai was overjoyed and closed his eyes tightly, feeling the benefits that Tianling Ghost Orchid brought to him, and he was very happy. After taking Lingui Orchid on this day, the pattern born on the chest does not look very good, but its effect is real. In this way, even if Yang Kai does not practice, under the influence of Tianlingguilin, he can continuously absorb the spiritual energy of the world, and the speed and efficiency are even better than his careful cultivation. The baby pattern will be swallowed every 30 breaths, actively inhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into Yang Kai's body, for him to become stronger, and the amount of each time is astonishingly large. This gift from Halika is really in the heart of Yang Kai. He spends a lot of time on the road, and when he is on the road, he rarely has the opportunity to cultivate. If Lingguilin has been playing a role in this day, it will be difficult for him not to improve his strength. In the future, even if he is on his way, or when he is fighting, he can maintain the state of cultivation. It's a pity, according to what Halika said at the time, the effect of Tianling Ghost Orchid will become smaller and smaller as time goes on, and it will disappear after 2 or 3 years at most. And this thing is extremely difficult to find, and occasionally 1 or 2 plants will be snatched away. In order to snatch this thing, Halika fought with others in the past. 2 or 3 years is enough. After taking Shadian Linguilan, Yang Kai took out the crystal marrow of Shichi, and took some out of it and put it in his mouth. It is also a cool feeling, and it melts in the mouth. The essence of the snow pond is the product of the snow pond, and its nature is cold. Yang Kai's spirit was shocked, and he couldn't help but feel an ethereal feeling, as if his soul had been purified. A trace of strange power rippled in the mouth, flowed into the abdomen, absorbed by the body, rose like a curl of blue smoke, and quickly gathered towards Yang Kai's sea of knowledge. The sea of consciousness, which was originally turbulent because of excitement and joy, calmed down in an instant, and there was not a single ripple. Yang Kai's consciousness seems to have been sublimated at this moment, and his mood is ancient. When the medicinal effect of Shichi crystal marrow came into play, Yang Kai suddenly had a wonderful feeling, as if he had been out of the way, watching all the changes in himself. The memories hidden in the sea, the scenes that I have experienced, fly through my thoughts like a quick glance. He reviewed the road he had traveled in his life, the people and things he had experienced, the battles and setbacks he had encountered, and the joys and frustrations he had encountered. He once again walked through a life journey of 20 or 30 years. He saw a lot of details that he had ignored before, and he saw a lot of regrets, and among those details and regrets, his mood began to change subtly. He became more mature and more sophisticated. With the change of mood, the sea of consciousness seems to have some distinctive changes. The water level of the sea is gradually rising, which is a sign that the power of the consciousness is increasing. Mark of the 6-colored treasure island, the 6-colored light shines on the sea of knowledge, glowing with a dazzling luster than ever before. Even the soul-eating insects that have been living on the island have become more happy than before, swallowing the 6-colored gulps. The power that Wenshan Lian breeds. Soon, the number of soul-eating worms reached a limit, and they attacked the nearby companions invariably, swallowing their companions' bodies, eliminating weak existences, and the powerful soul-eating worms became stronger. Yang Kai knew all of this, he didn't stop it, but watched calmly. The Soul Eater used to be his trump card, which could pose a certain threat to warriors in the Holy Realm, and could easily kill warriors in the supernatural realm. But after arriving in the Star Territory, the Soul Eater worm is no longer of much use. In the Star Territory, there are countless Saint-level warriors, and Saint King-level warriors emerge in an endless stream, and the Soul Eater worm can't pose any threat to them. Yang Kai is looking forward to how these tiny ancient Zerg worms that only devour the power of divine consciousness will change after this time, and whether they will come in handy again. He desperately needed strength. The battle of Soul Eater insects is frantic and fierce. The tiny bugs are swallowed by their companions, and the ones who survive will always be the elites. Those bugs are far more deterrent than they seem before. Finally, the internal battle on this 6-colored treasure island came to an end, and the number of soul-eating worms dropped sharply to 1 in 10,000. They all seemed to fall into a deep sleep all of a sudden, divine sense swept across, and Yang Kai found that each of them was like a spring silkworm, forming a cocoon, wrapping himself in it, and faint traces of life came out from the cocoon. Yang Kai no longer pays attention, and escapes his spiritual sense. He came to the outside of the palace, took out the 7-colored flag of gathering spirits, poured power into the flag according to the method that the middle-aged woman gave him, and threw the 7-pole small flag around. The small flag suddenly became larger, and was arranged around Yang Kai in a strange pattern, fluttering in the wind. There are some faint and imperceptible connections between the 7 flags, and these connections make the colorful flags of the gathering spirit form a formation. The wind and grass moved, the trees in the distance began to sway, and a large amount of heaven and earth aura rushed towards the place where the colorful flag was located, as if being pulled, and the sky immediately changed. Yang Kai didn't move, took out a few medicinal pills for cultivation and stuffed them into his mouth, holding a good saint crystal in his hand. In the palace, Zhang Ao, who was struggling to make alchemy, noticed something outside. The movement in his hand stopped, and his spiritual sense was released, and he soon knew what was going on outside. There is no God, there is no God. He couldn't help muttering, why, when the old man was weak, no one could provide me with such a good cultivation treatment, it was too unreasonable. He was a little jealous. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, Snow Pond Crystal Essence, Gathering Spirit Colorful Flags. What's more, in his territory of 3,000 miles, many formations were arranged to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The blessings of various functions have increased the cultivation speed of the kid outside to an unbelievable level. It is almost comparable to the speed at which a void return realm powerhouse can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth when cultivating. If this momentum continues, within a few months, he will be able to break through the current realm and step into a higher realm. I just don't know if that kid's body can handle it. Such a crazy gathering of spiritual energy is simply not something that a Saint Realm warrior can bear. If the speed of spiritual energy gathering is too fast to digest and accept, it will only cause a huge burden on the body. By then it will be worth it. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1067, Entering the Holy Land. Zhang Ao's worries are not unreasonable. Even if the big forces are cultivating young disciples, they will not allow young people to grow beyond their load, which will not benefit young people at all. And now, everything Yang Kai has done clearly far exceeds the limit that a martial artist of his level can bear. Even a warrior on the first or second floor of the Holy King realm would not be able to bear it after a long time. Whether Yang Kai is dead or not has nothing to do with Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao only cares about the wild words he bet with him before, whether he can really refine the Lihuo Dan born with Dan Yun. Zhang Ao has 100 disbelievers in his heart, but he can't help but hold such a little hope, hoping that Yang Kai will really be able to convince himself that he loses as he said. Danwen is the pursuit of his life. For this pursuit, he gave up his lofty status and the wealth at his fingertips, and chose to make pills here. It takes 100 years to practice. He hopes to find a reliable method more than anyone else. The illusory Danwen or Danyan was caught in his hand. So even if it's just a little bit of hope, or the young man raving, Zhang Ao can't help but look to the end, so he doesn't want Yang Kai to have any accidents. His worries were in vain. Since Yang Kai set up the Great Spirit Gathering colorful flag formation and began to practice, Zhang Ao did not concoct pills for a month, but silently observed him somewhere in the palace. The power of Qi and blood. He was horrified to discover that after the energy that could make Saint King stage warriors explode into the body of the kid, he was easily accepted by the kid without the slightest discomfort. Volatility is increasing day by day. Not only did he not have any unpleasant expressions, but he was happy every day, making Zhang Ao almost unable to believe his eyes. As time passed, a layer of light yellow halo began to quietly light up around Yang Kai's body. The color of these halos was not obvious at first, but with the infusion of more and more spiritual energy, it became more and more getting brighter. The thick spiritual energy of heaven and earth, like smoke, lingered around him, gathering but not dispersing. It made Zhang Ao's hundreds of acres of medicinal fields become misty, and the herbs cultivated in the medicinal fields grew faster than before. With such a strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered together, it is strange that the herbal medicine grows unhappily. For a time, this valley has almost become the location with the most energy in the rainfall star heaven and earth, and even the mountain palaces where the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce branch is located are far less than this place. With his own power, he has changed a huge area of the spiritual energy of the world, making this place as rare as a blessed land. Zhang Ao has lived for most of his life, and he has never encountered such a strange phenomenon. Who is it? Zhang Ao was puzzled and shook his head slowly, knowing that his worries were fed into the dog's stomach. After observing for a month, he ignored Yang Kai and came to the alchemy room. At this place, dozens of pill furnaces were launched, and he started his own pill refining career. He finally understands that with Yang Kai's enchanting level, it is absolutely impossible for him to get wrong because of his cultivation. Zhang Ao clearly saw that he kept throwing medicine pills for cultivation into his mouth, and the top-grade holy crystals in his hands were replaced one after another. No matter what his current strength is, he will definitely become a dazzling new star in the star field in the future. Zhang Ao decided in his heart. Taking advantage of the opportunity to deliver medicinal materials to Zhang Ao once every 3 months, Lin Yufeng personally handed over several special space rings to him. The space rings were filled with all the medicinal materials that Yang Kai needed. In order to treat the comatose Shui Yu, Lin Yufeng and others also invested in the blood. These medicinal materials had to be purchased by themselves and could not be reimbursed to Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce. After purchasing all kinds of medicinal materials, the property of several people has shrunk by half. Zhang Ao took the space ring and closed the gate of the palace, not even thinking of letting Lin Yufeng go in and sit for a while. Lin Yufeng didn't dare to show any face, and stood outside embarrassedly, looking at the aura-like medicine field with bright eyes. Through the barrier of the heavy energy of heaven and earth, he discovered the strangeness of Yongkai. Which saint realm martial artist can cultivate like this madly? Judging from his posture, it is clear that he has been practicing for a long time, but there is nothing wrong with it. No matter what else, the physical strength of this kid is a little different. After watching for a while, Lin Yufeng quietly left without disturbing Yongkai. The sun is hidden and the moon is rising. Yongkai is sitting in the medicine field, and the baby face pattern on his chest after taking the heavenly spirit orchid greedily and devours the spiritual energy of the world, and the 7 colored flags of gathering spirit also play a role all the time, sending a large number of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered here. The role of snow pond crystal essence has continued to this day, and it has not weakened in the slightest. The medicinal pills used to assist the cultivation were taken one after another, and the few hundred pieces of high-grade holy crystals left were completely used up. Yongkai has never practiced so madly and continuously this time. The cultivation base of the second layer holy realm is climbing steadily, and the power contained in the body is getting bigger and bigger, and he gradually touched the threshold of the third layer holy realm. One day, a pitch-black magic flame suddenly emerged from his body, tumbling endlessly, as if there was a monstrous momentum, and he wanted to burn the world together. Outside the palace, Zhang Ao's face was stern, and he didn't say a word, watching Yongkai's changes from a distance. The demonic flames became more and more intense, and gradually, the demonic flames gushing out from Yongkai's body seemed to be alive, converging into a giant dragon. Walking faster and faster. A high-pitched dragon roar came out, and the golden dragon flew out of the body, merged with the magic flame, and rolled and wriggled among the clouds. The pitch-black giant dragon, occasionally bursting with golden light, enveloped the world. The giant dragon opened its big mouth and breathed out the energy of heaven and earth. Every time it was swallowed, the valley shrouded in dense fog became clearer. The energy was absorbed and assimilated by the pitch-black dragon. Another dragon roar came out, and the flaming dragon swooped down and charged straight into Yongkai's body. Yongkai was shocked, and an invisible air wave centered on him, suddenly spread around, along the road, flying sand and rocks, trees swaying, and the thick tree that surrounded him was uprooted and blown into the distance. He opened his eyes slowly, a little bit of divine light flickered in his eyes, and a little bit of luster around his body quickly converged and disappeared soon. Enter the holy 3-layer realm. A frantic retreat allowed Yongkai to finally step into the realm of Saint 3-layer. Such a cultivation base is already the top existence on Tongshuan continent, whether it is demon Venerable Zongyuan, or his 4 major demon generals, or the human race Meng Wuya, Chuling Xiao, or Lei Long, Lao Niu and several other monster clan great venerables, all of their cultivation bases are in the 3rd layer holy state. It's just that in this realm, there is a slight gap between each other. And today, Yongkai is actually standing on the same level as their strong men. But looking at the star field, such a cultivation base is really shabby. If there is no way, it will not be able to rely on any major forces. This kind of martial artist has many feathers in the star field. Although it is not the lowest existence, it does not have much status at all. Boy, congratulations. Zhang Ao strode forward. It only took 3 months to break through to the 3rd layer of the Holy Land. Although it took advantage of the power of strange treasures, it was beyond the old man's expectations. I thought you would need at least 5. It takes 6 months to do this, and it looks like your talent is really good. Quote. Thank you Zhang Lao. Yongkai didn't get up, nodded lightly, not too excited, nor depressed, as if everything was logical and natural. Zhang Ao was astonished, knowing that Yongkai's state of mind did not have any flaws due to the rapid increase in strength, knowing that it was the merits of Shiqi crystal essence and his own perseverance experience. Zhang Lao, is there any news from Halika? Yongkai asked. Last time, Lin Yufeng sent a few medicinal materials for the ring, but the only thing missing was the dragon tortoise spirit fruit. I heard that Halika is being transferred from other medicine stars, and it will be delivered in about a month or 2. It's here, Zhang Ao said in a hurry. Yongkai nodded lightly. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with Halika and others, he also knew that the other party did not dare to perfunctory on this matter, and the arrival of the dragon turtle spirit fruit was only a matter of time. I'm going to see my lord. Yongkai said, then stood up, and did not put away the 7 colored flags of gathering spirits. In the wing room, Shuiyu was still in a deep sleep, with a peaceful demeanor, but perhaps because no one came to see her for a long time, there was a thick layer of dust on her face. Looking at that enchanting and beautiful face, Yongkai found clean water and cleaned it for her. Perhaps because of the influence of Shichi crystal essence, Yang Kai was indifferent when he did all this, without any mood swings, as if he was just a stranger. He had already decided that after he could save Shui Yu this time, he would cut off his relationship with her immediately. Regardless of whether she would seek revenge on him or not, Yang Kai didn't want to have anything to do with her anymore. His intimacy with Shui Yu is mandatory, unlike Su Yan and Sha Ning Chong, it is a love that develops over time and is subtle. I believe that the same is true for Shui Yu. With this woman's temper, once she is free from the shackles of her soul chain, she is afraid that she will immediately kill her, defend her reputation, and keep her secrets. No matter what the reason is, she will not allow Yang Kai to live in this world. The two are destined to become enemies after this emotional entanglement. After packing up everything, Yang Kai came to the outside of the palace again, sat in the position where he had been practicing before, and continued to run the exercises. He has just broken through to the third layer of the Holy Spirit. Even if he has Shichi crystal essence to stabilize his state of mind, without worrying about any flaws in his state of mind, Yang Kai must stabilize his cultivation in the shortest possible time. Go to the next level. His extravagant hopes are not large. He knows that he will not have the opportunity to break through to the Holy King realm within a few years. He just wants to improve his cultivation and not waste the duration of Tianlingguilin. This thing can only last for 2 or 3 years. 1 day less of the effect. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1068 Wait and See. Half a month later, the dragon turtle spirit fruit that Ha Li Ka promised was delivered as scheduled and handed over to Zhang Ao. He glanced at Yang Kai who was cultivating from a distance, and left quickly without stopping. They have done everything they promised. Whether Master Shui can wake up safely is not something they can control. They can only wait, and pray that Zhang Ao really has the ability to refine Dan Yun. They didn't know that it was Yang Kai who needed alchemy, and Zhang Ao didn't bother to explain too much to them. Time hurried, and after another month, Yang Kai slowly got up, put away the colorful flags of gathering spirit, and walked back to Zhang Ao's palace with some reluctance. The cultivation environment he has obtained in the past few months is no worse than that in the Hanging Continent. The realm of the third layer Holy Realm has been completely stabilized. Now he can use the accumulation of time and strength to attack the Holy King realm. He didn't know if he could have such a good opportunity again in the future. Of course, he was reluctant to interrupt his cultivation, but for the sake of his own life, he had to reluctantly give up. Zhang Ao seemed to have been waiting for the moment when he could show off his skills. Yang Kai walked into the palace, and he threw a few space rings over and said with a smile, "The medicinal materials for refining Lihuo pill are all here, ha. Reika and the others are dedicated to their work, and they have prepared a total of 2,000 materials for you, all of which are of the Holy King level, but this old man wants to see how you can refine the Lihuo Dan born with Danyan. Senior, don't forget your own bet." Yang Kai glanced at him lightly, his tone calm. HMPH, this old man always speaks his mind. Zhang Ao snorted coldly, "It's your boy, are you mentally prepared to be enslaved by this old man for a lifetime?" He still doesn't want to believe that Yang Kai can do the crazy words he said, and he can't believe it. Let's see. Yang Kai smiled strangely, put away the space rings, and walked straight in. Shui Yu is still the same, her breathing is steady and her vitality is surging. For the time being, she can't see any problems, but since Zhang Ao said that she can only live for a year and a half in her current state, she can only live so long. Counting the time, her deadline is only 1 year. Yang Kai is not in a hurry, he put his life on Lihuo Dan, which means that he will succeed no matter what. Elder Zhang, let you use the alchemy room, Yang Kai said, and walked into the room that Zhang Ao usually used for alchemy. As long as you can convince the old man, it doesn't matter if you dismantle this place. Zhang Ao followed Yang Kai without leaving a single step. If Yang Kai really has the means to refine Dan Yun, he can also learn it secretly, so even if he loses half of the Xuanian sunflower water, he will be willing. On the other hand, if Yang Kai couldn't refine it, he would be happy to see the joke, and take Yang Kai as a slave by the way, and drive him for a lifetime to fight him or something. Zhang Ao was ready to fight a protracted battle. As soon as he entered the alchemy room, he dragged the only chair over, and sat there with a golden knife, not making a sound, just watching. Even the sound of breathing was hidden by him. Now, it seems that he is unwilling to disturb Yang Kai because of his existence, and then he finds an excuse. Yang Kai also regarded him as nothing, walking and stopping in front of the dozens of pill furnaces lined up beside him, occasionally reaching out to pat, checking, and nodding constantly, showing a coveted look on his face. Zhang Ao is at least a high-grade alchemy master of the virtual level, and it is even very likely that he is an alchemy master of the virtual king level. How bad is the grade of the alchemy furnace he uses? There are dozens of pill furnaces, large and small, each of which is of extremely high grade, and the lowest is the top grade of the Holy King. Yang Kai's own pill furnace is still the small furnace cauldron left by the great demon god. On the Tongshuan continent, this small furnace cauldron is considered to be of a good grade, but compared with the ones owned by Zhang Ao, it is one in the sky and one in the ground. It's a level that can't be seen at all. A good pill furnace can greatly improve the stability and fit of the alchemist's portrayal of the spiritual array, thereby improving the success rate and quality of the pill. Therefore, in addition to medicinal pills, the alchemist's lifelong pursuit is also a pill stove, and they often go to the trouble of going bankrupt in order to build a good pill stove. Zhang Ao has so many good pill furnaces here, how can Yang Kai not be jealous? I secretly regret that I didn't add one to the bet at that time, and I don't know if Zhang Ao will be rejected if he asks for it. After looking around, he immediately focused on the highest quality pill furnace. Yang Kai patted it, nodded lightly, and used it for the time being. The boy's eyesight is good. Zhang Ao watched silently, seeing Yang Kai standing in front of his favorite pill furnace, he couldn't help but snorted. Alchemists have a special feeling for pill stoves. Many alchemists even regard their pill stoves as their wives and daughters. Zhang Ao probably didn't have this twisted mind because he owned too many pill furnaces, but he was still somewhat unhappy in his heart. Yang Kai only thought that he did not exist, and sorted the medicinal materials in the space rings into different categories, so as not to look for them when they were needed. He sat cross-legged in front of the pill stove, and the look on his face instantly became solemn and pious. Zhang Ao's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help crying out in his heart. Just because of the rapid change in his temperament and demeanor, Zhang Ao can see that Yang Kai is not a novice, and he is a young man who has a lot of research on the way of alchemy. Otherwise, he cannot make such a gesture at all. All of his energy and spirit were gathered on the pill stove, and the whole world only had the medicinal materials and pill stove in his eyes, and nothing else. When Zhang Ao himself was concocting alchemy, he would also enter this state, and he naturally knew the mystery and rarity of it. But, 2,000 pieces of materials, this means that you have to repeat the same action over and over again, and repeat the same action 2,000 times, refining 2,000 identical pill furnaces. Any one person, one thing for a long time, stable the focused state of mind will be broken, and then it will become irritable and angry. Once such a situation occurs, don't even think about refining the medicine pill, and it will not be possible to refine it. Zhang Ao's mind turned sharply, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, secretly preparing to watch the show. A scorching power suddenly spread from Yang Kai's side. This power is not Saint Yuan, nor is it the power that erupted from the flesh, but burst out from the sea of knowledge of the kid. The fire of divine consciousness. Zhang Ao's face changed suddenly, his eyes were round, and he couldn't help but drink lowly. The body that was leaning on the chair also suddenly leaned forward, and stretched his neck as if he could see more clearly. The expression on his face changed, it seemed excited, terrified, coveted and unbelievable. It was especially wonderful. The armrest of the chair was inadvertently crushed by him, and he did not know it. It is the fire of consciousness. Zhang Ao's heart was filled with turbulent waves. As an excellent alchemist, how could he not be aware of the preciousness of the fire of divine consciousness? Even he does not possess this special power of consciousness. The fire of consciousness is extremely rare, some are born, some are formed, but as long as you have the fire of consciousness, you have the strongest capital of alchemists. Using the fire of divine consciousness to make alchemy can greatly improve both the efficiency and the quality of alchemy. Zhang Ao has not never seen an alchemist with the fire of divine consciousness in his life, but there are only one or two alchemists. One or two peers with this special power of consciousness. The efficiency of refining medicine pills is like a monster, so that Zhang Ao has to be defeated. More than 200 years ago, after seeing the bizarre means of a fellow with the fire of spiritual consciousness, he wholeheartedly wanted to mutate the power of his spiritual consciousness. He found a piece of fire essence and tried to refine it into in his own sea of knowledge. At that time, he almost survived. His sea of consciousness was injured, his spiritual consciousness was damaged, and he almost lost his life. After decades of raising him and taking a lot of elixir and genius treasure, he gradually recovered. Although he failed to mutate his divine sense power, in those decades of cultivation, he came up with the method of alchemy by quantity, thus increasing the generation rate of pill patterns. But now, a young man who is less than 30 years old actually has the fire of divine consciousness. How can he not be envious and jealous? Envy is envy, remembering the crimes he suffered in the past. Zhang still has some lingering fears, and dare not give birth to the slightest greed. Looking at the burning eyes, Yang Kai has already begun to condense the medicinal liquid. The fire of consciousness is worthy of the fire of consciousness. This kid is not high enough to be promoted to the third level of the Holy Spirit, but the role of the fire of consciousness is not high. Next, those Holy King level medicinal materials were condensed into a drop of medicinal liquid in a very short period of time. One by one, the exquisite spiritual formations were formed in midair, and he was smashed into the pill furnace. The condensed medicinal liquids were also put in order. Although there were still some flaws in the control of the heat and timing, it was not enough for the first refining. For Dan's people, it's already pretty good. No alchemist can be proficient in refining a certain medicine from the very beginning. It takes time and experience to accumulate. Zhang can be sure that Yang Kai is the first time to refine Lihuo pill, and it is greatly beyond Zhang expectations to be able to do this. Another piece of spirit formation was drawn and printed into the pill furnace, replacing the previous spirit formations. All kinds of spirit formations fit perfectly in the pill furnace and blended with each other, causing the medicinal liquid to undergo subtle and gratifying changes. How is that possible? Zhang exclaimed again. He couldn't figure it out anyway. Wouldn't changing the configuration of the spirit formation during pill refining affect the generation of pills? Although he sometimes changes the spiritual formation in alchemy, he is careful every time, and he chooses to change it when the fault tolerance rate is relatively high. But Yang Kai's changes seem to be unscrupulous and careless. In this moment, he has replaced more than a dozen spiritual formations. Zhang wanted to grab Yang Kai immediately to ask the question, but he was too embarrassed to speak, so he could only press the doubts in his heart into his stomach, and he couldn't be in a hurry. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1069 Can You Be Quiet? In the alchemy room, Yang Kai waved his hands continuously, depicting one after another of the spirit formation diagrams, and he kept hitting the pill furnace. When depicting the spirit array map, his spiritual power is also strong and weak, and the fire is controlled by the slightest. Zhang was dazzled and shouted from the side, unable to keep his indifferent expression any longer. He even rushed to Yang Kai's side desperately, staring wide-eyed to see him depicting the spirit formation. Zhang knew all of these spirit formations, and some of them were even his own creations. It was clear that this kid Yang Kai stole his alchemy skills and used them now. But these ordinary spiritual array diagrams have undergone some gratifying changes after they were entered into the pill furnace. Zhang showed a thoughtful expression, faintly feeling that there was a layer of barrier cracked in front of him. Jump feet. He is a master of alchemy, and in terms of alchemy skills and techniques, it is far from what Yang Kai can match. But looking at Yang Kai's alchemy now, his eyes are still bright. Sometimes, an unintentional action by others may bring unexpected gains to another person, making that person fall into a state of epiphany. Therefore, the times are developing, the alchemy technique is progressing, the years have passed, and countless alchemists have followed one after another, creating many schools of alchemy and creating many spiritual formations for alchemy. As strong as Zhang, he did not dare to say that he had mastered all the alchemy skills. He has been alchemy alone for 100 years, and his thinking has been solidified. Yang Kai's actions have made his mind more active, and he suddenly thought of many things that even Yang Kai could not touch. Continue to practice. What are you doing when you stop? Just when he was emotionally excited and felt that he had a feeling, Zhang found that Yang Kai had actually stopped the movements in his hands, and couldn't help asking strangely. Zhang Lao, can you be quiet? You are doing this. I can't concoct alchemy. Yang Kai frowned at him. Zhang Lao's face turned red, but he couldn't refute, so he was speechless. Only then did he realize that there was a scorching smell in the pill furnace in front of Yang Kai, and all the medicinal liquids that had been tumbling in it had become useless. For the first time, it's inevitable that I'm a little unfamiliar. In order to cover up the embarrassment that he disturbed Yang Kai's alchemy, Zhang took the initiative to comfort him, and waved his hand. Okay, the old man will sit there, promise not to shout, you continue to practice. Saying so, he walked back again, sat upright on his chair, and restrained all his breath. If you don't look at it, Yang Kai can't even notice his existence, and Zhang Lao's realm cultivation is far from what Yang Kai can match. Yang Kai shook his head. Through his contacts these days, he also knew that although Zhang has a weird temper, he is quite obsessed with the way of alchemy. As long as it has something to do with alchemy, it can arouse his great interest. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here for 100 years of boring alchemy. As long as 1 or 2 medicinal pills with pill patterns are refined, he will be extremely excited. Such people may seem unkind and indifferent, but they are actually not difficult to deal with. As long as they do what they like, they are easier to approach than anyone else. Yang Kai has encountered a lot of such people, so it is also handy to deal with. He was not afraid that Zhang would secretly learn his own alchemy skills, because in front of Zhang he could not defend himself. He simply concocted alchemy generously and didn't care about his observation, it was up to him how much he could see. What Yang Kai cares more about is the Xuanian sunflower water in his hand. After cleaning up the dregs in the pill furnace, Yang Kai started refining Lihuo pill once again. The refining failure just now was not because of Zhang interruption. No matter how loud he shouted, he would not be able to interfere with Yang Kai. When he was in the Nine Heavens Holy Land, every time Yang Kai concocted pills, there were several people around him watching the comments, the chatter was endless, they commented on his methods, and even asked questions, asking him to concoct pills while solving puzzles, he has long been used to it. After all, this is the first time to refine Lihuo Dan, and the mastery of heat and timing is not so skillful, and failure is excusable. The second refining, Yang Kai is familiar with a lot, although it still fails in the end, but this does not hinder Yang Kai's enthusiasm. For the third time, at the last moment, Yang Kai's expression became more and more confident. He felt that he had figured out the temperature change and timing of Lihuo pill. For the fourth time, the fragrance of Dan came out from the Dan furnace, and a Lihuo Dan was successfully released. Putting it in the prepared jade bottle, before Yang Kai could watch it, he was snatched by Zhang. After only one glance, Zhang threw the jade bottle back and hummed, so, 4 times. You can make medicinal pills, your kid is pretty good, but you can't even make medicinal pills, and you are even more arrogant about more advanced pill clouds. What's the hurry? This is just the beginning. Yang Kai smiled, ignoring him, and continued refining without stopping. The disdain on Zhang face gradually subsided, becoming dignified, and moaning in his heart. After all, it is the fire of divine consciousness, and the speed of refining the medicine is terrifying. Even if he made his own shot, the time it took to refine a Lihuo Dan would take an incense stick, but this kid, the first time he succeeded in refining, only took an hour. This time seems to be very long, and it is impossible to compare with himself, but Zhang knows better than anyone else that this kid is the first time he has made a Lihuo pill. The time to make a pill will be shorter and shorter, and it may eventually be on par with yourself. His cultivation realm, alchemy master level, and the time spent immersed in alchemy are all far more than this kid, but in the end, the time spent refining the same medicinal pill is almost the same. What is this concept? Zhang was both envious and jealous of the fire of divine consciousness, and wished to take it for his own use, but when he thought of the pain he had suffered in the past, he could only reluctantly give up. Days passed by. Yang Kai will refine 10 Lihuo pills every day, not many. After the 10 pills are refined, he will immediately meditate cross-legged, and while recovering the power of his consciousness, he will reflect on himself, and by recalling the process of pill refining today. To improve your understanding of alchemy. Whenever this time, Zhang didn't bother him, and his eyes were also deep, showing a contemplative color. He has not started alchemy during this period of time, watching Yang Kai repeat the process of refining the same medicine pill every day, over and over again, it seems that there is no end. Not only did he not feel bored, but he watched with relish. The frequent replacement of spiritual arrays made him seem to have found another way of alchemy. He had never thought of replacing a dozen sets of compound spiritual arrays when refining a single pill. Yang Kai's whimsical thoughts and eclectic actions made him feel a sense of excitement to see the bright moon, and his solidified thinking gradually became active. After all, it is a generation of alchemy masters. When he was contemplating, he was thinking a lot more than Yang Kai, and it was far more profound. He faintly felt that the barrier that had bound him for many years was about to be broken. This discovery made Zhang's blood boil. A month has passed, and Yang Kai has refined 300 Lihuo pills. When each pill is made, Zhang will grab it and watch it. When it makes him feel strange, Yang Kai refined these 300 pills. The fire pills are actually all ordinary pills. Yang Kai's tone was so loud before, he thought that this kid had some extraordinary ability, at least he should at least occasionally refine a few Lihuo Dan with Dan grains. But among these 300 medicinal pills, there is not even a single one with medicinal grains. He couldn't help being a little disappointed and doubtful, and finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Boy, can't you even refine the pill pattern? If you just want to rely on luck to make the pill cloud come into being, the old man advises you to give up your mind." The old man concocts pills. "In my life, there are not millions or hundreds of thousands of pills that I have shot myself, but only a few of them have produced pill clouds, and the grades are not high. You want to create pill clouds with 2,000 materials. It's just a dream. I didn't want to rely on luck." Yang Kai smiled. "These 300 medicinal pills are just a process I am familiar with." "A familiar process?" Zhang Ao looked at him suspiciously. "At least I now know how to use the fastest speed and the best spiritual array to refine the fire-leaning pill, and the next thing is the highlight." Zhang Ao frowned, not knowing what he was doing. In the past month, the speed of his refining Lihuo Dan has indeed been getting faster and faster. At first, it took an hour to refine a pill, and now he doesn't even need half an hour, and the speed has doubled. Zhang Ao believes that as long as he continues refining, this time will be shortened to an amazing level. What shocked Zhang Ao the most was not the speed of his alchemy, but the chance of becoming alchemy. After the first 3 medicinal pills failed to be refined by him, he seemed to be enlightened all of a sudden. None of the medicinal pills that he refined failed, all of them became pills, and no material was wasted. Zhang Ao almost shocked Yang Kai into a god. Even for him, there will inevitably be some unexpected situations when alchemy is alchemy, resulting in the failure of alchemy, and the scorched liquid, which is an unavoidable situation for any alchemist. But this kind of common thing has never happened in Yang Kai's place. All the medicinal materials have become medicinal pills. Although the quality of those medicinal pills is slightly different due to the heat and timing, but with time. As time went on, the quality of the Lihuo Dan he refined became better and better, and he almost brought out all the medicinal effects of those medicinal materials. Is this where the fire of consciousness is truly terrifying? Zhang Ao was a little dazed. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1070. The big deal is that the old man asks you to be his teacher. In the alchemy room, Yang Kai sweated like rain, and one after another pill was born from his hands. Zhang Ao's eyes widened, staring at Yang Kai for a moment. Sunset Qishan, today's alchemy came to an end. Yang Kai put away the last medicinal pill. Without even looking at it, he put it into the jade bottle, maintained a posture of sitting cross-legged on the ground, took out a medicinal pill and took it. Restores the consumed power of consciousness. Zhang Ao walked like a fly, went directly to the jade bottle, grabbed the jade bottle, poured out the 10 medicinal pills refined today from the jade bottle, and checked carefully. How is it possible? How is it possible? After a while, Zhang Ao muttered to himself in despair, with a look of disbelief on his face. It seemed that the 10 medicinal pills had given him a great impact and made him stick to the idea for 100 years. All shaky. His face suddenly paled, and he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, and then he smiled bitterly, as if he had been drained of his strength. He slumped to the ground. Of the 10 medicinal pills, 3 of them were born with medicinal grains. This probability is beyond Zhang Ao's imagination. He is a generation of alchemy masters. After thinking hard for decades, he finally came up with an alchemy method that wins by quantity. He came to Rainfall Star, and based on the medicinal materials provided by the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, he has been painstakingly alchemy for nearly 100 years. Every time they are all refining dozens of medicinal pills at the same time. This is the case, only when the luck is very good, will 3 medicinal pills with Dan grains be born at the same time, and sometimes the luck is not good and there is not even one. But that kid showed a kind of power that turned corruption into magic, refining it one by one, and 30% of the refined medicinal pills actually had pill patterns. This is not the case for a day or two, it has been the case for nearly a month. He quantitatively refines 10 pills every day, no more and no less, but among these 10 or so, 2 or 3 medicinal pills are born every day. This brought a great shock and blow to Zhang Ao. It has been 2 months since Yang Kai started refining Lihuo Dan. For the first time, he made 300 ordinary Lihuo Dan. Zhang Ao also laughed at him fiercely, thinking that he even Danwen can't be refined, let alone Danyan. But starting from the 2nd month, this kid kept bombarding Zhang Ao's pride with facts. On the first day of the 2nd month, Yang Kai refined 2 Lihuo pills with pill marks. Zhang Ao only regarded him as luck, praised him a little, and looked disdainful. When he was lucky, he could also do it. to this point. On the second day of the second month, the situation was still the same, and Zhang Ao's disdain disappeared. On the third day, it was still the same, Zhang Ao couldn't sit still. To this day, he is almost insane. The persistence and philosophy of the past 100 years have been shattered by the bombardment of the medicinal pills that Yang Kai refines every day, and the pride that was all over his body has disappeared. If dianwen is so easy to generate, what have you been doing for the past 100 years? It took a lot of effort to cultivate a unique alchemy technique of winning by quantity, which was so childish and ridiculous in front of the Lihuo Dan with Dan grains. Holding the still warm jade bottle, Zhang Ao's hands trembled, and regardless of Yang Kai's recovery, he strode in front of him and hurriedly said, "Boy, tell this old man, what kind of way is there?" The old man doesn't know. Why are you able to refine so many pill patterns? Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and saw Zhang Ao's red eyes, which were full of bloodshot eyes, and it was because he didn't rest well. Zhang Ao has been thinking hard for a while, but he still can't figure out what Yang Kai has done to make Danwen born, and his eyes are red, maybe because of jealousy. No way, just luck. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Zhang Ao gave him a contemptuous glance. "I'm not a fool, I can't see that this has nothing to do with luck. Don't be too proud of yourself, kid, hurry up and recruit it, the old man will give you a benefit." He can't wait to invade Yang Kai's sea of consciousness and spy on his consciousness. Yang Kai shook his head. "Elder Zhang, you also know that every school will regard their own alchemy skills as treasures, and it is not easy to spread. Stinky boy, didn't you spy on the old man's spiritual formation in the old man's medicine field before? And you read many books in the old man's study. Did the old man say a word?" Zhang Ao couldn't help but stare with a beard. Elder Zhang's words are wrong. It is the duty of Elder Zhang to help the younger generation, and the ones I have seen are all side-by-side subsections, which are nothing, but my method of refining pill patterns is different. This is the core secret of my lineage. How can it be compared with those spirit formations? I don't care, if you don't say anything today, the old man will lift your skull and refine your soul. Shameless, actually playing a rogue. Yang Kaijian was extremely contemptuous. But he also knew that Zhang Ao was just talking about it. With Zhang Ao's identity and strength, if he really wants to force himself to tell him this, there is no need to spend such a lot of trouble, he just needs to do it directly. He is acting like a rogue now, and obviously there is no way to do it. He is extremely jealous of the method of refining pill patterns, and he is jealous to the point of disregarding his identity. It's a big deal, the old man just wants you to be his teacher. Zhang Ao snorted, his face was sonorous, and he didn't feel anything wrong at all. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. He didn't expect him to say such shameless words, and he was greatly admired. Still shaking his head, "Elder Zhang, it's not that the younger generation doesn't open the door for convenience, it's just that others can't learn this method." Back in the Nine Heavens Holy Land, the alchemy masters who taught Tongshuan continent to use this method to refine alchemy patterns, although they had some gains, they were far from the level of Yang Kai, and it was not until Shaning Sheng came over that they could work with Yang Kai. Compete with each other. In the final analysis, it is still the magical effect of the fire of consciousness. If you learn or not, the old man will work hard, you don't need to worry about it. Zhang Ao's face gradually turned hideous. In order to understand the mystery, his face was worthless. Yang Kai was helpless. He had long known that such a situation would occur, and he pondered, "Elder Zhang, how about we exchange?" "What in exchange? What else is there for you to see, old man?" "I want your method of large-scale alchemy," Yang Kai said bluntly. He had never seen anyone who could refine dozens of medicinal pills at the same time before. Zhang Ao was skilled in alchemy and had the ability to establish a sect. This skill must be learned. Zhang Ao can make dozens of pill furnaces open at the same time by using Sheng Yuan to make pills. Yang Kai has both Saint Yuan and Divine Consciousness power, both of which can be used for alchemy. Once he learns Zhang Ao's method, it is not difficult to carry it forward. See for yourself. The ring on Zhang Ao's hand flashed brightly, and a simple book was thrown to Yang Kai without any hesitation. Yang Kai took it, turned a few pages, and found that this is indeed the method of alchemy created by Zhang Ao himself. There is a detailed introduction, which must have been written by Zhang Ao and prepared to pass it on to his own successor. Now it is cheaper than Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded slightly, put the book into the space ring, sniffed and said, "These pill furnaces. 10 for you." Zhang Ao waved his hand. Although he was bold, his face still twitched covertly. It could be seen that he was extremely distressed. In order to collect these dozens of pill stoves, he traveled all over the world to collect the materials for making pill stoves by himself, to request those craftsmen to create it. It can be said that every pill furnace is the crystallization of blood and sweat, which is the testimony of his years of hard work. Now that he was about to give out 10 as soon as he opened his mouth, he was so distressed that he wanted to bleed. Half. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. Zhang Ao stared at him with red eyes, his face was hideous, and he seemed to want to swallow him, but after hesitating for a while, he nodded and said, half. Anyway, this kid will be enslaved by himself for a lifetime when he refines the Lihuo pill that is not born with pill clouds. At that time, his things will not be his own. Zhang Ao has never been optimistic about Yang Kai's ability to refine Dan Yun, even though he has been greatly stimulated this month. Unless he is really lucky, Dan Yun was born suddenly. If that is the case, Zhang Ao has nothing to say. But this chance is too small. Yang Kai grinned, some did not expect it to be so smooth. He thought that Zhang Ao had lived alone for a long time, and he had the arrogance of an alchemist, so he was neither proficient nor good at negotiating with others. How could he know that the other party still had another abacus? Old Zhang, you never thought about refining the spirit array into the pill at the moment when the pill is formed. The pill pattern is just a concentrated array, otherwise how can it keep the pill? The medicinal effect is not bad since ancient times. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Refining the spirit array into the medicine pill. Zhang Ao's eyes widened, he murmured, and a huge shock. At this moment, the shackles and barriers that had bound him for many years seemed to be torn apart by a sharp weapon. Let him see in the wider world. In this world, he can soar and swim freely. Alchemists need to use spiritual formations when refining alchemy, and alchemists also need to use spiritual formations when refining alchemy. Many of the basic spiritual formations are even the same, but the role of spiritual formations has been used by alchemists and alchemists since ancient times. The refiner believes that it is to assist the refining process. In the refining process, the various materials are perfectly integrated through the power of the formation to exert the peak effect. No one had ever told Zhang Ao that the spirit formations that aided alchemy could be refined into elixirs. Elder Zhang, there may be naturally generated Dan lines, but the Dan lines that I have refined are all deliberately generated, and we also need to use the fire of divine consciousness. Only the fire of divine consciousness can quickly portray a perfect. The compound spirit array perfectly exerts the power of the spirit array and refines it at the moment when the medicine pill is formed. I don't know how much effect you can play with the holy essence, but if you use this method, the pill pattern will be born. The odds should be a little higher than your original method. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for a recommendation ticket, a monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1071 Outsiders. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he knew that he had said it in vain. Zhang Ao had fallen into a state of trance, the expression on his face was changing, and his eyes were sometimes dim and sometimes full of light. He was clearly having an epiphany. Yang Kai shook his head, did not bother him, and recovered himself. 10 Lihuo pills per day, 300 pills per month, 20 to 30% of the pills are born with pill marks, and this kind of achievement is enough to disdain the entire star territory. But Yang Kai couldn't be happy. Because even if he refines more pill patterns, he can't solve the crisis of Shui Yuan himself. All he needs is a Lihuo pill with pill cloud. Every time he refines, Yang Kai goes all out and does not dare to be careless. The probability of generating pill patterns has been greatly improved. With his skill in refining Lihuo pill, the probability has jumped directly from 2 to 3% to 4 or 5%. This also means that a small half of the Lihuo Dan refined by Yang Kai has a Dan pattern, which is of great value. If these things are used by warriors who have cultivated the fire attribute, they can quickly improve their strength, but now they have been abandoned by Yang Kai and thrown aside, no matter what. After refining every day, Yang Kai felt exhausted. The mere 10 Lihuo Dan, logically speaking, could not make him so tired, but the huge psychological pressure pressed him like a mountain, making him a little breathless. As time went on, this pressure also getting bigger. He was deeply aware of the difficulty of forming a pill cloud. No wonder those alchemists would cry bitterly when they occasionally made pill clouds, lamenting their great luck and so on. He can't wait for luck to come to him now, to relieve his urgent need. Unlike Yang Kai's irritable mood and frowning face, Zhang Ao can be said to be radiant and energetic these days. Since Yang Kai's remarks made him fall into an epiphany and walked out of the epiphany, he found that his alchemy technique had improved a lot unknowingly. In the past, when he refined dozens of pills at the same time, he had to go all out to avoid any mistakes, but now, he can easily control the heat of dozens of pill furnaces with ease. Moreover, through the method that Yang Kai told him, he also successfully refined the pill mark. Although it is not as terrifying as Yang Kai's chance, it has reached a valuable 1/10. 1/10, for every 10 pills refined, one can produce pill patterns. This was something Zhang Ao didn't dare to think about before, but now it's very common. Zhang Ao is arrogant and has his own persistence, but in this matter, he is grateful to Yang Kai. If he hadn't helped him pierce that barrier, Zhang Ao estimated that he would go further and further in the field of alchemy and eventually go astray. Thinking of this, Zhang Ao became more and more pleasing to the eye when he saw Yang Kai, and he didn't care so much about the fact that he robbed half of the pill furnace. From all kinds of spiritual formations, choose the spiritual formation that is most suitable for the formation of pill patterns, and refine the pills at the moment when they are formed. He has gained a lot, and even his arrogant temper has been restrained a lot. He smiles all day long and sees everything in joy. When the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce was responsible for transporting the medicinal materials to him and collecting the martial artist who made the medicine pill, he could hardly believe his eyes. In the past, when he came here, he was frightened every time, walking on thin ice, and quickly handed the medicinal materials to Zhang Ao, then took the medicinal pills he refined, and left the valley like his butt on fire, for fear that Zhang Ao would find his own bad head. Zhang Ao has always had a gloomy face, as if he owed him millions of holy crystals. But when he passed by the last time, Zhang Ao had a smile on his face, and said a few words to himself, patted his shoulder and praised him a few times, saying that he had worked hard for himself over the years, so at the end, he even invited himself into the palace. Have a cup of tea. The warrior was so frightened that his face was ashen, and he even said that he did not dare, and left in a jerk. Report what happened in Zhang Ao to Halika, Lin Mufeng and others. They don't know what the nerves of Zhang Ao are, and they can only vaguely guess that it has something to do with Yang Kai. These people are very concerned about the progress of the matter, because if Master Shui cannot wake up, someone will always be punished, and it is very likely that the entire branch will be implicated. In a fit of rage, the third young master arranged for them to go to the mining star to mine. But I didn't have the guts to come over to inquire. Every day was like a year, and I could only wait for Yang Kai to take the initiative to pass the news. On this day, Yang Kai finished alchemy again. The expression on his face was gloomy, like a dark cloud covering, sitting there cross-legged, motionless. Zhang Ao came over, looked at the Lihuo Dan that he had thrown aside and piled up like a mountain, and asked, "How many materials did you consume?" 6 months, more than 1,800 copies. Yang Kai replied casually. More than 1,800 copies. Zhang Ao took a deep breath. There are 700 or 800 Lihuo pills that gave birth to pill patterns. Boy, if you can achieve this level, you are proud enough, what else is there to do? Not satisfied. I only need 1 pill with Dan Yun. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at him. Even if all those pills are born with pill marks, they are worthless to me. That girl doll is so important to you. I'm connected to her life, do you think it's important? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Life is connected. Zhang Ao changed color slightly, thought for a while, and said in a low voice, "Soul chain." So the old master knows. Of course, the old man knows that only the soul chain can connect the lives of 2 people. It is a divine soul skill dedicated to cultivation in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. No wonder when I checked her last time, I felt that there was an invisible connection between you, this woman. Who is the doll from Ao? Why do you do this? Zhang Ao is an old man, and from all kinds of clues, he infers that the relationship between Shui Yu and Io is not shallow, otherwise there will be no such thing as soul chains. Yang Kai shook his head. He didn't want to say it, and he didn't want to say it. He just said, "Zhang Lao, I have some understanding of the meaning of what you often say." Zhang Ao laughed loudly. Pills are difficult to refine. Others heard that the old man was just showing off his alchemy skills, but a few people can understand the bitterness of it. Fortunately, your kid finally understands. He looked like he was finally not alone, and he introduced Yang Kai as a confidant. Seeing Yang Kai's silence, Zhang Ao paused and said, "You only have less than 200 Lihuo Dan's medicinal materials left, and it will be consumed in less than a month, and that girl will not live for half a year. What are you going to do?" Well, now let Halika go to collect the medicinal materials. There is still time, but even if the materials are collected, you will not have many chances to try. Yang Kai sat on the spot and thought for a long time before saying, "I'll go out for a walk." Saying so, he stood up and walked out. Zhang Ao looked at his back and nodded slightly. Sometimes, when a person has been working hard for a long time, but still can't do something, it is undoubtedly the best way to use other things to divert attention and ease the mood and nerves. It can often make people have demonic obstacles, and the possibility of going mad is more likely. Zhang Ao's own experience is the best explanation. He has painstakingly cultivated alchemy for 100 years, and it is not as good as Yongkai's awakening. It's just that no one can wake up Yongkai now. He really needs to go out and take a look. Maybe there will be some inspiration to let him find the right path. When I came to Shui Yu's room, Yongkai stayed for a while to check her situation. Since the beginning of refining Lihuo Dan, Yongkai has not seen her. After half a year, Shui Yu's state has some signs of deterioration, and the vitality maintained by Zhang Ao is constantly being consumed, and the snow-white skin is faint. Traces of frost stagnation. Yongkai knew that it was because the suppressed Xuanian sunflower water played a role again. If the Lihuo pill with Danyan is not refined again, Shui Yu will really die. It is impossible for Halika to collect more medicinal materials. If there is no way to find a way, it is useless to collect more medicinal materials. He left Zhang Ao's palace without saying a word, and Yongkai didn't care about the direction. He traversed famous mountains and rivers, crossed jungles and swamps, stood from an outsider's point of view, and watched the human ecology on Rainfall Star, the richness of the earth, the endless emergence of warriors, and even the prosperity and suffering of ordinary people. Yongkai watched with great interest. Gradually, his anxious mood calmed down, the big stone that had been haunting him for a year slowly disappeared, he became relaxed, and no longer thought about Shui Yu and his own crisis. Staying in small towns, leaving their own breath of life and footprints. Look at the conflicts between big families and small families because of various interests, blood splashes and corpses are in the wild. Seeing the wide acceptance of disciples by those sects, many warriors with low cultivation base enthusiastically participated, and then were ruthlessly eliminated. Seeing a group of people fighting for a secret treasure, the brotherhood of the past was worthless. Seeing those who are capable of reaching the sky turn their hands into clouds and cover their hands into rain, they are admired by others. When I saw a woman bathing in the mountains, I couldn't hold back, looked at it a few more times, and then was chased and killed by dozens of big girls and little girls from unknown sects. Yongkai fled in panic, like a lost dog. There's wine, binge drinking, drunkenness. Yongkai has never experienced this kind of unrestrained, carefree life. He no longer remembers the trace of finding Su Yan. He doesn't think about whether he will be implicated after Shui Yu's death. Relatives and friends on Tongshuan continent. The whole world is self-centered, and he has experienced an indescribable joy. The loner life makes him unscrupulous and unrestrained. He felt he could do anything. In a mountain field, a warrior who entered the Holy Realm was fighting with an 8th order monster beast, a blue-eyed fire dragon. The warrior's goal was a virtual level medicinal herb, a green blood flower, guarded by the blue-eyed fire dragon. The war just started, and Yongkai happened to pass by. He didn't go to much, just watched from a distance. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1072 Break the boat and sink the boat. Entering the Holy Realm is not a very powerful realm in this rich rainfall star, and there are a lot of them in the crowd. Yongkai stood on a high slope, holding a wine bag in his hand, watching while drinking. He didn't plan to make a move, he made up his mind to just watch the good show. The warrior was obviously not the opponent of the blue-eyed fire dragon beast. He was covered in blood and looked embarrassed. He almost survived several times. His defense secret treasure was smashed to pieces, and his abdomen was pierced by the sharp horns on the forehead of the blue-eyed fire dragon beast. Yongkai felt that this martial artist was bound to die, and when he was about to leave, the situation turned sharply. The 8th order monsters who originally had the absolute upper hand retreated again and again, howling in anger. When the martial artist's defensive secret treasures were all destroyed, he burst out with unimaginable power, abandoned all defenses, and launched an attack on the blue-eyed fire dragon beast with a sturdy and fearless attitude. Half an hour later, the blood of the internal organs of the blue-eyed fire dragon beast splattered on the ground and fell to the ground. The martial artist who entered the Holy Realm was also panting, and he stuffed a lot of recovery medicine into his mouth, but no matter what, he couldn't suppress his own injury. The strength gap is too big. Although this warrior finally killed the blue-eyed fire dragon beast, he can only fight to the death. This is the limit of what he can do. Yongkai walked to him with the wine bag, stood in front of him, overlooking him. The warrior's dim and frightened eyes seemed to burst into a ray of divine light, and he stretched out a hand to explore Yongkai's side with difficulty, as if to seize his own vitality but repeatedly caught empty. His face was full of longing for life. Yang Kai took a sip of wine, squatted down, and without a word, forced a drop of golden blood from his fingers into the open mouth of the warrior. Demon God Golden Blood has an extremely powerful recovery ability, and Yang Kai has relied on it several times to escape from death. But he always felt that his body of Demon God Golden Blood was completely different from what the Great Demon God possessed back then. A drop of golden blood of the Great Demon God has infinite power and contains all kinds of mysteries. From it, Yang Kai can spy on the magical power of his cultivation, and even the demon general Shui Li has obtained huge benefits from a drop of the golden blood of the demon god. Although the quality is very different, it still has some healing functions. In an instant, the warrior was enveloped in a faint golden glow, and an incredible look appeared on his face. Feeling that his condition seemed to have improved a lot in an instant, the approaching death breath gradually dissipated, and he was alive again. Confidence. He looked at Yang Kai in confusion, wondering why this passing stranger would save his life. He opened his mouth but made no sound. Yang Kai grinned at him. You don't need to thank me, I should thank you. Well, I can only help you until its life or death depends on your own destiny. After he finished speaking, he threw the wine bag that didn't drink on the ground, strode away, and burst into laughter. After a long time, the warrior sat upright with great difficulty and stared at the direction Yang Kai was leaving. However, the other party did save his life, which is indisputable. He gratefully grabbed the wine bag that Yang Kai had left before he left, took a sip, and celebrated his escape from death. He couldn't help baring his teeth and grinning. His whole body was sweating and he didn't dare to do anything wrong. He hurriedly used Zongong to meditate to heal his injuries. In the valley, Zhang Ao is working hard to make pills. Now he doesn't need his own method of winning pills. Instead, like Yang Kai, he chose the best pill furnace and used the method that Yang Kai taught him to concoct pills. Every time a pill with a pill pattern was released, Zhang Ao's old face would laugh like a chrysanthemum. Anyway, no one will come to this ghost place. Yang Kai has already left, the only outsider is still in a coma, no one sees his terrifying appearance, he does not need to worry about anything. At a critical juncture, Zhang Ao suddenly changed his expression and said lightly, "Are you back?" He felt that a breath of life was rapidly approaching here, unscrupulous and extremely fast. On Rainfall Star, except for Yang Kai who dared to do this, no one else has the courage, not even Lin Mufeng or Halika. After hurriedly ending the task at hand, and not caring that the medicinal pill was not successfully refined, Zhang Ao stayed calm. After a while, Yang Kai walked in. Squinting his eyes, Zhang Ao couldn't help being taken aback, and the words in his mouth quickly swallowed into his stomach. He originally wanted to comfort Yang Kai and make him look down on life and death, but how could he know that Yang Kai was smiling at this moment, and his body was filled with an indescribable feeling. Zhang Ao stared at it carefully for a while, only to be sure that that feeling is called self-confidence. Slowly shaking his head, Zhang Ao put on a smile and asked with a smile, "Have you found a solution?" "No," Yang Kai replied happily. "Why didn't I find you so happy?" Zhang Ao was even more confused. "Can't you be happy if you don't find it?" Yang Kai asked back, "Although I didn't find it, I think it should be successful." What are these words? Zhang Ao was confused by Yang Kai's words, and he didn't find a way, how could he succeed? Grabbing Yang Kai's arm, he shouted, "Speak clearly. I can't tell, you are optimistic, and see if I can refine Dan Yun." Yang Kai broke free from his iron hoop and adjusted his clothes. Zhang Ao didn't say any more, he restrained his breath and stood aside, paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. In fact, he has always wanted to ask Yang Kai, since it was because of the soul chain that he was connected to the girl's life, why not go to Shuiyuexing and let the consecration of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce unlock the soul chain? At that time, even if someone will die, it will only be that girl doll. There is also plenty of time, even if it is now, it should be too late. But he felt that since Yang Kai didn't do this, there must be some reasons why it was inconvenient to go to Shuiyuexing, and even some unknown secrets. Zhang Ao was too lazy to inquire too much, and he didn't want to inquire. In contemplation, Yang Kai had already sat cross-legged in front of the commonly used pill stove. Then Zhang Ao saw that he took out all kinds of medicinal materials from the space ring in large quantities, and then took a closer look and found that the medicinal materials were all sent by Halika at the beginning, and used to refine the materials for Lihuo pill. The remaining nearly 200 copies were all piled up together and became a hill. After all the medicinal materials were taken out, he saw Yang Kai take one piece of each from the hill-like medicinal materials. The pitch-black magic flame shot out from his hand like a fireball and engulfed the hill-like medicinal materials. All kinds of Holy King level materials instantly turned into residue and disappeared. Zhang Ao's eyes widened instantly, and a shocked look appeared on his face. He never expected that Yang Kai would do such a crazy move as soon as he came back. Burn one's boats. This kid burned all the remaining nearly 200 materials, leaving only one. Is there only one chance for success or failure? He wants to sink the boat. Is it to use enormous pressure to oppress one's own potential? Zhang Ao slowly shook his head, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. In martial arts, in cultivation, and even in battle, it is understandable to use this method to make himself further, and there is still a big it is possible to succeed in reaching goals that are normally unattainable. But it would be a big mistake to use this routine in alchemy. Under the broken vessel, the pressure generated is thousands of times more terrifying than usual. The alchemy technique that requires a stable state of mind is not suitable for this road at all, and it will only make the situation worse. If Yang Kai is really breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat, then Zhang Ao can conclude that he may not even be able to refine the pill pattern. In the midst of disappointment, his eyes were bright and stunned, paying attention to Yang Kai, his face thoughtful. He was surprised to find that Yang Kai sitting there was relaxed, and there was no trace of pressure. Not only did that confidence not disappear due to the disappearance of nearly 200 medicinal materials, but it became more intense. Zhang Ao saw a belief from Yang Kai, the belief that he can succeed, that is the sublimation of self-confidence. Zhang Ao was slightly lost. Is he so sure that he can use this last piece of material to achieve his purpose? Where did he get his trust and confidence? Zhang Ao sat upright and paid attention for a moment. Like the previous refining of Lihuo Dan, every procedure is meticulous and exact. Delineate the spirit formation, condense the medicinal liquid to master the heat and the timing of adding medicinal materials, change the spirit formation. Yang Kai seems to be just repeating what he has done in the past 6 months, but vaguely, Zhang Ao always feels that his alchemy this time is very different from the past. The same action, the same process, can give people a kind of different feeling is refreshing. Infected by the skillful and confident atmosphere, Zhang Ao couldn't help but believe that Yang Kai could do that incredible thing. He widened his eyes even more, waiting for the moment when Dan Yun first formed. Time passed slowly, Zhang Ao's mood became more and more nervous, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. He was as strong as him, and he couldn't help but give birth to a kind of torment that was like a year. Yang Kai has always maintained an indifferent demeanor, the whole world has nothing but the pill furnace and the medicinal liquid tumbling in the pill furnace, and even briefly forgets where he is. The Saint Realm warrior who fought to the death with the blue-eyed fire dragon beast was able to win the final victory, not relying on his strength but relying on his indomitable momentum. He was sure he could win because he knew he would die if he didn't win. So he won, even though he nearly perished with the blue-eyed dragon beast in the end. From that battle, Yang Kai was inspired to save his life. In the first 6 months of alchemy, he failed again and again, which made him increasingly stressed, and made him think about what would happen if he failed every time he did alchemy. All kinds of distracting thoughts linger in my mind, and it is a strange thing to be able to refine a pill cloud. But now, he has no distractions. He burned the nearly 200 herbs not to put himself in a state of ruin, but to strengthen his beliefs and see if his beliefs would be shaken when the 200 herbs were burned. He didn't waver, so he grew more confident. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1073 Tianwei. In the alchemy room, there was only the subtle movement of the medicinal liquid tumbling in the alchemy furnace. Zhang Ao hid his figure in the darkness, for fear of disturbing Yang Kai, even his breathing was temporarily suppressed, his heart stopped beating, like a dead man. He looked at the pill furnace with incomparable concentration, at the figure who was constantly busy in front of the pill furnace. The medicinal pill was only half finished, and the medicinal liquid was blending with each other under the action of the fire of divine consciousness and various spiritual formations, and fundamental changes were taking place. Inexplicably, Zhang Ao had a feeling. That is, Yang Kai refined the medicinal pills this time, and at least he can produce medicinal grains. This kind of feeling has never been seen before. Zhang Ao has observed Yang Kai's alchemy for a day or two. He has observed it for half a year. Although the chance of the elixir grains appearing in the elixir refined by Yang Kai is a bit terrifying, there are also failures. At that time, in the end, only an ordinary Lihuo Dan can be harvested. There has never been such a situation before. He is still refining, and he is 100% sure that he will be able to refine the pill pattern. What kind of reasoning is this? Zhang Ao was secretly horrified, and looked over there more and more cautiously, not wanting to miss a single detail. But when he looked around, Yang Kai's movements were still the same as before, there was no increase or decrease. Even the spiritual formation he had drawn was something he had seen thousands of times before, and he could tell Yang Kai's down when he closed his eyes. What will be made in one step, and what spiritual formation will be portrayed? The only difference is the momentum, the confidence to the extreme. It was this momentum that influenced his judgment, so he made sure that the medicinal pill could give birth to a pill pattern before it was released. Can Dan Cloud be generated? There is only one chance for success or failure. Zhang Ao couldn't wait to know the final answer. He couldn't help admiring Yang Kai, because if he were in his realm, he would definitely be upset and stressed. Once such signs appeared, he would not be able to concentrate on alchemy, and failure was inevitable. Yang Kai did not. He was indifferent, his expression was neither happy nor sad, as if he was refining an unimportant medicinal pill. His movements were calm and meticulous, and he had already reached the limit of everything he could do. As time passed, Zhang Ao was furious. A faint scent of elixir gradually wafted in the alchemy room, which was a sign that the elixir was about to be released. Yang Kai's expression seems to have become a little more dignified. Every time the medicinal pill is about to be released, he will treat it with 1,000 times more care. The fire of divine consciousness is sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and the threads of thought depict the spiritual formation in the pill furnace, and all the subtleties have been achieved by him to the extreme. His eyes and heart were always as clear as a mirror, and there were no distracting thoughts, but at this time, he even forgot the elixir furnace and the elixir that was about to take shape. In his mind, he suddenly recalled the medicinal pill with Danyan. It was the first and only elixir he had obtained with Danyan. It was found in the seabed ruins together with the Holy Maiden and Linger. Although he finally swallowed it, the huge medicinal effect was huge. It turned the 5-colored soul-warming lotus into 6 colors, but before taking it, he had been watching Nadanyan, trying to get some inspiration from it. At this moment, all kinds of memories rolled up, and he vaguely grasped a key point. The previously obscure place suddenly became clear at this moment, and his eyes widened, showing a different look. The last set of compound spirit formations was drawn and branded in the pill furnace. Yang Kai's spiritual fire burst out in full force, refining this set of compound spirit formations into medicinal pills that had not yet been fully formed. His body suddenly opened a big hole, Sheng Yuan, and the power of spiritual consciousness flowed at the same time, such as landslides and tsunamis, such as rivers bursting, and the filled sea of consciousness dried up in an instant, and the water level of the sea directly dropped to the lowest level, the huge Sheng Yuan. Countless moments passed by. Yang Kai's eyes were dark, and he was about to faint. He had a feeling that his life was being taken away, as if he was going to die in the next moment. The dense incense radiated from the pill stove, which was much richer than the 1,800 lihuo pills Yang Kai had previously refined. A crisp sound came from the pill furnace, which was so pleasant. Yang Kai grinned and froze in place. Zhang Ao's heart almost jumped out of his chest. How could he not see the abnormality of Yang Kai at the moment when the medicinal pill was about to take shape? This abnormality made him almost crazy with excitement. He thought that Yang Kai had succeeded. That nose, after waiting for a while, Yang Kai didn't move. After calling out a few words softly, but getting no response, Zhang Ao cautiously stepped forward and quietly released his spiritual sense to investigate. Yang Kai's face was terrifyingly pale, as if he had fought against some powerful enemy. His aura was fluctuating, and the power of qi and blood was extremely weak. He has closed his eyes and passed out in a coma, but he will not die. He will recover as long as he recovers. Ignoring Yang Kai, Zhang Ao clapped his trembling hand on the pill stove in front of him, and a pill flew out and was caught by the jade bottle in Zhang Ao's hand. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ao looked at the jade bottle intently. At a glance, Zhang Ao couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. The surface of the Lihuo Dan in the jade bottle is round and smooth, how can there be any trace of Dan Cloud? Not even Danwen was born. Failed. Zhang Ao's expression was complicated. The momentum of Yang Kai's alchemy just now made him almost think that the kid would be successful, but he didn't expect the final outcome to be so bleak. When he woke up, he realized that the last Lihuo pill he had made with all his might was just an ordinary pill. I wonder if he would faint again. Zhang Ao sighed heavily. He has lived for an unknown number of years, and he knows that sometimes there is a huge gap between dreams and reality. Yang Kai is only a young man, it is not surprising to have such an experience, but Dan Yun has not been refined, and he refuses to go to Shui Yuexing for help. It seems that he is really dying. Zhang Ao couldn't help but sigh. After getting along during this time, Zhang Ao clearly recognized Yang Kai's talent in alchemy. He really couldn't bear Yang Kai to die so young, and he was already thinking about waiting for Yang Kai to wake up. How can I comfort him in the tone of my elders? At this time, what he needs most is comfort and encouragement. While thinking about it, Zhang Ao suddenly changed his face again. He noticed that the aura of heaven and earth around him became a little weird. Zhang Ao shouted in horror when his divine sense was released. For some reason, the huge spiritual energy between the heavens and the earth is madly gathering towards this side. Compared with the movement created by Yang Kai's previous cultivation, it is more terrifying and terrifying. Like a giant dragon soaring, the dragon dances in the sky. A huge attraction suddenly came from the jade bottle in his hand. The newly released Lihuo Dan seemed to have life, and it was beating in the jade bottle, and there was a clinking sound. The giant dragon soaring in the sky swooped down like a god, bombarding the palace where Zhang Ao had lived for 100 years. The loud noise came out, the palace collapsed in half in an instant, dozens of wing rooms turned into broken walls, and all kinds of wood came to Zhang Ao, and was bounced off by his body protecting Saint Yuan. The aura of heaven and earth visible to the naked eye was poured into the jade bottle, and the jade bottle could not withstand such pressure at all, and it shattered directly. Zhang Ao's eyes widened, and he clearly saw that the dragon-like aura was being swallowed up by a small Lihuo Dan, and the newly released Lihuo Dan seemed to have become a bottomless abyss. How much spiritual energy will be swallowed up? There is no bottom line at all. There was a gust of wind beside his ears, his vision was blurred, sand and rocks were flying, and thousands of acres of medicinal fields were destroyed. His face twitched, and blood was dripping from his heart. These medicinal materials were cultivated by him personally, and each of them was poured into his blood and sweat. Now a storm of spiritual energy has swept over, and all the thousands of acres of medicinal fields have been affected. Many medicinal materials have been uprooted, and the remaining ones are also messy in the wind. Bastard! Zhang Ao's old face was twisted, he couldn't help howling, and he fluttered his teeth and claws in the wind, but he was powerless to stop this disaster. After half an hour, everything was calm. Among the broken walls, Yang Kai was still sitting cross-legged. The dozens of pill furnaces in front of him remained motionless and remained in their original positions, but Zhang Ao's palace had collapsed completely, and even Shui Yu, who was in a coma, was deeply buried in the ground. Zhang Ao was too lazy to take care of the female doll. He held a new jade bottle in his hand. The jade bottle contained an elixir. Thousands of acres of medicinal fields have all been affected, and there are almost no intact ones. 90% of the herbs that had thrived before had lost as much as 90%, and the remaining 10% were also bleak and would die at any time. The leaves and fruits on more than a dozen tianyang fruit trees have disappeared, and only the bare trunks are left. These tianyang fruit will be useful in another 10 years. The half-mu of sparrows and lotuses had long since disappeared, and even the half-mu of land had been plowed several times by Tianwei, making the land half a foot shorter than usual. Where did the old man's 1,000 dishes go? Zhang Ao rolled his eyes helplessly, but he could not see traces of the 1,000 dishes flowers that he regarded as precious as life. Only the half-truncated roots were rooted there on the ground where the 1,000 dishes flowers originally grew. Zhang Ao rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Not to mention the loss of the thousands of acres of medicinal fields, Zhang Ao was horrified to discover that after working hard for many years, the great formation he had set up in this valley had been completely destroyed and could no longer play its due role. Within 1,000 miles, the world is dim, and there is not even a trace of spiritual energy. The sound of hunting came from far and near. Ha Li Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the middle-aged woman came with many strong men of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce after hearing the news. When Tianwei suddenly appeared here, they had already noticed it, and they didn't know what happened, so they hurriedly came to investigate. When they got to the place, everyone was stunned and couldn't believe their eyes for a while. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for a recommended vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Chapter 1074 Dan Yun. I don't know what kind of disaster was encountered in this valley. Zhang Ao's palace was destroyed, the 1,000 acres of medicinal fields no longer existed, and the great formation around the valley was also destroyed. Zhang Ao himself lost his soul, sitting on the ground without any image, covered in dust, his eyes spitting fire. Only Yang Kai, sitting cross-legged among dozens of pill furnaces and broken walls, did not move. What's the situation? Ha Lika and the others were dumbfounded. This is the forbidden area of the entire rainfall star, and no one dares to come here on weekdays. They can't understand why this place seems to be plundered. A few people looked at each other and flew down bravely. Standing beside Zhang Ao, Ha Li Ka called out cautiously and asked, Elder Zhang, what happened here? Lin Mufeng even shouted angrily, is there anyone who doesn't have a long eye to come here to cause trouble? Old Zhang, just tell me to wait, I will definitely speak out for you. The middle-aged woman nodded sharply, her beautiful eyes full of murderous intent and ill will. Zhang Ao raised his head and looked at them absently. After a while, he suddenly jumped up and pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and said viciously, it was that bastard who destroyed my medicine field and my palace. There is no place to live, and none of the medicinal materials that have been cultivated for hundreds of years are left. If you really want to vent your anger for this old man, kill him for me. Spit Mo Xingzi spat at the three people's heads and faces, and the three of them stood there and didn't dare to move. Their expressions were extremely wonderful. After a long while, Ha Li Ka sneered and said soothingly, Zhang Lao, calm down, Zhang Lao, calm down, what the hell is going on? Are you helping Master Shui refine the medicinal herbs for healing? When I came here a few days ago it's alright, why did this happen after not seeing you for a few months? He could also see that although Zhang Ao was furious, he also asked them to kill Yang Kai and vent his anger, but he was only talking about it. Yang Kai is meditating at the moment and looks extremely weak. If Zhang Ao really wants his life, why should he use the hand of others? It was impossible for Yang Kai to be Zhang Ao's opponent in his heyday, let alone now. Who told you that the old man was refining the medicine pill? Zhang Ao squinted at them. You didn't refine it, could it be that brother Yang couldn't refine it? Lin Mufeng laughed dryly. Zhang Ao rolled his eyes and did not explain. He knew that even if he told the truth, others would probably not believe it. If he hadn't seen what happened today, Zhang Ao would have thought it was someone else's nonsense. But the medicine pill in the jade bottle in his hand is real evidence. This kid can really refine a Holy King level medicinal pill with a pill pattern with the cultivation of the third layer Holy Realm. Get out, get out. Zhang Ao waved his hand impatiently, this old man has been lonely here for 100 years and has been stable for 100 years. Only a stinky boy came and stirred up the old man's turmoil. If any one of you dares to approach this place again in the future, old man, screw your heads off. The three powerhouses in the Void Return Realm couldn't help but shrank their heads, and all retreated in despair, daring to stay no longer. Not long after walking out, Zhang Ao's voice came from behind, wait. Ha Li Ka turned around and said with a smile, is there any other order from Zhang Lao? Zhang Ao pointed at the dilapidated palace and said, find some people and build another place for this old man. I don't have any eyesight, does this mean I want the old man to sleep in the wilderness? Ha Li Ka hurriedly shouted. They also brought a lot of warriors over this time, leaving a dozen or so, and arranged for them to help Zhang Ao build a residence on the same place, and then they left after accusing them. The dozen or so people also flew away, apparently looking for materials to build a house. Zhang Ao glanced at Yang Kai, who was still in a coma, and then looked at the Lihuo Dan in the jade bottle in his hand, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. After 3 full days, Yang Kai woke up leisurely. A strong sense of weakness spread from all over the body. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and immediately recalled everything before the coma. The sea of knowledge is a little dim. The magnificent sea water in the past is no longer there. Now there is only a thin layer of water, filling. Every muscle in the body is extremely sore, and the Saint Yuan is also consumed a lot. Yang Kai has never experienced such a feeling. It's okay to say that he is injured, and he can say that he is not injured. Only infinite weakness enveloped him. An old feeling. Standing up hard, looking left and right, at a glance, he saw Zhang Ao who was standing not far away, blowing his beard and staring at him. Yang Kai sniffed, not knowing why he put on such a terrifying appearance. After he discovered the situation around him, he immediately understood. He didn't touch his moldy head, and searched for a while in the ruins. He carried Shuiyu, who had never been interested, from under a few wooden boards, and found a comfortable place to sit on the mountain peak a few miles away. Before he could catch his breath, Zhang Ao quietly appeared beside him. Yang Kai looked at him and said nothing, just gasping for breath. You don't ask yourself whether you have succeeded? Zhang Ao waited for a while, and couldn't help but take the initiative to speak. I did my best and that's enough. Zhang Ao stared at him deeply, and nodded slightly after a while. Just say this to you, this old man will not hold you accountable for the loss you caused this time. Anyway, you can go to Ha Li Ka and the others to ask for your loss, but they don't dare not to compensate. Saying this, he threw the jade bottle that had been in his hand and never let go to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it. There was not much surprise and excitement. It seemed that everything was within his expectations. In the jade bottle, there is a medicinal pill, and the medicinal pill is covered with a layer of dense clouds and mist. Even if there is a jade bottle blocking it, there is a strong energy fluctuation. It seems to have life, and there are regular accumulations and movements from the inside. Danyan, this is a Lihuo Dan born with Danyan. Although it is only a low-grade holy king, such an elixir has great collection significance. If those outstanding alchemists know it, they will probably break their heads and come to compete. Because they can spy on a lot of useful information from this pill cloud, maybe it can improve their pill refining skills. When Yang Kai was observing, Zhang Ao briefly recounted what happened after he was unconscious, and said casually, "The pill cloud on your pill is a little different from the one refined by this old man." "Where is the difference?" Yang Kai was suspicious. Zhang Ao threw a few jade bottles, each of which contained a different medicinal pill, only 4. These 4 medicinal pills were refined by Zhang Ao over the past 100 years, and they were born occasionally under extremely lucky circumstances. Yang Kai compared the Lihuo pill with the few pills, and immediately found the biggest difference. Zhang Ao's pill clouds were very sparse, and they didn't cover all of them. There was even only half of the pill clouds on one pill. Moreover, Yang Kai can clearly feel that the medicinal effect and energy contained in Lihuo Dan are more than twice as powerful as Zhang Ao's 4. Zhang Ao took out another saint crystal and placed it in Yang Kai's hand. The energy in the holy crystal was pulled by Dan Yun, and it quickly gathered in the medicinal pill, which was swallowed up by the medicinal pill, enhancing its efficacy. Pills give birth to elixir grains, and the efficacy of the medicine increases geometrically, and it can be stored for a long time, so there is no need to worry about the elapse of efficacy. Ordinary elixir will not work. The longer the storage time, the more the efficacy will pass. 30 to 50 years, it will only become a useless waste. Once the pill cloud appears, not only can it be preserved for many years, but the pill cloud will also actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nourish the pill, and make the efficacy more and more concise. Therefore, the longer the storage time, the stronger the medicinal effect of every pill that produces Dan Yun. Zhang Ao seemed to be talking to himself, eloquently said. Yang Kai nodded, he had a deep understanding of this. When he was taking the pill that contained Dan Yun, he almost got burst, and that pill has a history of thousands of years. This old man's medicinal pill was unintentionally refined 90 years ago. Zhang Ao picked up a jade bottle from Yang Kai's hand and stored a brown pill in the bottle. 90 years of nourishment, the efficacy has more than doubled, and its grade is still the middle grade of the Holy King, but compared with the Lihuo Dan you refined a few days ago, it still pales in comparison. I'm afraid this is because of the integrity of Dan Yun. Yang Kai thought thoughtfully. The old man thinks so too. Zhang Ao nodded lightly, the old man always thought that Dan Yun was like this. After seeing your Lihuo pill, the old man realized that Dan Yun can be more complete, it can make the whole pill all wrapped up. And you found out that your pill absorbs the energy of the holy crystal faster than this old man, and if you leave it for hundreds of years, its value will be comparable to a star. Isn't it? Yang Kai was taken aback and felt that this old guy was a little bit whimsical. Why not? Zhang Ao couldn't stop sneering. Do you know how many powerhouses who have returned to the Void Realm have been chasing their whole lives, but cannot be promoted to Void King stage? Even those few Void King stages are also pursuing to make themselves the way to become stronger and higher in the realm. This Lihuo pill has been placed for hundreds of years, and it may bring a virtual king who practices fire attribute exercises to a higher level. When you talk about it, will they use a exchange stars for you? Hearing what he said, Yang Kai really felt that it was possible, although he was suspected of exaggerating. Are you still willing to give this medicinal pill to this girl? Zhang Ao stared at him deeply, and then looked at Shui Yu who was lying on the side in a coma. My life is almost gone, what else is there to give up? Yang Kai sneered, he worked hard to refine Lihuo pill, wasn't it just for Shui Yu? Zhang Ao's face twitched slightly, as if he had something to say, but he held back and waved his hand. Forget it, you are the master of the medicinal pills you make, but you have to tell the old man how exactly you make them. Made Dan Yun. I have no idea. Yang Kai shook his head. Zhang Ao almost vomited blood. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users please go to M to read. P.S. On the last day of the end of the month, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1075 Black Pot. Yang Kai really doesn't know how to refine Dan Cloud. When the last Lihuo pill was refining, he had no distractions, no pressure, and no reason to believe that he could refine it successfully. When Dan Chang, Yang Kai clearly felt that his vitality had been stripped away a lot, which is why he is now weak. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's body with the golden blood of the demon god, his vitality was extremely strong, and the last stripping alone would have killed him on the spot. That Lihuo Dan is not a medicinal pill at all, it is a human life. Therefore, it can be full of vitality and energy now, which makes Zhang Ao amazed. Although he succeeded once, if Yang Kai was allowed to refine it again, he would not be able to refine it anyway, because now he no longer has the indomitable progress at that time, and he no longer has that feeling. Explaining his own thoughts to Zhang Ao made him feel relieved. The old man deceived himself and made up a set of rhetoric of artistic conception to comfort his injured heart, saying that Yang Kai was able to refine Dan Yun because of the artistic conception. Having studied alchemy for hundreds of years, he was not as good as a young man who was less than 30 years old. Zhang Ao only felt that his life had been in vain, and he was extremely ashamed and angry. But fortunately, he can't die for the time being, and there is still a lot of time to continue to study. At the palace of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce branch, Yang Kai moved Shui Yu here, gave the newly released Lihuo Dan to Shui Yu, and walked out of the room only after her vitality stabilized. After turning a few corners, I saw Ha Li Ka, Lin Mufeng and others surrounding Zhang Ao, flattering and flattering on their faces, constantly complimenting Zhang's old age and becoming stronger. As far as his skills are concerned, something like Lian Danyan can be refined by refining it, and it is admired by people. Even the other top virtual king-level alchemists in the star field cannot do this. They are only a bit higher than Zhang Ao in the level of alchemists. A little bit of real skill, what if Zhang Lao is like that? Zhang Ao's old face was flushed, and he was impatiently enduring the torture of their flattery. But the idiots like Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng didn't have any eyesight, thinking that he was very useful, and the compliments against their conscience became more and more powerful, making the old man's face even more ugly. Until Yang Kai walked out easily, the group of people stopped flattering and looked at him with strange eyes. Ha Li Ka even quietly gave Yang Kai a thumbs up, with an expression of admiration, and then with Lin Mufeng the others shrugged and retire. The backs of the two were rather embarrassed. Yang Kai came to Zhang Ao with a confused look, wondering what they meant when they looked at him. Boy, do you give such a huge benefit to this old man. You can refine the pill cloud and make the pill pattern with a stable probability of 30 to 40%. With this method alone, you can become Hengluo. The guests of the Chamber of Commerce, no one dares to provoke you, you can have your own territory, servants, maids, and you can enjoy the highest standards of treatment. You can get what others have pursued for a lifetime. With the capital of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, I want to cultivate you. Growth is not difficult, you can get the greatest return in the shortest time. The old man can't understand why you didn't tell them that Lihuo Dan was made by you, but let the old man stand up for you. This credit and name are given to this old man. Zhang said arrogantly, holding up a cup of tea and taking a sip. Ha Li Ka, Lin Mufeng and others all thought that the Lihuo Dan with Danyan was made by Zhang Ao, because Yang Kai said so at the beginning, and Zhang Ao has not tried to defend it, making them more and more confused. Believe it. That's why they complimented Zhang Ao like that. Yang Kai sat next to him, poured himself a cup of tea, drank it, and said with a smile, Zhang Lao, don't pretend to be confused, everyone understands the truth that Mu Shu will be destroyed by Lin Feng, Boy Nian but 30, although there are some small means, but the realm of cultivation is still too low, such a huge benefit and a famous boy can't bear it, and only you, Zhang Lao, have a high reputation and the reputation of a generation of alchemy masters can stand. Do you believe it? If you and I went to President I.O. with a Lihuo Dan with a Dan pattern at the same time, the treatment would be completely different. You will only be more and more admired. President O will treat each other more politely. Maybe in a good mood, give you a medicine star, and let you become the master of that medicine star, but he will put me under house arrest and arrange various strong people to protect my safety. I'm not allowed to leave the territory, only let me deal with medicinal herbs every day. Maybe when the boy is having sex with the beautiful woman and enjoying the pleasure, someone will stare at the outside with wide-eyed eyes. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ao couldn't help laughing after hearing Yang Kai's words, imagining that ridiculous scene. He laughed heartily, and kept nodding his head. The boy is exquisite, it really is not a good thing. I don't know how many winds and rains you have experienced before you develop these careful thoughts. Without these thoughts, the kid would have died a long time ago. Yang Kai shrugged. You're right, Mu Shu will be destroyed by Lin Feng. This old man will take over these benefits and names for you. Anyway, the old man's alchemy skills have indeed improved a lot, and he deserves it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up to congratulate him. Congratulations to Zhang Lao, this junior has been busy with Li Huo pill this time, and he didn't find that Zhang Lao has made further progress on the alchemy avenue. Damn it. After speaking, he sat down again and said worriedly, but Mr. Zhang, if you do this, I'm afraid you won't be able to join the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. In the past, they would condone you and let you run wild, but now it won't work. If I guessed right, Ha Li Ka, Lin Mufeng and others have already reported the matter here to Shui Yuexing, and it won't be long before someone from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce will come. The old man knows. Zhang Ao nodded, the old man has also been on this rainfall star for 100 years. As long as they don't interfere with my alchemy, everything can be said. Joining or not joining is only a nominal matter, which annoys the old man. The old man can't leave yet. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel some guilt. Zhang Ao was not a good person. He didn't talk about his eccentric temperament, and he regarded himself very highly. Yang Kai also knew that he had murdered him over and over again before. But no matter what, this time it was him who took the blame. Although it would make his reputation even bigger, this was not what Zhang Ao wanted. Real capable people don't care about reputation, only those who pursue power and wealth will have all the strength to climb up. This time, it was Zhang Ao who dragged him down and made him lose a lot of freedom. He probably didn't have any complaints because he taught the method of alchemy. These things, Yang Kai and Zhang Ao are well aware. How's that girl doll doing? Zhang Ao didn't want to talk anymore and change the subject. The poison of Xuanian sunflower water should have been lifted, and her vitality is stable, but she is still in a coma. If you want to wake her up, you can only find her spiritual body. Yang Kai frowned, he just checked Shui Yu's sea of consciousness again. After some exploration, there was no trace of the spirit body of the soul. I really don't know where Shui Yu's spirit body was hidden. Zhang Ao also frowned, and said slowly, in theory, it is impossible for her to be injured by Xuanian sunflower water. Her spirit body has disappeared, there must be something else, reason. Yang Kai's spirit was shocked. I also asked Zhang Ao to enlighten me. Zhang Ao shook his head. I don't know anything about that girl doll, what can I teach you? Since you are her guard, then you should understand whether she has any regrets in her heart. There are many times when a person is in a coma. Not waking up does not mean that she is injured, but that she cannot pass the test in her heart. As long as she passes that threshold, she will naturally wake up. Yang Kai heard these words in his ears, and his face showed a thoughtful look. After a while, his eyes brightened, as if he had thought of something. Zhang Ao looked at his words and nodded slightly. This kid is a good person and has great skills. Zhang Ao really couldn't understand why such a person would act as someone else's bodyguard. After a long while, Yang Kai suddenly became relaxed. Have you found the reason? Zhang Ao asked with a smile. There are some eyebrows, whether it is true or not, we will know after verification. Yang Kai smiled, suddenly remembered something, and asked, by the way, when I came here, why did Halika and the others use that look at me like this? Did something happen? Want to know? Zhang Ao gave him a sideways glance. Yang Kai nodded. The old man just told them that you have a deep love for that girl, and you chewed up the medicine when you fed it, and fed it to her mouth to mouth. Zhang Ao winked, as obscene as he wanted. Yang Kai was furious. You are too embarrassed to publicize this kind of thing. Is there any morality? Zhang Ao snorted. The old man took such a big tank for you, and even the conveyor belt was taken away by you. So many good things, do you think this is the end? You cramp and peel your bones, ha ha ha, a little guard dares to beat the idea of Shuiyu woman. I really don't know whether to live or die. If the old man is you, it is the right way to leave early. He laughed and left happily. Immortal. Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ao angrily, and immediately understood why Ha Li Ka, Lin Mufeng and the others looked at him so strangely. The only guilt he had left in his heart was gone, and he regretted that he didn't make a bigger bet. It's true that he should grab all of his Xuanian sunflower water and medicine stove. The old guy really doesn't have a good thing. Ghost ancestor is like this, so is Zhang Ao. However, Zhang Ao probably would never have imagined that the female doll in his mouth and the Lord Shui in Halika's mouth were actually Shuiyu himself. The woman who kissed Shuiyu is a fart. I have even touched Shuiyu's whole body. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for a recommended vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Chapter 1076 Divine Consciousness Invasion. Zhang Ao is right in saying that it is not advisable to stay here for a long time, and Shui Yuexing may not know Shui Yu's life or death. Shui Yu also didn't want to expose her biggest secret. She had to recover quickly, release the chains of her soul, and then the sky was high and the birds flew, and the sea was wide and the fish leapt. After resting for half a month, Yang Kai received extremely generous treatment. Every day, the delicacies of mountains and seas, delicious wines and delicacies, and rare spirit fruits were used as refreshments after meals. It was difficult for him to recover the lost energy of blood and get rid of it. That endless weakness. He secretly decided that in the future, unless forced to, he would never refine Danyun again. If you are lucky in alchemy, there is nothing to say about the pill to generate the pill cloud by yourself. As before, relying on your own efforts to make the pill cloud appear is too energy-consuming, and the gain outweighs the loss. The palace in Zonggao Valley had already been built, and the people Halika sent out were all experts, so it would be trivial for a dozen people to build a palace. But Zhang Ao did not go back, because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the valley was still thin, and it would take a while to recover before reaching the average level of rainfall star. The news of him refining a Lihuo pill with pill cloud has spread like wildfire, and everyone on the rainfall star has come to worship, and they are all peers. Zhang Ao is not good at showing his face. To endure the compliments and torments of those people tormented, and never be idle for a moment. Every time he sees this scene, Yang Kai secretly rejoices that his decision was wise. If the name and credit for refining the pill cloud were placed on him, such a harmonious scene would never happen. The old men and women would only make things difficult for themselves, verify their abilities and methods, and finally make trouble. Happy and far away. They will never admit that their abilities are worse than Yang Kai, which is an insult to them. In the room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed and lifted Shui Yu, who was in a coma, to sit opposite him. Staring at that enchanting and beautiful face, Yang Kai really didn't want to wake her up. The sleeping Shui Yu is the best one to get along with. No matter what she does, she will not have any resistance or complaints. Once she wakes up, it will only bring endless trouble and danger. However, Yang Kai had to wake her up. To release the soul chain, two people must agree to do so. Now Shui Yu's divine soul spirit body has disappeared, and without her response, Yang Kai can't release that bondage at all. The power of divine consciousness burst out, and silently sneaked into Shui Yu's sea of consciousness. The next moment, Yang Kai's spirit body manifested in the sky above the sea of consciousness. This is not the first time Yang Kai has entered Shui Yu's sea of consciousness. The last time he came here to investigate her injuries, he did not spy carefully at that time. It is a taboo for warriors to check the situation of a person's sea of consciousness at any time. This is something only the most intimate people will do. The sea of consciousness contains a person's life experience and secrets. Watching the secrets in the sea of consciousness is more than stripping other people's clothes is even more serious. This is the worst kind of humiliation. Last time, Yang Kai still kept his duty and was unwilling to spy on Shui Yu's secrets too deeply, because he didn't want to have too much entanglement with this woman. But this time, he had to do it if he didn't want to. The sea breeze is gentle, the sea is calm, there is only a vast ocean in Shui Yu's sea of consciousness, and there is nothing else, unlike her own sea of consciousness, which is colorful and colorful. This woman's life must be very boring. Knowing the situation in the sea is a feedback from a person's heart. From the state of a person's awareness of the sea, you can see how the person's character is. As a woman, Shui Yu was raised as a man by Io. She had to show off the majesty and style of the third young master of Shui Yu at all times. She may have been tired of this kind of life, but she had to hold on. It's not that I want to spy on your secrets, it's just that I can't wake you up if I don't do this. Just don't trouble me in the future. Yang Kai whispered softly as he dived into Shui Yu's consciousness. See. The warm sea water wrapped Yang Kai's whole body like a small boneless hand, stroking his whole body, giving him unimaginable stimulation and comfort. Yang Kai was almost lost in an instant. The fusion of spirits and souls is terrifying. During this process, both men and women can enjoy 1,000 times more intense pleasure than physical interaction. It is a trembling from the depths of the soul. That kind of happiness is like the most dangerous quagmire. Among them, it is difficult to pull out. Fortunately, this is not the first time Yang Kai has done this kind of thing. When he went to the ice sect to find Su Yan, he had blended with her soul once, so he had some experience in dealing with this kind of thing. Efforts to restrain the trembling of the soul and resist the desire from the depths of the heart, Yang Kai constantly calls his own heart, and uses the original purpose to warn himself that this is not the time to be greedy for pleasure. Gradually, that joy invisibly weakened a lot, and he regained control over his spiritual body, which made him feel a little more at ease. I don't know why, but the current situation made Yang Kai think of the word rape. Shui Yu's spiritual body disappeared, apparently without any feeling, and unable to resist the invasion of Yang Kai's consciousness. Is this not rape or what? And it's the most vicious rapist. Blending with the soul of a woman who has no feeling is no different from being with wood. At this point, Yang Kai's mood suddenly faded, and the desire and throbbing subsided. This kind of thing is the most boring to sing a one-man show, and only those people who are mentally twisted and perverted will do it. Yang Kai's divine soul spirit body scattered and dispersed into the ocean. In the sea of knowledge, bubbles are suspended in the sea water, and each bubble is sealed with a piece of Shui Yu's past, which is part of her memory. Yang Kai carefully inspected the hidden information in these bubbles. He saw a lot of pictures. A baby fell to the ground, and the mother was lying weakly on the bed. Her face was pale and bloodless. When she heard the baby's cry, she had the most beautiful smile in the world. The burly man who was waiting outside strode in, shaking the baby with his hands. He picked it up, ignoring the stains on the baby's body, put his face on it intimately, and kissed the baby's forehead, showing the brilliance of fatherly love. 7 or 8-year-old children were breastfeeding in the arms of their mothers, and they ate with relish with their eyes closed. The mother smiled and looked satisfied, teasing her daughter from time to time, and the burly father stood beside him, smiling with white teeth. The baby started to walk, began to babble, made meaningless calls, staggered forward, took 2 steps and took 1 step back, and fell to the ground from time to time. Holding him in his arms, his father giggled beside him, and the family of 3 was happy. An old man with white hair and beard saw the baby and carefully examined her, and said something to the burly father with a solemn expression. A smile and joy suddenly smiled from his face. My dear daughter, her face was as gloomy as the eve of a storm. The 3-year-old child was taken to a palace, dressed in men's clothes, and raised as a man. She stood ignorantly in the huge palace, followed by servants and maids, and was ordered to move only in the palace, snuggling on the door frame. I will never see a loving mother again, only a majestic father. She began to learn all kinds of miscellaneous things, began to cultivate, she thrived, but she could only live as a man. She has excellent aptitude, only when her strength increases, will she see a smile on her father's face. At other times, she is only severe and scolding. The name of the 3rd young master Shui Yu spread out, and the entire star region knew about her. She has learned how to deal with those strangers with the most perfect smile, she has learned the most elegant manners, her beauty is dumped by men and women, and both young and old are killed. But she couldn't see her mother. Only in the dead of night would she take out a set of women's clothes and put them on the bed, sadly. Those women's clothes were secretly sent by their mother, and it seemed that there was still a warm atmosphere from their mother. Looking at it scene by scene, Yang Kai integrated himself into it. He seemed to be able to feel the pain and resentment in Shui Yu's heart, and sensed the helplessness and sadness of this woman. Under the unchanging smile that cores all beings, there is a bitter mood, and the incomparably fragile heart is covered by a strong appearance. Years of disguise, not only deceived the world, but also deceived himself. Until the desperate battle on the Death Star, at that time, although Shui Yu was angry, although her murderous thoughts were like waves, it was the first time she realized what it means to be shy in a daughter's family. Her chest was squeezed, and no one knew how fast her heartbeat was at that time, how hot her tender body was, and the feeling she had never felt spread throughout her body, making her numb and unable to exert her strength. Every time she thought of it, her face flushed. For a period of time after that, the slapstick and ambiguous life was the most unforgettable day in her life. She wished that time would stop and stay on the Death Star forever. Because only in front of that man can she let go of herself and be herself. Yang Kai injected a vitality into her life, making her no longer lifeless. When exploring the ancient ruins, she ignored the casualties of her subordinates and kept ordering to speed up, just to leave there early and come back early. But the explosion of a space ring put her into a deep sleep. After a long time, Yang Kai's spirit body escaped from Shui Yu's sea of consciousness. All the secrets of Shui Yu were invisible in his eyes, and he did not expect that this snake and scorpion woman would have such a miserable past. Although there was some sympathy and pity in his heart, he still had to do what he should do. What he saw was not only the misery of Shui Yu, but also the darkness of her humanity. No matter how pitiful this woman is, she is a dangerous person. Her feelings for herself are also not pure, because of the influence of the soul chain. After looking at it for so long, Yang Kai also vaguely knew why Shui Yu's divine soul spirit body disappeared, and also thought of how to treat it. This is a knot in her heart, not an injury. As long as Shui Yu's heart knot is untied, she will naturally wake up. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for a recommended vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read.